two teams is how strong their Harbor players are individually. Like Artson and Mazzino put up insane numbers on the Harbor, and Harbor's an agent. They're like, people, you get 10 kills. It's like, oh, great map, you know. Like you never have your gun out, anything like this. But these guys are showing up consistently, staying alive through rounds and getting wins for the team.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, taking a look here at this though. Few things stick out to me. I'm kind of shocked to see MIBR not get any wins on Ascent. That's actually blown my mind.
I am really interested in their Ascent. They played the last match of the group stage, which didn't mean a ton for them, and they were still playing default Ascent. It looked bad. I'm hoping they have something more.
How did I fake the live? It's because I clicked live without changing my title, so I immediately clicked stop streaming.
Kind of like this, I think, in terms of both of these teams liking to play the familiar maps, right?
The moose.
So I gave you guys the notification.
Just because there's snow doesn't mean it's
an island off Russia.
Bennett Island,
yes. Playoffs, we asked KRU's coach Adam to play a quick game of Guess Who? Check it out.
There are meese in Russia.
Hello, this is Coach Adam from KRU, and I'm here today to play Guess Who. So I have a bunch of audio files here, and I have to guess which one of my players is saying the phrase. Hola, coach. So I think that the first audio is Adverso, and it's because I have heard his voice so many times, and I noticed that at the end of his phrases,
Rod got all his right.
His voice like to a sweet voice, so that's what I felt.
A sweet voice.
Hola, coach.
And this one, the second one for sure is Kesnit, because he has like that crazy voice.
Hola, coach.
Yeah, like I don't know, like a crazy guy voice. Like I believe that's Kesnit for sure. Hola, coach. And I believe this one is Mazzino. Hola, coach. Oh, and this is Shy. For sure this is Shy because he speaks like a baby, like a little kid. We call him the Guagua in the game, so this is him for sure. Hola, coach. Yeah, this is the old voice from Meltzer. I can notice on the tone, he has the hardest voice. And for sure the number 5 is...
Bro, I love this.
This is the crazy Adverso. When he turns crazy, he laughs like this.
What?
Hola, coach.
Hola, coach.
Hola, coach. Hola, coach. Hola, coach. I know them well. I was a little scared at the beginning. I thought it was going to be harder, but at the end, the audio that they recorded, they left like clear marks of who was saying what. So I think they made it easy to me. So I was able to guess. Were you able to guess who? Thank you for watching.
Damn, bro. That laugh.
Can do our best Adverso laugh.
Fucking Wario, bro.
I'm actually a big fan of it now.
Don't condone that.
No, he's so cool, guys. He just can't do it.
You are really cool, Kristen.
I think I know what this is.
All right, now before we get into today's first match, we're going to take a moment to appreciate the artistic talent of the community. So let's go ahead and have our very own Fancy.
Not exactly what I thought.
Look at that there. That's good.
I get it, because it changed a B to an F.
Yeah, because Banksy.
Isn't that Castor and Emia?
No, that's Pansy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, background's sick.
Yeah, that old chestnut. Now, of course, we're
This
going
is
to admire
wild,
some
bro.
fan art of agents, which will, of course, we're going to judge and interpret as well. And one of them was drawn by a member of the broadcast team. We don't know which one it is, so we're going to have some fun with this one. But here's our first
the end
work
is
of
what
art. Let's see which agent this is. It's going to be, okay.
It's Gecko.
What?
Right?
That is Gecko.
No, I think that's a wingman.
That's the guy I see in my
With
sleep.
Gecko on his
Yeah,
back.
Gecko is turned into a
That's
villain.
my sleep paralysis demon.
That is...
That's him.
That's crazy.
Freaky as hell.
I don't think that's a talent one. I don't think that's like a broadcast.
No, okay.
Clove.
Okay, here's the next one.
That one's easy.
Yeah, it's just Clove.
Okay.
For sure.
Shout out.
Yep.
Yeah, is this Clove?
Kind
Survey
of
says?
strange
Yes,
body
okay.
proportions. I'm not
I
sure
think
what's
it
going on
should be
there.
updated
there's
for.
just like
Oh no, it didn't
also, are those
update it.
feet on there?
Okay, no,
Oh,
it didn't
That's,
update it.
I mean, that's Omen.
That's Broman, baby.
Yeah,
Let me
the
see if it
3 little
updates.
lines.
Maybe I used like an
He's
illegal
jacked.
character
he
or
needs
some
a
shit.
leg day.
Yeah, he's
Look at those things.
Look at his arms, man. My guy does way too many push-ups.
He doesn't need to walk.
Let's see. Next. Can't even see it on the wall. It's like so light. Okay.
Killjoy?
That's an easy
Okay.
killjoy.
It's like abstract art.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drawn
what?
in less than 60 seconds.
Actually, yes.
Abstract
That's
art.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that they found that much yellow marker and they got it like really over
Well,
the
no,
painting.
that's done on that's done digitally.
Ah, okay.
You
Have
can
ever
tell
heard
with
of
the marker.
paint.net?
You can tell.
I'm
you
an
can
expert.
Tell. Okay.
Well, that's.
Wait, why is that? Why is my
Ender?
name in that?
Did you draw this?
That's not me.
That's KO.
These are the
right?
best drawings ever,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, it's
It has a
KO.
little face.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
KO.
like the Squid Game mask?
Yeah,
Like,
it is KO.
like he has that like when he's
It
like
looks like
alternate.
KO, but if we were making a robot duck.
And we have one
Okay.
more. And we have one more. Let's see who. Oh,
Ready?
what the hell?
What the heck?
Why are
Damn.
you giving this to us? You should be submitting this to like some place to make
That's
money
so
off of it or
good.
something
Yes,
like that.
that is really good.
That's
Oh,
actually
wow.
hella good.
That is,
Okay. Well, wait a
Who is it?
I mean,
Rays.
but which one was the broadcast?
Yeah. Also, we like gave everyone's name at the bottom, so I
So it's
don't
got to be
know.
the first one.
Yeah, I guess. Did that not have a
Changes
name?
title.
Didn't have a name.
Who drew
Should we
it?
pull up the first one again?
Who drew? Let's see. Do you think some talent drew this one?
Dan Dryad.
Okay, all right, we have Dan Drive for Ender. Go to the next one. Want to see, all right, talent, draw this
No,
one?
no, no, because it's their
These
size.
are so
It's got to
good.
be the first one at the
We
time.
metagamed this.
I can tell you right now that you're wrong.
What?
So we've been lied.
Show the killjoy yet again.
The
if you don't
killjoy.
mind.
Killjoy?
Someone like forgot they had to draw this for the segment.
It was a lot
They did it
more
in, like, 10
dramatic in my
seconds.
mind, and then I was really hoping. There it is. Ah, okay, so
Vikali.
a member of our team
Who is
drew
Vikali?
this one. I'll
What
give
if
you a
it's
hint.
Van Silly?
She is working today.
Anna Donlin.
Anna Donlin. No, it's not her. It's Liz.
Liz drew
Liz
that.
drew that one. Yeah. There
I'm
you have it.
impressed.
Liz, you gotta work.
Chat,
on
who
it.
should I draw right
Now,
now? Who do I draw
before
right
we
now?
start the day, we want to let everyone know that we put our prints up. We're not showing them quite yet, but we will in a little bit. And whoever doesn't get it is going to have to take a shot of this bad boy right here. So let's see how the chips fall on this one, baby, because it's now time to start the playoffs. Day 3 starts right now.
The Dryad box? No, no. Wait. No. Wait. Why are they both on them? It's all an illusion.
Coisa pra gente, Masters e tudo. Cara, a Cru tá jogando.
Man, crew are playing. They're evolving really well.
Pelo trabalho da
Lots of
Adversa.
credit to Adversa. That's a crazy picture. I'm definitely retweeting this shit.
Que llegaba también por las patas, pero lo estaban esperando. Adversa que lograba también conectar en contra. Rollo y Ryu también. Es un 1v1. Adverso.
Siento que la serie que jugamos contra
I feel like
ellos
this
no
series
lo
we played
hicimos
against
bien.
them, we
Siento que
underperformed.
Aspas
I feel like
brilló
Aspas
mucho
shined a
contra
lot
nosotros
playing
y
against us,
la verdad
always.
fue
And truthfully, he was
que
the one that
pulichó
punished our
nuestros
mistakes.
errores,
Yes,
eso
always.
afectó el resultado.
And that affected the result. It was Aspas Day. He was frying. He was plus 46, so
Com certeza a gente vai
we're gonna
ajudar nesse jogo.
for sure help him.
Pra gente.
Bro. Whenever Aspas plays these guys, he destroys them.
Siento que ahora somos un equipo completamente
You're
diferente.
completely
Somos
different than the
chicos
team that went into
y nos
kickoff.
gustaría irnos contra
I
ellos.
like to go against them
Vai ser um
now.
jogão.
I
Acho
think it's
que
gonna be a heck of a
eles
game, but I
bastante,
think they're
mas
evolving really
vai
well.
ser
But
pra acabar com isso.
we came here to shut that down. That's actually banger music.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to send our first team to Masters Toronto. Que se escuche la alegría que llega Kruvisa!
Crew Visa coming into this one with a lot of hype. It's been a good start to the season for Crew, which is a thing that we we're not used to saying, you know, but now here we are. This is a whole new crew, and on top of that, they're looking like absolute beasts.
And it's a crew that's contending for more than just a late season pop-up to get to champions. If they win this match, it'll be their first Masters tournament since Copenhagen in 2022 that the team could qualify to.
It's a massive chance for them as well, not just the org as well, but I think revenge for all of these players as well. We kind of mentioned it right at the beginning of the show, but in kickoff it was MIBR who knocked Crew down and ruined their chances of potentially even making Bangkok at the beginning of the year.
I'll tell you right now, I'm a believer in Crew today. GB, you with me? I believe.
What? Why did it fall so silent?
De fazer história. Vem aí, MIBR!
We've said it a million times here, the parallels between these two teams are so profound, but the thing that MIBR has right now is, well, they got the hot seat. They seem to, everything seems to be clicking and working for them, Mimi.
There's a lot of questions. Osbos, one of the game's greatest players, joining America's worst team of 2024. But the new additions, star player joining, it is all paid off. And now they have their chance to make their first global and qualify to it as a team.
And think of the position Verno is in as well, right? Like, just
no,
at the
C9's
start of this
already
year,
out.
Completely different story for him over with NRG. Comes over to MIBR after kickoff. Now he is one series away from going to that first global.
Bro,
and you have two players
that's crazy.
in the argument for Rookie of the Year already with Verno and Cortezia.
I did that. Do you guys see this clip from yesterday? Do you guys see the fucking clip on the subreddit from the game yesterday? 100 Thieves NRG. It's fucking insane. Check it out. I think it was map 2. It was map 2. I think this one's 100 Thieves. It was a crazy game. If you missed it.
The other one that I'm curious about is going to be Lotus starting off, because that map,
it was a crazy game.
That was them getting absolutely torched by Evil Genius.
Bro is all up in his shit.
Against MIBR.
Oh my god.
MIBR has struggled on Lotus as well. They were on a 4-map loss streak to start the year. They got their first win on it just recently, pulling out a new composition, switching over to the Neon for Osbos. This is one of only 2 maps where we're not going to see him locking in that jet. And no surprises, they're sticking to that comp as Kesnet locks the Neon.
Kesnet is actually a Yoru player on this map. So you were talking about Osbos, who has been playing the Neon.
Yeah.
But that is immediately a switch up for Kesnet, because he looked tough on the Yoru.
Yeah, that was a rough game against
I think he got 6 frags in the whole map.
He has a lot more freedom on that Neon to mess around and do some crazy stuff with it.
I think it screams to me as well. They want to change up the pace, to be honest, as well, and potentially match.
Surely Osbos goes Neon still.
If, you know, both teams are opting into this like Neon fights as well. You want to be going pound for pound with that Euro. It doesn't really help you try and keep up if you're trying to opt into these fights as soon as the barriers are dropped on a map like Lotus. But yeah, it seems like they want to be brawling.
Yeah, to me, like the Yoru skews a little bit more to like the defensive side for the repositions, take a contact fight, get out. But it can be hard to accelerate. Like
I definitely don't. I don't really have time to look at a whole playbook. I would if I did, but I have a lot on my plate right now.
Get a little bit more versatility there. We saw Shylock in that Vice, which we talked about earlier on the Sentinels, has been lights out for Crew. Didn't really get a chance to talk a lot about, you know, like Shenham as well in this one, who's been another lights out player for him. And to be fair, I think all 5 players that are all 10 that are on that stage right now are playing.
I have a lot of people ask me stuff like that. It's like, ugh. A little bad, but
that was a Viper for Shenham, right?
Yes.
Because that's different, because they've been playing single smokes with an Omen and Shenham on that one, Cortesia on the Vise. So it's entirely possible they actually switch off the Vise. If they're playing double smokes, it's kind of hard to actually fit a Vise into the comp.
Yeah, you basically have to go like G2 style and go like a double initiator, double smokes type of comp if you want Osbos to still lock into that Neon. Could do the Raze as well. Kind of doesn't matter, whatever he's feeling on this map.
Yeah, I do think the Viper's pretty interesting, because while you do lose out like the brutal, like oppressive stall power of the Vise, having that wall on the defense side lets you play much more aggressively, I think, into Rubble with an Omen that can just teleport behind it after taking a first fight. And you can, you know, have that second line of defense there.
Crew giving up the Yoru in favor of the Neon does mean if a Vice still gets picked, it'll be a bit of a problem. It's tougher to bait out that wall. But if they they are just going full double controller, which looks like is what they're doing. They don't have that limitation, and hard side execs with the Neon on attack become all the more powerful.
I think the most important factor as well with them not running, you know, like you said, and the device as well, running this double smoke scomp, you get lurk potential on the attack side.
For sure.
It gives you pivot options when you're trying to slow play rounds more as well. So you have a bit more nuance added into the comp. You've got to be careful about the flanks, of course, but you can see that that's like probably an element of the game that was missing for MIBR the last time they played on Pearl.
You know Shai's going to cook on those lurks. He's really proactive, working space up beyond this map, and gets a lot of freedom compared to even some other Vice players.
This is such a fun map one, I think.
They are
It's a
doing
map both
characters
teams
like
have struggled
really
on
slow,
in recent
right.
games, and it's now 2 comps that are changing. New agents from both sides are coming in with different reads, and now all of a sudden, a lot of your prep that you had coming in is out the window.
And 2 duelists known for the Jet going head-to-head on the Neon to start. It's going to be good.
You love to see it. Well, we got a hell of a series along the way here, so let's go ahead and do it. We got just the casters for the job as well. You got Doug and Baby B on the call.
Let's see how crew look here, chat.
Thank you so much, guys. The lower bracket round 4 rematch from kickoff just a couple of months ago between MIBR and KRU, and the stakes could not be any bigger than this. The Des touched on it. Toronto is up for grabs. For MIBR in particular, though, you're 1 victory away from making history for this franchise.
And who better of a player to be the focal point of that than Ospas, the one that who's brought every single team of his over that line.
Dude, the matchups there are so good.
Trying to get back to a Masters. The last one they attended was what? Copenhagen, the Des was talking about. So that's a long time ago.
Yeah, he does.
The Samsung match start, load up fast.
He's one of the few
Samsung
that'll roast the
SSDs
players.
Right
Yeah.
into the pistol. MIBR is going to be starting on the attacking side. They are currently the league leader in pistol round
No
win rate, and
challenge
that
on
matters a
A
lot because
initially.
KRU is really nowhere near that. They're
Put
just
the
in the
Vice
middle of
Thorns
the
over
pack.
here on C.
So we'll see if they're able to continue that success.
I
Additionally,
think that's the flash
Ospas
on
is
the
just a
box.
freak on pistol rounds.
What a
currently.
what a
Also the
fucking
league leader in
slide,
pistol
dude.
kills, and he's continuing to pile it on. MIBR in firm control on C.
Shem also took out
And they
Shy
got
on
the
that
pick
lurk
on
as
A.
well. So already a 2-pronged approach from MIBR, and they're sitting comfortably on the C site, ready for the flood.
Holy
This is
shit,
so
bro.
decisive, Doug.
Boy, this is a brutal
Wow.
start for KRU. It was
KRU
just,
got
I mean, no
fucking
questions
owned
asked,
there.
no hesitation, fully sending C, and it seemed like KRU were not ready for
Oh my
that at all.
god.
This is a scary Ospas, one that has no care in the world.
Yeah,
for
Ospas
his
was looking
body.
for that orb.
So much talk around this man being a baiter and whatnot, but on this roster, he has shined as an entry, relying on these young rookies.
Prediction on both matches. I think looking at the maps over here, I'm favoring MIBR in this series against KRU. I'm gonna root probably for KRU because I'm a pretty diehard KRU fan, even though I love Ospas and kind of rooting for Honestly, I'm pretty impartial, even though I do love KRU because I'm such a fucking Ospas fan, and I am rooting for Verno.
The maps were close. Yeah. So we'll keep a close eye
So
on
I'm
pistols
kind
as
of
the
like
series
on
goes
the fence here, but
KRU
I
here
do
on an
think
eco.
MIBR is gonna win.
Full A control. Trying to sniff out.
And then
if
the
there's
next
any
game,
type
I
of stack
definitely
here,
think
that door
G2
being
will
broken
win.
and tail being spotted prompts the tap of the door and a smoke on stairs. A lot of teams will tend to go through tree against the anti-eco and just death ball up. You don't want to get shot by many different angles here.
I know. I'm so glad I could just watch today too.
Ospas again just entering into sight. The flood's going to come through though from stairs.
Oh,
Paranoia is going to
wait,
tag on our
wait,
team.
oh my god.
But there is cover.
One enemy
Dude, they
It
could have
wasn't
killed
the
our team
smoothest,
way quicker.
Of anti-ecos, but
It could have gotten
MIBR
pretty
should be able to
sketch.
get through this just fine. Shy left to salvage the scraps of a
If
mess
Shy
that was
can
made
win
on
a
A,
1, it's a good eco. Really good eco.
but it seems like MIBR should be
Ooh, he spotted
able
that
to get
guy.
up to their second here. And that they will. Of course, Azia cleans it up. MIBR gets to 2. Now KRU are going to be able to respond in kind.
There was an opening there for the kill onto Artsin, who actually ended up sticking that spike. That was kind of interesting, to say the least. I feel like KRU took a long time to, get that kill, but he was completely Omen Flash. He was breach stunned. He didn't even get off the spike. If he's just going to keep committing like that, if KRU warm up, they're going to one-tap him. That spike never gets planted.
Bro.
Maybe there's more danger behind that.
I have some funny-ass fucking MIBR
Bonus
clips.
round here for MIBR. They're sitting really healthy with 4 rifles in play. You have 2 Phantoms, 2 Vandals.
Oh my god, I've bookmarked some
And they're
funny.
running the pistol around.
Oh, nice
back, but
shot,
Hesbit
hasn't it?
has something to
Oh my
say.
god! Ugh, chill.
Has to find
Good
success
backup
early
right there
on
by
for KRU.
Shy.
He struggled in their previous matchup. Aspas
Where's
got
the
best of
one-way,
them.
bro?
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. I think it was Aspas going 21-5 against Kesnet
Holy
in
shit,
head-to-head
bro.
duels. That is a ridiculous stat. And still, the game was really close, like you were saying. So if Kesnet can even that number, even just a
I
little
know,
bit.
fuck a one-way is right. Meltzer's
the win
like,
condition for Crew,
one-way,
but-
no, I'm smoking long non-stop, bro. I got no smokes for you at C.
2v4s. And so they take a step back, willing to relinquish the site and let MIBR at least get the spike down before they commit to taking the fight. Shut him down to 17 HP. Mazzino on the swing.
Good
will
fight
clean
by
him up, and
Mazzino right
Bruno is
there.
left entirely on his own.
We've seen him pull off some ridiculous clutches this year.
Not this time.
Yeah, the bombardment of utility was too much shy, and Kesnet, the front runners for Crew,
First one shot.
defending that C mound.
I guess rounds in that series. How come your voice is gone?
MIBR, they have an Armageddon
Yeah, I was getting a little wild like
because of Verno's
after some
kills in
rounds.
that anti-eco round.
Problem is like we like destroyed them so hard that I couldn't even like scream like as hard as I wanted to, you know, because like bro, it was just like it was just too dominant. Just like I just
It's against NRG.
We're expecting it to be a closer series. No.
Just the
Were you
way
screaming
he says no so seriously.
Fully sending out onto C, the Armageddon invested. They've denied all of that space tray.
The way he said no so seriously is so good, bro. He is the best.
Work some of this A control, try to
He's
bait out
the
some
best.
rotates, hope that
His
Crew
deadpan
leads
delivery
that
is
C
like
mound
S
area.
tier. It's
But
so
if you look at
good.
the minimap right now, Crew positioned for this A fight.
Well, I think they understood that they were denying C main right at the
so
beginning, and then they
good.
could reinforce the other side of the map. This is a beautiful call from Crew so far.
Very common push and pull from the attackers and defenders. But the problem is you're
There's
running
some
into
more
ice
funny
utility.
shit.
Yeah. And look at Martin is so
He just
low from
peeked
that
the
chip
stairs.
damage. And look at the screen. Kesnet just took out Aspas. The head-to-head is in his favor right now.
A little
Flip.
apprehension, a little hesitation.
Aftershock
on
for
where they wanna
heaven.
commit to getting the spike down. As
They're
they
ready to
test
flood
the
out.
waters across the middle of the map. Still not confident in their approach.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, this Vice Wall still up for the side of Crew. Kesnet, he wants to go for the
Nice
slide. He
shot,
doesn't even
Kesnet.
have to. Eliminates Verno.
Melser piling it
I was
on
a
as
little
well.
bit
Artine and Shem
iffy
again.
about him re-swinging
Another
that.
2v4.
If Artine stayed near, maybe they could have.
Position to put this thing away. Kasnet pops the ult. Quick fingers
Wow,
come
well
out and Shy
played.
cleans it up. We're tied.
Has them so worried about
Crew
that
just
shit.
manipulating the rotations because of that fortified
Very
defense
good
they
round
had
by
towards
Crew.
that C, funneling everybody.
Shy got a
towards
haircut?
and the crossfires that they had at B, yeah, Shenum was able to get a lurk kill onto one of them, but it was traded out quickly. It's a reinvigorated Crew that we're seeing here today, and a confident Kesnet. Trying to make up for some of those woes the last time these two teams faced off.
Or a maxing.
And a lot of the success that Crew had in their Sentinels win on Lotus was their defensive side, completely shutting out Sentinels. It was something that lacked against EG, and I think that's why you see this Viper pick out from MIBR. Superman absolutely obliterated Crew's defense.
Aspas tried doing a bit of the same in kind, but
Yeah, dude,
hang
what
on
was
here,
Crew's
MIBR
setup there,
on a
dude?
shoddy buy. It was pistols and I believe
Watching
Luxinger, but
Meltzer,
now
I was like, I don't
upgraded.
know how Meltzer is going to
And
get
now
out
all
of
of a
here.
sudden, MIBR have a window to get back into this.
Kesnet and Shy were the start of this Crew comeback in this half, and now they're going to have to clutch up 2v3 against MIBR. You do have the Vice ultimate in play, but do you invest it?
Early days as silence settles into round 5. The Vice ult popped. Answering your question, Shenum crispy onto Shy. Kesnet left alone, a 1v2. He's gotten it down to 1, but the thrifty comes through for
That was kind of a
MIBR.
botched round by Crew.
The reason why I was
I mean,
questioning why
really good util from MIBR. They Teo drone out the box by Baby Door right here, and they use Omen Blind, Aftershock, and yeah, I mean, oh, nice shot by Cortezia though. They handled it well.
onto
I
Shy
don't
was
like what Crew
massive.
did there
So,
though.
A thrifty round win for MIBR puts Crew in a bit of a pickle here. if you lose this next round, your economy is done. And MIBR have a chance to further this
Yeah,
lead.
you saw Emmy get a new haircut too.
4 players on the defensive side to fight
Where'd he
for
go?
the stage control, but it's a B-walk now for MIBR. The problem is with that door being broken, there's a fast pivot here.
There's a whole lot on the other side. You're absolutely right, Kesnet.
Ospas was so calm with those bursts right there.
And the attack of MIBR
Because it was
stands strong.
fucked.
The flood completely stuffed now. A lot riding on the shoulders of this lurk from Shy. If he can somehow manage
Yeah,
to
they
pick
need
off
this kill.
Cortezia in this spot, maybe there's a way
This
back
is
into this
literally the
round.
round.
He's gonna be regrouped with Mizzino here.
Possibly, even if he saw them both now. Cortezia understanding the start on the other side, waiting for the reinforcements. And Cortezia stands tall against
They broke
both.
their money too.
Back-to-back 2Ks.
That's my Steam chat.
When these rookies on MIBR heat up, it just feels like there's nothing you can do to shut them down.
Yeah, well,
Bowser's left
oh
to
yeah,
save,
true.
but he's being hunted right now.
36. Yeah, I can trade it back
This
to you.
is
tonight.
that tough
Yeah.
spot that crew are going to be put in now. They're not going to have a good economy. Ospas in the beginning of that B hit took out Kesnet. We have to keep a track of that head-to-head. Both of these players are the pride and joy of their regions.
One enemy.
Kesnet, Hero Vandal in play right now.
EMEA, APAC. EMEA and APAC, when they watch our GOAT,
In every way.
they're mad. EMEA and
Like to change the
APAC
pace here
definitely
from Bruno,
mad.
trying to go for
We
a
got the
trap
GOAT.
play.
We got
Doesn't
him.
look like MIBR is going to be walking into that. It's going to be another anti-eco towards this A side of the map. I think that's just
We got the
understanding
GOAT.
that, okay, if there is some type of trap here, it is kind of obvious. So we can outplay it.
Everyone in the other region always be hating. Hose mad in the other regions for
Room
sure.
paved the way as they explore towards A, Ospas with the wall up.
He's
the dash
definitely.
through.
The thing is, I can't even jinx
Site
him.
clear,
He'll probably get like a
switch
3K this
What an
round.
amazing stun lineup. But Shy still takes out Ospas.
Very nicely done. We've already seen one thrifty. And this has the makings of another. Still 2 rifles in play for the defense.
Gentlemen.
Again,
Yeah.
traded. Our team has his ult. Playing
Vamos, Crew!
And he invested the Rolling Thunder trying to push him back. Verno tries catching a timing and will fall. It's all on the caller and captain for MIBR. And he will fall. Another thrifty, this time for Crew.
Yeah, 1-1 in thrifty so far. A turn in momentum for Crew, a chance to try to fortify this defensive side. When you think of Lotus, you definitely think it's attack-sided.
That
You need
is
to get as many rounds as you
unreal,
can.
bro. That's actually
Like I
unreal.
was stating earlier, it's the win condition for Crew.
No,
Yeah, there's limited
that's.
sample size, but Crew's success has been off of the back of Kesnet popping off on the defense. Shy has been
Yo,
stepping up huge here today.
his
though.
face.
The pink wall rolling deep in Argentina. Still in a fight here, still just down 1 round. Meanwhile, again, a lot of threat across the middle of the map for Crew.
Ooh.
Yeah, trying to go for that trap play again. This time, if there was some pressure towards C, the door would have been cycled open.
Meanwhile, the TP from Cortezia, he has gotten
The
behind
boaster
enemy
TP.
lines, and there's
It's the
nobody
boaster
back there to
TP.
have heard where he's gone.
Yeah,
We're just
they're
gonna hang
all
out
over
back
the
here.
map right now for Crew. They're so worried about where Cortezia is. If Cortezia can get
Fuck
a
around,
picture
find
of
out,
Kesnet,
Kesnet.
massive.
Fuck around, find out, bitch.
Sending Kesnet
Oh,
find him back, goes out
man.
just at the wrong time.
I told y'all I'm impartial. Look at me.
Tap on
I'm
the door
fucking
as well.
flip-flopping
Where
all over
you
the
go?
place. I don't even
Are
know
the
who I'm rooting
attackers
for.
A? Are they C?
I think they've inserted Cortezia here to be the safety valve. Meanwhile, all attention towards A. Oh, pop from Ospas. Shy, waiting
Holy fuck.
patiently. For the swing, finds his one.
Shy has huge
That's all it
balls
is,
to
though.
not be
Meanwhile,
scared of his
Meltzer
flank.
taking care of the trap. And now they can
3v3,
refocus
breach
their
ult
attention
popped.
out onto site. The Rolling Thunder's going to send everyone
All 3 got treed.
sky high.
Good wall
Now
by
Paranoia
Ospas.
as well.
Spike not planted either.
Damn,
MIBR,
they absorbed
they're
that
trying to
breach
get
ult
outta
so
here.
well.
Try to see if they can make it to a B site, but it's a
30
3v3
seconds left.
fight right here.
Oh.
Will they find safe passage? The Viper wall goes up. Goes straight back down. And
1v1.
all the kills coming through. It goes down to 1v1. And shit.
Damn, bro, that was
Three.
crazy.
MIBR with 5.
all the players were ready for the fight on wall drop.
Will play out. It's going to be a back and forth
What the hell?
between these two teams. Who is going to show up today? Who wants it more? Who wants to go
It
to
was a
Toronto?
3v3 wall drop fight. Like, that was crazy to see.
It delayed the plant so much they were forced to try to rotate away. If it wasn't for Shannon popping off in that...
Like, both teams had the read.
I think they lose that round.
That was dope.
100%. But the mechanical skill is what's going to shine here for both of these teams.
Both teams are feeling it in the mid-round. They have, like, good reads on the other team right now. Even how they played the breach ult was really nice. The fact that Shy didn't even care about his flank on the fight, like, oh, I love it.
Back to their bellicose ways.
And they want to further this push off of that stealth bot, but
they're committing to this. You're right, that drone is going to capture a whole lot of info. Keznit stunned up, still gets the kill onto our team.
Oh my
Neither of them
God.
can see a thing. Cortese on the
What
swing.
is
Keznit
going
with 3 on the
on,
round.
bro?
And that ult is going to hurt. They
Dude,
find their way
what?
out. The Sheriff will not stand.
That was the most important. That was a 2-on-2 kill.
Osmos is moving different today on the Neon. He's so hard
That's
to
not
hit.
Osmos' normal crosshair,
So
right?
slippery with his movement.
Some of like
was
a
that drone
like the
across
black
the middle of the
plus
map
sign.
that was the go button for Crew. Once they got that info, they were able to double down and take
What's
the
his
fight.
normal crosshair?
This wall might cause a little bit of problems. The
It's
Shen
a-
is on the
I
other
thought he
side of it
used a
with the
dot.
spike. It's going to buy a little time for Shy to
It
rotate
is?
in.
Oh.
He's been clutch for Crew all season long.
Tap of the spike. Shenum not committing. Shy taking the scenic route.
Spike planted.
A lot of pressure on his shoulders here. MIBR with the position, create a little separation.
I don't really take
Shy
note of.
tries to
I guess
find
it's
the
just such a
tiniest of
normal
windows,
problem.
the tiniest of slivers. He's gotten it down to 1. And now
Oh
Beal-
my
Osmos
God! This
wins the
guy
habit.
is frying.
3 for the duelists as MIBR gets 6.
What
So
what a
quick
fucking
with it.
shot!
The instant
Osmos
peak,
just
pure
locked in.
Instincts for Osmos, understanding that he has to take that timing if he wants a chance to win the round.
But also, I think Shy peeking ahead of that too feels like a bit
Timeout,
of
bro.
a
Bro is
there.
going into Osmos mode.
He
It's
knows
timeout
there's a
time.
time window for that ult before it channels.
Definitely jumped the gun too early. I have to say, in the beginning of this round, I want to point out the reactive silos from Verno that ended up punishing that Crew push. Had those not been used reactively at the pace that it did, maybe Crew comes out on top in that little scuffle in A main. So Crew will use their first time out, feeling that things are slipping away on their map pick of Lotus. A map where the desk was saying it, Mimi was talking about it.
Damn.
MIBR played multiple comps in
They
that
not
kickoff, playing
vibing.
it 4 times, losing every single time. But with the addition of Verno, they won their last match.
Chat, how can we hate this team? He's saying, if you drop 40, I'll go on all the roller coasters with you. Osmos is the psychopath that wants to go on all the roller coasters, and these guys are all scared.
Não, tá bom. Não, quase todas. Não, mas isso aí tá todas.
Quase
Almost all.
Todas. Mas pior que eu deixei fácil. Não, mas eu facilitei.
Brandon's like, nah, I don't even know what they're saying right now.
Não, facilitei, mano. Não, 50.
I have no idea. 50 kills. He's like, 50 kills, and I'll go on all of them.
50 kills no mínimo.
This is the deals they have to make with this guy behind the scenes.
Que merda que...
Tem que matar 50?
Mr. Potato Head. Let's go! That's wild, bro.
Eu também já sei.
Wait. Took, yo, thanks for the ring.
Carlo, you're going in all the roller coasters with me, right? Okay. I already know who is not going. Carlo, you're going in all the roller coasters with me, right? Okay. I already know who is not
Okay.
going.
Okay.
Case this time around. It looks like MIBR
Yo.
has emptied themselves.
Thanks for the raid, Toki.
Mid to catch any rotations. They will tuck and remain concealed.
Party time with the Toki Club.
Here's the power of the double controller that allows you to freeze in these moments.
Dude, I
and
saw you
really
had
doubt
like
the
your
defense's
own
mind, the
like
defense minds.
what
Crew,
would you
they're
call
holding
it?
on tight though. They haven't moved their formation
Like, almost
whatsoever.
Like little feature?
Now the
Feature.
Omenalt's invested
Like a
towards
feature.
T-mount.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
there we go. That's
surely gonna get punished. Oh my
That was
gosh,
dope.
they're going way off the stealth bot. But it doesn't matter.
What?
Keznit dropping 2 there. And now the barrage of utility becomes a
I'm
problem.
worried for Crew because
MIBR down
Icebox
numbers.
is second.
Need to find a way to convert here. Keznit's ult is the only one in play.
Really don't like this map pool for
No
Crew.
late lurk through stairs. They're fully committing out onto the side, and Kesnet right on time. What? Artsy clean with it. As down and
Damn,
Hell
bro.
down with them.
3
They're falling
kills
apart.
to fucking even
Picked
up
at
the
the
round.
seams.
1-on-2 for Verno.
Verno with ult. He's gonna get flashed. He's got to find safety. He's got to find cover, and Shy's there to
Well
greet him.
played. Okay.
It was not pretty, but Crew, they get over the edge and they secure the 5v3 that they had in the beginning of the round. It's like Melzer has something to say about that. That paranoia was perfect.
Back to the
Verno.
roller
Verno was
coaster
getting
video.
Crunched.
You're going out the roller coaster with me, right?
Invest that Armageddon after
Okay.
those couple of
I already know who is not going.
It was just too quick for him to find that window of
He
opportunity.
looks at him in the eyes. Not worth. Bro just says not worth.
Put MIBR in such a rough spot.
Why is Aspas so lovable?
Now, MIBR's economy not looking too hot. That's why
Fuck.
Kesnet is buying the outlaw into this round.
The whole
He's
team
not
is
gonna
so
have to face
likable.
The main pack of MIBR. We've seen Aspas run it down at C Mount multiple rounds. Is this going to be another one of them?
Outlaw on the other side of the map, but they have inserted Melzer.
It's just so funny to see Aspas wanting to go on all these roller coasters. And like,
So much, you're gonna try to brute force your way through it. And
for a
so
second, I
far,
thought that was
so
Aspas
good.
to hit though.
This man can do no wrong with the Sheriff, apparently.
Shy's gonna be forced
Good
to take a
aftershock
step
to
back.
force him in. Blind.
All the way back
Push
into
him out spawn.
Not even given the opportunity to get into water.
High-low for the waterfall run out. There's a guy above him in a sec.
They scale. Oh, he was flashed. He didn't see a thing.
Sure.
Viper's Pit, Armageddon. Everything dropped just to buy a little bit of space, just to buy a brief moment of respite. But now they're gonna have to try to find a way to navigate all of the pit, all of the goo.
How are they gonna live in this pit? The goo.
Cortezia staying alive, staying concealed. Verno is gonna be on a late flank. If he can find the right timing. Meanwhile, Crew, the onus is on you. You've gotta go. Kesnet slides into his death. As this feels like it's falling apart.
God, how did Artsy play in that pit so
They're
well?
cutting their losses. They're out.
Yeah, you have to get out of there. That Viper's Pit is too strong. You have to kind of spray and pray through that smoke to hope that you land on Shenum in that moment. But the way that Verno used his Armageddon to secure that space, to secure the spike to be planted, it just made it way too
Wait,
impossible
May
to
gifted?
retake into. By that
May-
time,
May is so
Shenum
real
can
for
already
that.
position to a spot where he can't
ADN,
get
thank you for the
spammed. Players
primary.
can play in front of it for him.
May the goat.
All he needs to do is live.
They really didn't spam that much. No,
Gotta
I thought
give
for sure they
props
would
to
get one.
Cortezia with this
Because the
Sheriff,
pit
man.
didn't
If he
allow.
doesn't get that
What?
entry, this
I
C
hate
site
that.
isn't as free as it seems.
The pit didn't allow for like any like little rat spots or anything like that in the site.
Yeah,
Like everyone
11
was
and 7 for him.
like out in spam lines.
So MIBR quickly answer back off of that lineup kill that Kesnet got.
All right. Oh, the A brawl. Here we go.
Both teams
Nice
strength
shot.
against strength. Cortezia sitting on the sidelines for the rest of this half.
Both Omens taken out.
Spike down A.
Aspas
They should
tosses
fall
ult
off
too.
this. Yeah, Crew should not
Somehow
reaggress.
secured another. That's the breach. Ultimate gone now for MIBR.
Good call right there.
Oh, and how they would
I
want
even
to
like
back
how
out
Shy's
last round
approaching
and a
this,
half.
leaving C completely with his full kit here.
Stealth bot used front
I think
key
that's
to
a
get info
really
of
smart
anyone's
decision.
close door.
Oh,
So that threat isn't need to be checked yet.
Yeah, that wall kept him concealed.
I think Crew are ready for any type of push that's going to happen here. They're willing to give all that space up, and Kesnet is picking up 3 into this round, but now A site is open. And look at where the spike is headed right now.
Defaulting to B
Can
now,
he
or
do
I'm
it
sorry,
again?
grounding into B.
Can Aspas hold the line for MIBR? A couple of shots.
He
Not
lives.
finding their mark. But you're right, life preserved. And now their rotation in play.
Aspas
Oh
is
my
gonna have
God, he's
another
gonna get
attempt
this
to
fight.
even the score here, but footsteps are being heard.
He's trying to cut off their
Bro,
Be the dam that's keeping
he's
Crew
getting a
down,
lot of
sliding out onto the
chances.
site. All of that Vice utility now invested. Gonna tag. Oh, one.
You gotta be fucking
Levo's
joking
gonna
me.
tag 2 either way. MIBR in a position to take an 8-4 half. Can they convert this? Verno has gotten much closer. He's got 2 on the round. He
Damn,
gets them all.
bro. Are you
himself.
joking me with this
MIBR
shit?
in 8-4 half.
Verno and Ospas stepping up to win a 2v4 to close out that half. The silos were used to perfection, making everybody flood out. And yeah, Ospas couldn't settle on the top site player, but it gave enough confidence for Verno to secure some of these shots. Kesnin couldn't connect in that moment, although he already had 3 into that round.
Come on, bro.
Was he gonna say Valmo? Was he gonna say Valmo and it changed the come on? I swear it was starting out as a Valmo. I swear.
When we return.
It started as one, and then he changed it to a nah, come on.
Everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain free. Count me in.
A clip redeem.
Wow.
Audio bassy.
Can't help you.
Wow. Spike down.
Wow.
100. One enemy remaining.
Oh, yeah, 5-bullet ace. Ah, let's go! Oh my god, that was so loud, bro. What the fuck? I was gonna say, I was like, man, Breeze though, but the clip says 2024, so you're safe. Breeze was indeed in play. Where's fucking the other MIBR clip? I don't think I have one. I just have the ice cream clip, dude. The ice cream clip is goated. This clip is so good.
Just get the seal on. It's too hard, bro. I don't know what the fuck they do to these seals.
Oh, you gotta get this one, the pointy one.
One very quick thing I want to set
the way he smiles at the camera. Bro.
The opening half of Lotus. We'll see if they can do the same here, Dre.
No.
They want to secure this.
Because you know what it was like, by the way, when bro was on energy? When bro was on energy, this was prac. Get up, Verno! Get the fuck up! Get up! Get out of here! Get to your fucking chair. It's time for fucking practice. Bro!
What a great start.
Actually, night and day experience in VCT. Actually, night and day. This guy is getting treated like the GOAT on MIBR. He's like,
still in play. A quick rotation.
Fuck. I want to get treated the way MIBR treats Verno. I want chat to treat me like that.
And then the jump spot to confirm. Meanwhile, you take a look at the minimap. Our team's going to be on the slate flank. Acceleration towards A.
Shut up.
4 out of 5 members out on the site. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cortez.
You guys are like energy, bro.
With Mazzino.
I'm going to leave y'all for
They've gotten the walls closing in. They've got him corralled. They've got him controlled. Can they fight their way out of this mess?
I don't know, man.
Cortezia trying
I got
to
nowhere else to go.
He's gonna find his one. Aspas, though, getting his
Damn.
two. A 2v2 as he dashes across again.
Oh my god, the two goats are alive.
The kill leader in pistols.
Goat and baby goat.
Dealing more damage on the crew.
Verno and Aspas.
30 seconds left.
Remember how good they were to close out the last half.
They're taking their time in this approach as well. They don't want to run through this smoke. Get face for free. It's a double swing.
They're going to get them both again. They are.
They just had Aura.
Aspas with 3. Verno gets 1. Another pistol for MIBR.
Why do you feel like they couldn't get hit?
Approached this round very well, being up numbers, not having to deal with that Viper wall going up to delay them when they go back to A. All the members flooded into tree, got onto the site, and when the utility was used to delay the plant, they got out. They were all alive, unscathed. But the mechanical skill of MIBR is at a different level right now. It's unmatched in the server currently.
Bro, MIBR are looking
Pesnet
good.
and Shy are the only ones sitting at double digits for crew. They're the only ones shooting back, Doug.
Yeah,
Verno
I mean,
and
they're
Ospas,
matching the skill
Cortazir
that
right
MIBR are
there.
putting up for sure,
Holy.
but I mean, the supporting cast is
The full formula is
non-existent.
literally just all showing up for MIBR. It's just not fair.
You have to deal with a breach, a Viper towards the C side of the map, a tap
Yeah,
of the
Bruno
door.
activates the
push
door
off
and dips
anybody
out.
front B. So far, so good. Melzer
Ooh, TP
snuck
play.
through, though.
now getting flushed out by the salvos. It's a little messy.
Scrappy
but
round.
Should be able to convert because who else? But Ospas and Verno arriving at the scene.
Bro.
The Omen TPs from Melzer were massive right there. Had he gotten 2, maybe there's a Thrifty on the cards, but not today for MIBR. Ospas and Verno are competing for that top spot right now. Artson getting 2 there is so fortunate. He was breach stunned. He had an Omen behind him. MIBR survived the anti-eco and further the lead. 3 rounds away.
Yo, I was
from a
listening to
map
NRG
win, a map
podcast.
stolen.
I really hope Verno
From
thanked
Crew.
NRG for
And the
cutting
bonus
him.
is a C push. Shy needs to be careful.
That paranoia.
Y'all
is gonna
think
cause
he sent
problems.
that thank you yet?
Surely you turn around.
Oh my
Doesn't matter because Verno's there to save you.
Those two have lived many lives just in these last couple of rounds.
Locating targets.
Unbelievable duo in the server right now, and all of Crew are going to get smothered from every side of this retake, but Kesnet has something to say about it.
4v4, it's just a sheriff in the hands of Shenum. You talked about how good he's been with that weapon.
Coming through.
Starting to take a few bold steps forward. You've got so much utility separating the two, but it's thin. Ospas down to 17 HP.
Come on, Crew.
Burnham and Shenum close by. They're going to force him into
Come
that
on,
fight.
Crew.
He's going to find his one. Still out.
Yes!
Outgunned.
Okay, Teo ult
Crew gets a
online.
5.
Give us a game. Come on, Crew.
Adverso stepping up huge, securing that Armageddon for himself in this moment. Crew, we're put in a tough spot right there, but who other than Kesnet to take you out of it? Getting that kill onto Artson, that breach utility gone for the actual retake. Could have been huge for MIBR. And now, the economy not looking too pretty for MIBR. You have 4 players on light armor.
Chat.
Ospas,
what are we doing
he's
here?
going to get active here at C again.
This is
Back-to-back
Ospas.
rounds where he's pushing
Imagine
all the way
having
through.
Ospas
He
fix your
comes that
in-ears
neon
for
ultimate.
you.
There's a lot more behind this time, though. It's not just Shy.
We'll never have that
He's
kind of
all
bond.
of the space and he tucks.
You'll never have that kind of
But
bond
the
with a
little
GOAT.
things that they do so well, even having that tiny little pocket that Ospas knows he can play in. Everything is so
Goats
drilled.
helping
Everything
goats.
is so good for MIBR.
Crew's reactions on that C aggression.
Imagine the guy that
done very
normally
well.
meditates during the timeout and is the best player in the world,
On the other side of the map.
getting up and fixing your
Ospas,
in-ears
he
with
only
a
has a stinger,
smile on
so
his face.
Not allowing
Just
that neon
imagine.
ultimate to further get kills, and that punish on Inferno leads to
This
an
guy
open
went
C
from
site,
being
so
cut
a good
to
read on
literally
his
being
team, saying that
treated
most teams
like
to give that
he's
space
fucking
once a lot of utility
God.
and aggression has been shown.
He's like, what happened?
For MIBR now, how do you retake? You can't really delay the plant anymore with
Good layer right there by Melzer,
being
guarding the
dropped.
planner. I like that a lot, especially with Kesnet top box. Okay, Crew is still,
left all
grinding
up
here.
to Artson's
They're focused.
utility to find a path in.
Thorns on the door in
Now.
case there's.
Ooh, great opener.
Zeno falling. This retake attempt has some teeth behind it. Kesnet is now down.
You gotta tap, and you gotta tap now, man.
Yeah, you gotta get that ult out. You're absolutely right. And so it'll buy a little bit of time. But there's got to be a second layer to this. MIBR are going to take the fight on the other side of the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
And Crew hold the line.
Such a difficult retake, and MIBR, they kind of get baited to go for it after they get 2 picks on the actual site. But there's just no way you're winning that with the silos coming back up for Adverso and the Armageddon being used. Based off of those 2 key abilities, you can't really retake anyway. So maybe after getting those 2 picks for
What's
MIBR,
going on in
you
the
just
crowd?
save at that point, but you still gotta tap the spike, bait out those.
Probably
bait
just a
out
bunch
the
of SEN
Armageddon.
fans
That's a
fucking
ridiculous shot. Through the wall,
pre-gaming.
too.
Smaller than the crosshair.
You can't even see him.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Sharp shots from Shy, though.
Oh my god. Bro, the full pink crew fan.
Dealt with that sea
That's actually
now they're
deady.
changing the pace. They're taking A control for themselves. This is something that we saw MIBR do quite a bit as well on their anti-ecos. Take this A space, but 4 members here for MIBR. 2 players in tree. Osbos, hero Vandal. Baits out a lot of that spam, but that audio cue should make it obvious that he's now not in any close corners. Another tap of the door, trying to see if there's more oomph behind this stack of MIBR.
Oh,
But
please
wisely
scout this
so.
out. Please scout this out.
No one from the defender's side showing any type of utility.
Any Adverso
Just
Teo
down from the
drones.
smoke
Yes,
used front
yes, yes. Wait.
Hasn't it?
It didn't see this Bucky, did it?
Looking to test
No.
Zay alongside the rest of crew, but yeah, I can't imagine they're going to be flirting with that area of the map anytime soon. Not after that.
Art with the Bucky might be as good as Osbos and Verno as a duo.
So they turn their attention over to B. Note, Artine has his ult.
Yeah, Artine has ult. That's a very well-timed
right off
fucking
the
aftershock.
Rolling Thunder will
Holy
collide.
shit.
Into the members of crew. Osbot dashing out, besting Kesnet.
This guy still went through that?
With 19 HP, he's going to push forward again. How does he get away with this?
No.
Health be damned. The bloodlust is so strong. Mazzino falls.
I thought certainly crew in that post plant were going to be able to convert, but that
dude.
breach all connected on way too many players.
The aftershock
he
was
had both of those razor
perfect.
vines set up on the actual B site, like he was on the defensive side. But it didn't
Osbos was
matter.
the only one that
Osbos
got
finds
through.
a way to make it work with the supporting cast that he has, the utility to get him into these awkward spots. Crew are left to use their last time out here. A desperate attempt to save their map pick.
How the fuck are crew gonna beat these guys on
With a
Icebox,
thrifty round
man?
win again for MIBR. It kind of feels like the nail in the coffin at this point.
It's going to take a lot for them to get back into this. I agree.
All you really have to work off of is Shy's ultimate. Have Ice ult. This is a must-win round if you want any hopes of bringing this one back.
Meanwhile, can't beat them, bro. They're too big.
I thought for a second after Adverso got that 3K
They're too big.
on the post plant earlier in the half that maybe he would get something going for himself. Maybe he could be the leader to step up for this crew team, make it competitive.
The crew trying to will them back into this map. A map that was theirs. They chose this setting. They chose this arena, and they find themselves getting bullied. But the opportunity to right all of those wrongs right here. Can they convert?
And it's crazy because it's like now that Twitter knows that I want the MIBR memes, it just feeds them to me, and they're all so wholesome.
Only finds his one.
Raid boss down. Adverso, the leader that needed to step
Wow.
up. He does just so, and now Shy finds alert
dry
timing.
fight
So
those kills
there's
and
no
win
speed
the
up at
trade.
C. We can go back.
He's through.
Shenum on that rotate was so loud with it.
Oh.
But
We need attention to detail on this comeback A. Oh God.
Our crew gonna be aware of this.
Oh God.
Now they will be.
Now. Well, you're just speeding up. Still knife out.
Spike down.
Shenum gets one, gets away.
They still don't know about Shy though.
Okay.
Now they know.
I was worried Shenum would piece
Shenum
it together.
falls,
Like,
the side
why
is
are these
theirs.
guys running like this?
It's not free. Verno is still alive.
Oh,
Bullet between his
what
eyes.
a shot.
Artine left in a 1v3.
There's not really much you can work with here if you're Art, but that is a ridiculous shot. All of a sudden, maybe you can creep on by, reposition here. That fault line makes it obvious that you're leaning towards stairs. And Breach, these flashes aren't the best for himself.
I don't think that was obvious at all. I think they were concerned about it coming heaven. That's why they were looking there as long as they have enough, giving him a window to get up. He gets it down to one.
Oh my God,
and
dude.
of course, it's the safe and steady hands of Shy. that saved the round for KRU.
That's the perfect word for it. Completely saving KRU.
That didn't feel very good.
He did a phenomenal job getting those
What's
entries.
the econ like? 'Cause
That
that buy was shit. Like, this buy was bad, actually.
Shy taking out Verno before he could pull off any of those timings that we see him get so...
I think it was a half buy, though, for KRU.
So many fruit for. That was the difference maker, and he still has his ultimate in play. KRU, they're sitting really healthy here, but how do you deal with this operator
This is the
of
round
Ospas?
right here.
And he's not playing aggressive with it, he's playing
Chat,
passive.
if KRU win
on
this, we got a
C-site.
fucking game. We might be going OT.
They know it's there now.
Yeah, Ospas took a pop shot, couldn't connect on the Kesnet. Good movement.
Oh, but I mean, you look at the mini-map, that shot sent a shiver down their spines. They rotate all the way away.
Wanting to deal with that Viper threat.
This again, this time
he got out!
Cortesia misses his window, and now the pressure's on him. On the swing.
Bro, what?
90 HP, and he stands tall. Refusing to relent.
Unreal he got 2 after that.
Unreal.
Unreal.
Roll back into this. You have to try to get a pick, but Art has something to say about these players walking through tree.
Rolling Thunder will try to find them a little bit of a window. Shy on the counter punch. Into a 3v2, and now the ult is a problem.
I hate that every play Cortesia does is fucking perfect.
It's going to be obvious now.
He's going to wait it out, and the shorty connects onto Mazzino.
I'm fucking tilted,
Shy,
dude. This guy's
again.
too good. How is he a fucking rookie? Oh, he popped his
To
flash
save
late,
KRU
and it didn't
once
hit.
more.
He knows they're both here, chat.
22 and 11 so far.
Oh my god.
Flushed out by the salvos, forced
Crazy
to
good
take a step
salvos.
back. 56 HP. Can he find his ones? He was given a chance at it. Now they're beckoning him to take the swing, forced to take the fight. They double swing into it, and Shenham wins out the 1v1 and gets a defuse.
What a round by
One side step
Cortesia.
being the difference maker. If Shenham doesn't take an extra step to the right, Shy connects on a collat. Such a micro decision to be made. And it's the difference maker.
This 2K.
What was this?
He's so low. He got caught out on the initial
All of that was off
neon
of the rotate
slide.
from the op. We
Used
hadn't
his
seen the
blind
op the
early.
entire game. Aspas draws it out. There it forces
It's
the
crazy that he
rotations
got
back
2
into
right
A.
there. TP's out, gets a 3rd.
It was a beautiful call. It was an excellent decision at the beginning of the round.
Man.
Match
Again, a
point.
brawl A. And you're
Insta
right,
ult.
match point.
Same one we saw last half,
There's a TP
actually.
into spawn again. This time from Melser.
Mazzino
Aw.
taking things into his own hands. The only player that walked through tree with his utility.
Our team was never going to win that. He had a judge.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Melzer gets tagged up, but
Gap there.
still delaying so much time for this retake to come through. It's a free A site. And I think you just save right now if you're MIBR. Keep these 3 rifles because of the last round going down to a 1v1.
Chat,
The
what do you guys
economy
think was
in
bigger?
Shambles.
Do you guys think
Has a judge. That Omen
Or
TP now
the
works for
gap
both sides.
there in that smoke,
Returning the favor.
or the gap in C9's icebox wall?
And take a look at the money.
Nah,
KRU.
nothing's
They
bigger
don't
than the
wanna
gap in
hunt,
the
and I
icebox
get
wall,
it.
actually. Yeah.
And just to talk about why
Shit.
KRU wanted to rotate so heavily off of seeing Ospas's off. The last time these two teams faced off, Ospas was a menace with that operator. Think back to map 3 of Split, where he just completely took over overtime, getting multiple picks. It's not a player you want to run through.
What's bigger, chat? The gap between 100 Thieves and NRG, or the gap in C9's icebox wall?
Settle the nerves. Close out this map pick. Maybe try to enable these players of KRU to walk into the operator of Ospas. Some aggression. Or maybe cycle the op onto somebody else.
Hey,
Great.
It's only been 1 round they've lost. I can't imagine they call a timeout here. But I do wonder what the setup is to put Aspas in a position to cause some problems. It does not seem like that's the case. They've left him on an island B this round.
Oh, but Artsin's in tree again with a bucky.
Not again, dude.
Seen so
Surely
many times
that's not our
before, but it's
first
actually
death.
Verno punishing a aggressive teleport from Melzer.
Again, fancy footwork from the drone.
Huh.
Verno not getting attacked.
Baby Bay hit him with the huh.
Now without your smokes being online, you're kind of forced to have to press the issue. This is where the operator can come online.
Huh.
It's a dream scenario to close out a map for MIBR.
They're going to get challenged again. Aspas and Verno standing side by side. Can they do it once more? Aspas is the first to
Great
strike.
stun. Oh my.
Verno gets flushed out.
Shy's done
Aspas is
really
left
well
to die.
punishing Aspas on these timings.
No ults for the defense. And a Bucky in the hands of Artine.
A lot of utility from both sides, though.
Little worried here. No
Favor for
ults.
MIBR, but
3
the
on
advantage
4.
being the post plan is you get to go second for crew.
Yeah.
This needs to be a play.
Verso trying to find some space behind
Here we
the
go.
utility. And it is going to be Cortezia on the swing.
What?
And they get all of the kills they need. Shy's going to have to 1v4 to keep this alive. And boy, he gave it a run. It was just not enough. MIBR steal away.
Dude, if Cortezia wasn't insane, maybe he could
in
win.
that moment gets overwhelmed by that utility in heaven, but Cortezia is so fast. He's so sharp.
Bro, he's so
And
good.
he connects onto that kill, and
He's holding that close line heaven and gets that kill in front of the
driver's seat this entire
aftershock.
map.
Wow.
I believe at one point the score was, what, 10-4?
Yeah.
I mean, they
That's
built
a
a
very
pretty big
impressive
gap.
player.
A lot of it was, again, off of both of those pistols. You have an 8-4 half, you win the pistol again.
I have no idea,
It's
Lunar.
hard
It
to
has
come
to be
back
his
from that.
first.
Also, when you're not winning these clutch moments, I mean, how many times did Verno and Aspas get put in a man-down situation and convert? It's tough when you're losing both pistols and losing the micro like that.
Bro, Shy
I
had
think crew maneuvered around the
23.
map very well. I think their game plan was solid on the attacking side,
Wow.
but the defense
Both
of
pistols
MIBR
cost them there.
was too strong at the end of the day.
Now let me wet everyone's whistle as we think about the next map. It's Icebox, a map that neither team
He's gonna
has
drop the
lost.
attack
4-0
stat.
for MIBR, 3-0 for crew. We'll see what happens on the other side of the
Okay,
break.
no. Bro, MIBR's Icebox stats are kind of wild. But I guess crews are too. Why is the stats not coming in, bro? I'm waiting for them to like fully load in. Bro, hold up. I'm waiting for this. Bro. I don't know why the stats aren't coming in. I hate it when that happens. It's in. Here we go. Dude, Shy played such a good map, too.
Who gives you wings?
Oh, that's not good, guys. Even Kesnet was playing well. I'm not. This isn't like the complexion of the series I thought we would get. Like I kind of figured MIBR would win, but I didn't think it would feel like Shy and Kesnet were playing really fucking well. Like it wasn't really like calling issue. It was more like these three players just were so impactful. And not enough came from these three. Both pistols cost them. I don't know. MIBR just looked better here. They did. They just looked better. It answers like left and right. Yeah. Yoink. Vanessa. Perfect warrior really quick. Wait, which one? Which one? Dungeon? Must choose.
You're the coach of MIBR. Fraud, you came out here, you were smiling, but you said you feel confident in your next out. And we're going to your map pick. What's the plan?
Just stick to our game plan that's been working for us all season and all playoffs. So really just focus on ourselves and adapt to where we need to depending on how they play.
All right, well, best of luck.
Bro, PR is fuck.
That was a very general answer from Frodo.
General
But
answer
for
is
MIBR,
right.
they have been dominant all stage, and there's been a clear reason, I think, for it. They've been playing heavy
Each
emphasis
viewer
on
has
the pistol
unique
rounds, specifically
abilities that will
anti-stratting
help you
team setup. And you
defeat
see I'm kinda
all
hinting
the
it down
enemies
here as
in
to
the
what the
dungeon.
plan was for Lotus
Harness
in
their
this
power
round.
to the
They wanna spot
fullest
out
to become
Melzer,
the
and they know that Crew with
champion
the defensive
of
setups,
the
they want
last
an isolated
dungeon.
player, usually on the C site. They want to run him down, and they want to leave Shanum as well with the Sheriff Purchase as his late-stage backstab. So I'll clear the screen, I'll zoom in, and you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Crew normally not going to be playing too many players over towards C, usually just going to be Melzer. I'll play this one out. It is rapid. They run down Melzer to such a high degree, they don't let him set up, they don't let any sort of backup arrive whatsoever.
Whatever,
and Shanum's going to be
bro.
trying to play it nice and slow at the same time. Aspas is happy to take this first engagement. He gets the first pick for them. He knows it's going to be a 1v1 because of that prior preparation that they have put in, and Shanum just leads him with a backstab as well. That Sheriff from long range able to get that kill when the rotates are coming through rapidly. So this is an opening pistol round, and MIBR have just dissected Crew's defensive
just
setup.
pick you guys and I
Crew
fight
do
you?
alternate it. They don't always just run one player here. It was a bit of a gamble on the part of MIBR to a degree, but it works out massively in their favor to just completely seal up this pistol round. You notice in that map that we just watched, they won both pistol rounds. Against 100 Thieves, it's the exact same situation occurring as well, trying to isolate and locate where the weakest part of the defensive setup were for these teams to really try and
Should I
solve
just
all these
pick one of you
advantages
guys?
and keep it back going. I'm going to send it back over to the desk as well to keep talking about this series further, but MIBR are just looking large and in charge.
That is true, Brand, and very impressive what we're seeing there from MIBR. I really did think, though, that there was a point in time where we were going to get, maybe Crew making this wild comeback.
Damn.
They had a few moments there. Shy was doing some work holding things down on the site there, Mimi. But ultimately, though, MIBR squeaks by with that one. Not squeaks by, but gets that win.
Yeah, I mean, the second half, I think Crew showed some good stuff with this new Neon composition. They had some good ideas for how to take space early in these rounds, and
Bro.
I thought they reset and gave a lot of time for Shy to
You
cook
got time
on
to
these
read all that
lurks
shit?
and
What is
find a lot
this?
of value, and that's why they pushed it so close. But still,
The fuck?
MIBR, couple hero rounds, close it out. Now they go to happy territory.
You said sit
on
down? No, you.
Ospas also
You're
playing
fucked.
incredibly well on the Neon, no surprise. So
You're about
I
to
think
get
we can
cooked.
actually take a moment to look
Yeah,
forward.
tell me
to
about
Icebox.
this.
I know this was like sitting in the back. We were wondering like
Yeah,
what we're
yeah,
talking about. Icebox is the make or break
Fucking
map for
talking
this series,
shit?
in my opinion. This is a map where both teams
The
are
hell?
incredible.
Look at this little guy down
The
here.
exact
Wait a
same
second, he grew.
composition, which makes sense.
fucking
We watched
grow.
the pre-show we were talking about with Ospas and Mazzino both going from Leviathan, which was also playing this comp. It makes sense they're running back here, Mimi.
Yeah, both of these teams are undefeated on this map, and it looked super
Mucus
complicated.
level
One of them has to
10?
take that first loss. And for Crew,
There's
they're
only
first
one
taking,
person.
their lives
Mucus
in
v
the upper bracket here.
Mucus.
Their chances to get an easy qualification to Toronto, to besting MIBR at what has been their
They can't hit each other.
But I do think the interesting thing for me is how uniquely Crew actually use the Viper Orb on attack on this map. Basically, every team in the world right now is defaulting that Viper Orb into mid, right? It blocks off the under tube angle.
Why are you a cop?
All these types of things.
Just like
But
chat.
what Crew
You're a
do
Twitch
in
cop.
unique way is
Twitch
they're
cop,
almost like
in-game
80% of
cop.
rounds using that as part of their
Mucus
exits
level
on
10
the
will take
A
you
site,
out.
throwing that onto Raptors, and I think that is both A, very useful for taking the site, but B, against this comp in the mirror matchup, they're going to know that MIBR is going to want to flood.
Come back
into the
up.
back of
It's
site,
time to
and that
finish
Orb
you.
is going to make it so much easier for Crew to hold on to
What?
that space and play
What
very
just
aggressive
happened?
in the post play.
Well, let's actually hear from Coach Adam as we get ready for map number 2. He's standing by.
Here with the coach of Crew, Adam, losing your map pick
No.
of Lotus.
Wait.
What do you think that happened there? Was it
Wait, why am
their
I
effect?
fighting
Was
now?
it your side just not activating?
What's
what went
happening?
wrong?
I think that the hardest part for us was the closure of the round. I believe that they are a pretty patient team, and maybe that patience get over us. So it was hard for us to, to close the round, to secure the round. So
What?
I think that it's part of it. Now the guys are aware of that, and I'm sure that in Icebox we're going to do it better.
Best of luck.
How do I don't feel like this is very fair.
Good to hear that insight there, Mimi. Do want to get some
I'm
thoughts from
here.
you on that because, you know, it goes to show the discipline of MIBR, the way that they're able to speed things up, slow things down, and KRU certainly were not prepared for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's only going to continue as we head into Icebox here. This almost feels like a standoff when you're playing Mirror, Harbor, Viper, especially on a map where you're really frequently just going to be going for like 5-man A.
Oh, that was just the small boss. You guys are actually cooked. Wait, I still got. Oh, bro, you guys are actually cooked. Wait.
Vision denying utility. It really comes down to who finds the
Oh,
angle
you guys
first,
are fucked.
Who kind of gets the timing off the drop wall, and which team can be better in those chaotic team fights.
41? Wait, I'm hitting everyone now. Everyone is getting hit. Oh, you guys are actually cooked.
Coming up next, are we going to go to map 3? Can KRU pull this off? We'll find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Oh my god, everyone gets hit now. Brown, you're next. Dodge, I don't know about what? Why is this guy not hitting everyone? Cyclops, hit harder, hit everyone else. Cloud, stop jumping. You're next. Damn, you gotta hit those. You are so cooked now. Cyclops level 11.
Icebox on the cards. The Des mentioned it really well. Broke it all down, but I want to zoom back out here one more time.
Go down. Go down so that way we can watch the game.
For grabs. For MIBR, the chance to make history for their franchise. Perennially bad in Valorant, and now in a position one map away to punch a ticket to Toronto, to punch a ticket to Masters. Dre, this is what they've worked for. This is what this roster was built to do.
Yeah, the pride and joy of Brazil joins this team. Made in Brazil, Doug. This is meant to be. But, I mean, KRU, they need to fight back. They need to try to make another Masters. And I want to point out that the last time...
It's actually neck and neck. I don't know who's going to win this, chat.
Masters that KRU attended Copenhagen 2022.
Shouldn't be anything changed here, comps.
Every roster
should be Jet Harbor comps.
He has dethroned KRU. It's 8-9 all time. And now we're gonna get this.
This is gonna be close, chat.
It should be a mirror comp from both sides, so it's really gonna come down to.
Wait, how did your health come back? Oh fuck.
We'll see how
42 just went.
Again, MIBR on the attacking side. And straight into the action we go.
Wait.
This will be the first time.
Exit! Exit!
MIBR start on attack on Icebox. A 4-0 record, but they have never started on this side.
They fucking came into the game so fast.
Plays out. And how it stands against who's heralded to be the king of Icebox in Mazzino. He's earned that nickname. He's earned.
We gotta get the next spread up. We gotta get the next
moniker,
spread up.
But he's gonna have to defend it here. And Mazzino is the first to fall. Kesnet though, kind of trade back.
Wait a second. Aspas not killing everyone right there is shocking.
Artsin's in a really good spot. He will punish Shy. On the reposition, he's gonna find a second, drops him down now. As the mag is empty, on the swing, Artin gets his 3, the 3rd pistol for MIBR.
3-0 pistols.
3 pistol rounds in a row in a series. This is so daunting for KRU. And also, I want to break down some stats from the last map. Retakes for KRU, 2-9. This map feels like it's all retakes and post plants. MIBR were 7-9. In post-plant wins, and they further that here, adding another tally to the score.
Nice!
The desk was talking about how both of these
Wait, he's talking about fraud?
Popping
He's
off
saying fraud, dude. Fraud can't even talk back.
It's so important for Harbors to do so because that ultimate.
He must be glazing.
It's gonna be a mess on the other side of this wall.
Dude,
Yeah,
he's gonna be one off all, huh?
Take a look at the mini map. They're crunching in as well.
He's one off Harbor all bonus.
The firepower is so against them. MIBR are so willing to take these fights. It was a very clean anti-eco.
Not the start I wanted.
But the trades were there. Artzin, 1 orb away from that Harbor ultimate. That is such an impactful ult. And you can default anywhere to grab this. You can deny the ace.
Me looking at MIBR right now on the Icebox with this Harbor ult 1 orb away.
And a shock dart. you can default B.
Guys, Crew has a chance. All Kesnet needs is just to get a couple kills this round, get on
No
board.
real utility to counter that.
Mizzino, come online.
Oh, Crew, you gotta
They
try
need
to
Shy.
remind this orb being
Also having
gathered
that
from
same
Art's here.
impact
Takes have
as
not
last
been looking
map.
good so far in this series.
Oh, fuck,
that
the
was
cam
the
position.
idea, but look, I mean,
Yes.
without more firepower here, without Kesnet to try to find an opening through these Harbor walls, these Harbor cascades, you have to concede, and now Harbor ult is online, and you're gonna have to be dancing around for some of these kills. The good thing for Crew is all 5 members are very close to this A site.
MIBR in this bonus, there's a lot behind this. They have 5 rifles, they have the Reckoning, and it is invested. Aspas swings his way into his death, but Artsine, 3 on the round for him.
No. Bro already has 3 orbs on his next ult. Make that 4.
And Art is already almost half.
God damn it.
No!
No.
You still have to deal with Kesnet.
No, dude.
1v3, and look at the disciplined approach from MIBR.
It's actual nightmare fuel right now.
And now the smoke to
This
provide a
guy
little bit of cover.
is literally going to have 2 Harbor ults in like 4 fucking rounds. What?
I mean, it makes sense to.
Oh my gosh, Doug, he just used the ult. He's 2 orbs away from another one.
You've got to be
Wonder if
fucking
they
joking
send
me.
Artsine to go hunt here. It seems like they will. Go take the fight.
Doug,
Get a little bit closer.
Doug, this might be the strongest start to an attack half of Ascent ever in the history of Valorant. It doesn't get better than this.
Bro, said Ascent.
Artsine will have another ultimate for Crew's next gun round, bar a Thrifty.
8-1 start for him.
Dude, he's 1 orb away.
Yeah.
It's unreal what this guy just did.
What?
Such impact. Ender set it up. It seems like on this map it would be the battle of Aspas and Kesnet, but it really could come down to the battle of the Harbors. That ultimate is so good on the attacking side.
There's no battle right now.
No, not at all. There's no fight from Crew. 3 flawless rounds.
All right, high tide.
And there's the orb denial
Blocking
again.
off belt. They're all
This
just
time
going to like wait
Kesnet here,
behind
though.
it.
And with Melzer
Drone.
deposited in Nest,
Go
maybe
through
there
it with
could be some
drone.
damage done. But no. Full intuition. Aspas just understanding that that is the only gap. Full spam and now a pivot towards B site. I mean, when you see a Viper deposited that deep, there had to have been a supporting cast to get him there, right?
Yeah, assuming that's where the stack is, they wisely rotate away.
Calling the rotate.
Great call from Artsine. He's going to be the one that plants the spike here.
Bro, he has ult.
He's doing it all.
Crazy.
He really is.
He doesn't even need this plan.
Calling these rotations. Being a menace in the server.
Ooh.
It's a nice head-to-head from Kesnet on to Aspas, though. Still so much utility. I mean, if they can bait out this Harbor ultimate from Art, that would be best case scenario for Crew.
Surely you don't invest in here. I mean, you're at such a gun advantage. You know it's waiting on the other side. You're running his double wall comp as well, so you know where the threat is.
What is
Artsine gets 3 more kills.
What is going on?
11-2 so far for him.
Absolutely electric in the server right now. And again, cool for Crew. You have another gun round. You have another chance. But you're aware that there's another Harbor ult in play. Wow. Very early timeout invested here from Crew.
Is it round 4?
Yeah.
Round 5?
Yeah. You have to formulate a plan if you're Adam to deal with this Harbor
Yeah,
ultimate.
man, this is a huge.
What can you really do?
This is
you
like.
have to try to get ahead of all this A default utility.
I don't even know. Like, I would be very upset if I were Coach Adam, to be honest, because they lost the pistol, right?
Retakes haven't been solid.
And it was kind of a coin flippy pistol that could have gone Crew's way. They just didn't clear some angs. Then they get Harbor ulted on bonus, and now they're going to get Harbor ulted on first gun as well. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Because they get that with the Harbor Reckoning.
This is like the actual nightmare scenario against the Harbor comp. That's crazy.
MIBR, you don't really need to change anything up. I mean, you've shown a lot of A looks.
I don't think I've seen
A.
Like, I've seen Harbors this
already,
season
so
pop off. Mazzino, actually.
I don't see that
on
changing
Icebox,
anytime
but
soon.
to take control of the game with your ult like this, I don't think Mizzino did that.
Look on your screen right there. It'll be the first global event for every single player on the team other than Osboss. If MIBR can win this map of Icebox, the map that they're 4-0 on, not letting any team get to double digits.
The Osboss effect on teams is just ridiculous.
Denial again. Crew are positioned so far back. No operator in play. It's
They
gonna
refreshed
be
the
heroics
Cascade
from these
orb.
anchors on site. Here's that harbor wall coming out. The site exec is going to come in full effect.
4 members of crew, 4 members of the defense here are starting to vacate and give some of that space up as the Reckoning causes problems. Creates bedlam on the site. And MIBR waltz their way in. They've taken all the space they want. Keep a close eye on the flood for crew. What's a trigger for them to go? That first cascade, that first layer of utility. Trying to keep them back. Shenum down in hell.
Ooh.
They flood onto a Mizzino. Finally finding a little bit of success as Meltzer gets in on it as well.
2-on-2, 1-on-2 now. Are you
Cortesia
joking me,
side
bro?
by side. Trying to stop this as Meltzer's left in a 1v2, starting to get spammed through the box. Cortesia cleans him up.
Bro.
MIBR continue to pile it on.
They were all so active in these like trade crossfires. There was yeah. They play so well off of each other.
Ridiculous shots. A 2v, what, 2v5, Doug?
But guys, compare this to some of the rounds we saw yesterday or like 2 days ago in the 100 Thieves game where I was molding on. Like there was like dead moments on the retakes where like you would get breaks and 2-on-2s would occur. There was no break. MIBR was just constantly fighting, like ready to trade off of the player that died in front.
Did get a tag, but
like hive mind.
See, MIBR rotating away. A lot of mid pressure from Shenum as well. This is a place where he thrives himself. He always finds this aggressive timing in mid, and he's conditioning it on an anti-eco round. A site is for the taking.
All attention that way. Kesnit's been real quiet. He's got to convert something with these blades, but Aspas has already taken all the space. Then dashing back, waiting for the challenge. Concealed behind the Cloudburst, and now swinging into it, spotting a couple.
25 on
No kills
Aspas.
found. Meanwhile, Kesnit's
Big
having to
first
do a bit of
blood.
the same. Can they
Ew.
alleviate some of this pressure so far? Crew finding
his
success
ass.
with the Sheriffs. A reckoning of their own now. As Cortesia crumbles, Aspas left alone. Got Blade, 25 HP. Kesnit's gonna stick the defuse the whole way. Crew, get on the board.
Crew finally winning a retake on this map of Icebox.
I would have been scared if we
With
lost
all
the
cards
hard roll.
stacked against them as well.
Dude,
I believe it was
I still don't feel great.
Adverso coming up huge with that Sheriff, just jumping
Yeah,
out of
Adverso
heaven,
got
getting
3, I
multiple
think.
kills. Keeping his team into this game. If you're down 6-0, another gun round, MIBR would have been in such a great position to keep snowballing with the ultimates that they have. And because of that, Verso now has a Hunter's Fury that he can use. Kesnit is able to upgrade to an Operator. A chance.
I mean, that's pretty good for you though,
This
right,
map of
Egg?
Icebox.
Adverso was able to contest that orb and see that there was no aggression A
Should be proud of
from
yourself.
MIBR this time.
Look at this fast mid lurk though. Shenum gets punished for it, but are they aware that there's 2 more behind this?
Oh. Adverso looking for a tag, gonna get Arzine as well. And Mizzino swinging out, getting 3.
Actually, fucking Egg right now just furiously typing.
Nice shots, good awareness.
Just type.
1v5 situation.
You just know,
Try to
just
get as many
typing.
kills as you can before it gets taken down. The economy is still looking very healthy for MIBR. They will have a couple of rounds, but
Blue switches. Click, 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 click. Imagine blue switches. Blue switches would go crazy in Egg's house right now.
Nice change of pace. We saw Shenum in the last round when they got thrifty break that mid alarm bot very early on, just himself, and fall all the way back. So
30 seconds left.
it was a unique call from MIBR to try to punish that condition
Egg
that was done in
just
the previous
caught
round. But Crew were a step
a
ahead of that.
straight.
So now momentum kind of swinging back in their favor.
So sorry, Egg.
Verno just gets smothered.
Egg just got scrambled out of nowhere.
For Crew.
What? What? She did.
An opportunity now to even the score a little bit.
No, she's
what a
giving
nice
me
shot
the
from
silent
Zeno.
treatment.
One tap Shenum
No.
in mid tube.
No.
Verso had a really nice Sova ult set up there as well. The thing is you have no answer now for Cortesia's lockdown.
Can you imagine they're going to want to invest it here if they take space on the site.
Kesnet is here with the operator.
Actually, it
He is
hurts
sitting top
more
gen, though.
that she didn't respond, that I'm sitting here scrambling like,
fairly easy.
oh god.
Depends on his second choice of pathing
What
and
have I
where he
done?
decides to go.
No tag on the drone. No. Ooh, there was one.
Fucking brain is eating me
Brilliant
alive
back on that
currently.
space, and there's that lockdown that you were mentioning. Kesnet not finding the target with the op.
Procs the dash too early. I mean, he can try to double dip here if he wants, but
I thought he was going to.
yeah, it kind of feels like you have to when you're running against the Harbor. Good delay.
God,
of
Harbor
the plant
usage
so far. Cove not
from
used.
LATAM/Brazil teams.
No need
So
to.
good.
Maybe that could pay out for MIBR at the end. And this is something that's unconventional for Ospas, pushing all the way deep.
That's a
screens.
new
Usually he
coat
sits
or a new
all the way in the back of the
cascade from
site,
these
takes that
teams.
further sight line.
That one that
Understanding
locked
there's
in
an
right
operator
there.
in play, though, wants to
Good
get
job.
ahead of it.
He loves this line. And he gets Kesnet. He gets Mazzino.
Oh,
Falls at the hands of Adverso, but Verno popping the ult at the same time.
2v2.
Off the tap. A 2v2. Spam not connecting. But the shock will.
Not
What
half.
can Melser do here? Time is short. 30 HP.
Save the op.
Yeah, he's gonna. Where is it? Yeah, he
Save
will
the
find the
op.
op. He's gonna get out of there.
And again, Ospas.
Icebox is
usually
usually a good map
loves
for
to
crew, but
play
it's
the
also
actual
like MIBR's
backside of A.
GOAT map. Like
This time,
Ospas
getting up close and personal,
does
understanding
not
that it's
lose
so
here.
hard for an operator to clear out that close left angle. where he
What
takes
keyboard
from
am I
screens.
using? This
What
one that
great
this company
awareness
sent
in
to
the
me a while
moment.
back. Same
Kesnet
one.
has no chance there.
What is it called?
Adverso is having such a good map so far. He's trying to keep his team into the game with his calling, with his individual prowess. But it wasn't enough in that round.
It's one of these. This Arbiter's studio. I think it's.
As we go
I don't
into the
know.
ninth
It's this.
round.
Whatever this is right here.
It's going to be a B default for MIBR. But they're going to be met with Mazzino here.
But I
and
have a
Kesnet
bunch
backing
of
with that
new Razor
operator.
gear next to me that I've been meaning
Here's the
to
shot again. The question is now
unbox
for
on
MIBR,
stream.
do
We
you
just haven't
double
had
down?
time.
Nice opener found from Kesnet.
Actually, I've been waiting to do
Big
that.
first blood on Averno, who's been so impactful for this MIBR squad. No initiator utility to be used now. You can play in these spots, close gen on A if you wish, but another reckoning.
I think Shenum got through. He did get
Oh
through.
no.
These are those aggressive lurk timings I was talking about.
And this round is such a mess
He
right
can't
now.
keep
You've got
getting away
Ospas
with
up B.
this. He
Arsenal all
cannot
the way
keep
back
getting
side.
away with this.
He can't be stopped. So many lurks finding value. It's
Dude.
all Artson. It's all Shenum.
How
It's
is an
death by a
IGL
1,000
Harbor
cuts,
doing this?
MIBR. Pick them apart.
You do not expect these A-site attackers to push all the way through screens and be this aggressive. You expect MIBR to get the spike planted, play all the way back like they have been so far.
He said it was this guy.
Now, another change of a default. MIBR are going
Winner of
towards
this
A.
qualifies to Toronto, by the way,
Art
chat.
has been calling circles around this crew defense.
It helps when he's 15 and 6 too.
Just complete flow state, man. Mechanically and calling wise.
15 and 6 after 9
Change in
rounds.
pace here from MIBR as well. Just
Man.
holding after showing some initial utility at A. Waiting
Like,
for
the first map
an
was
aggressive
all
push.
Ospas, Verno, Cortezia, and now they have a
in the minds of the
IGL
defense.
Harbor,
Shenum has yet to
15 and
break any
6 after 9
mid-utility,
rounds.
So opting to go for a really late mid lurk
This team just has too many
But
impact
Crew are
players.
kind of wise to it. Look, you see 2 players positioned here already waiting for it. He's willing to take these fights.
Wow.
Mazzino gets absolutely destroyed.
He's gonna get the shot onto Shenham as well, or onto Mazzino as well. A perfect start.
Harbor
And now
down
they can try to
early.
accelerate towards B. You have all this utility you're gonna have to navigate around.
Shy does have his
Invested from
lockdown.
Crew to stop the A advancement, but
I don't know. They've been hating on me for no reason today, Naya. I don't know what the deal is.
Shy's in the spot to make a play.
Just trying
Gets
to
past
sign
the
on his
wall.
stream for everyone, you know?
Clears the turn, and that's enough to reveal what's going on. Meanwhile, Adverso, the other side of that crunch, getting a couple of kills. Aspas and Verno, we talked about their heroics on Lotus with 13 seconds left and Spike not even in hand. They're going to have to frag out, and
10 seconds left.
I don't know if that's on the cards.
good work from Crew. Good trade that Shy got onto Shenham in mid too. I like the reactionary pit as well from Melzer to kind of put doubt in the minds of the players of MIBR that were outside of A, just waiting. And it's a common thing for teams to kind of flip the map on the Viper's pit, try to get behind them, approach from multiple angles, but Adversal just held this down. And yeah, you're right, Shy heard it every step of the way. He was able to
prepping for the Icebox, Osboss, but this shows up with Artzine. Oh, bro.
Both IGL sitting at the top for their teams.
That's... I don't even know what I would
He's sung his
do
praises so many times, but
if
yeah,
the Harbor had
15
ults
and
like
7.
that early on in the game.
Calling a beautiful
I
game,
would feel very
fragging out,
defeated as the coach.
And now pushing his team towards A. Verso feeling some of that drone pressure. And he's been under heavy
Trying to
fire
take
since the
A
beginning
and
of the
Viper
round,
Pit
really.
post. They have the nanos down
now arriving.
to stop the Cove
And the
Plant
defense
top
is
site
bolstered.
and the Cove Plant
He
default.
saw Verno with that drone as well, so it does make it obvious that this
Shocked to
is
break
an
any of
A
these
hit.
nanos. Got one.
Or at least that the main pack is here.
Oh my god, bro.
Melser down low, Adverso close by.
Okay.
So such good delay from Crew right now. That Harbor
Sight
Wall's gonna be able to
nano
come back up
is
as well.
still up.
It's all a game of timing. Does Artsy clear here? No, Melser snaps his head back. Mazzino does as well.
Bro, the trades.
Leave it to Osboss to isolate 1v1 after 1v1.
What are you
Three
doing?
for him.
Bro.
Make that 4. MIBR get to 8.
What are you supposed to do if you're Crew in that moment? You literally
just
held
lose.
it down. You got the first kill.
You just lose if you're a crew.
Mazzino's there for the trades, but then Osboss just does this. He isolates you, and then he gets aggressive with it. He wants to take these rookies to Toronto.
Damn. Damn.
Last round and a half. You're absolutely right. Ult online for Shy.
I think they feel like they're making
MIBR
it.
just gonna run it down towards A again.
They're still fucking sweat. They're trying super hard.
They try to get a tag and
But
then
it's
maybe get a
they
snare,
know it's
but
close now. 8-3.
Full commit again.
4 here for Crew.
Osboss with the knives.
So far, the
Bro.
answer to that is no. Shy popping his ult. Is there
Fuck
a counter
around,
to this?
find
Do
out.
they decide to scale up? Do they give the space away?
Trying to play up against Osboss's knives.
They're gonna rotate back, and Melser's here. He's waiting. Gets his
Osboss
one.
up top.
I mean, the swing was
Dude,
inevitable.
he instantly killed Melser.
Now you've got
I don't
the
even
awkward
know how
line
Osboss
in the
headshot him
sand
when
as
I
you
could
gotta
only
commit
see
to this
Osboss's
mid-fight,
knee.
And it does not go your way.
I literally saw Osboss's knee on Melser's screen. I was
Harbor
looking
also
at
being
him.
used. The
And he got
East have to
headshot.
Pull out one of the most ridiculous clutches we've seen in VCT history.
Like, what?
A 1v4 dancing around the reckoning. First you deal with Osboss, and you do not get
No,
past the first
you don't
level.
deal with him. You get dealt,
Oh my
bro.
goodness. MIBR's attack side was so dominant.
Jesus
For having
Christ.
never started on attack. 4-0, but they always start on defense. You wouldn't think it was any different.
And remember, MIBR have yet to give a team double digits on Icebox. No one's been able to get to 10 rounds.
Man.
The maximum amount of rounds that a team has been able to get was 8 at the beginning of the year.
16-8 for our team, 13-7 for Osboss, a 9-3 half for MIBR. We'll be right back.
Man. As I was saying earlier, chat, other regions. Man. It's over. He's the GOAT. Other regions stay mad. We got the GOAT. Bleed tried to take him. Tried to pay him in fake crypto money. Nah, he don't fall for that shit. NT. NT. Wait, what? Ospas is on an 8-game win streak. That's what I'm saying. No, I did. I didn't know it was 8, but what I did say coming into this is Ospas is one of those, maybe the only player as like a KRU diehard fan where I have zero faith. Like, I honestly don't have any faith, bro. It's like they see Ospas in the server and they're like, maybe tomorrow.
Of nightmare.
Maybe tomorrow.
Years of woes.
It's not our day.
For MIBR, struggling
He just fucking owns this team, man.
Single turn. But now this ragtag group of
He's the
rookies,
only player I've
alongside
seen
the
that can
greatest
make
to ever play
like
the game,
Kesnet have no
find themselves
confidence.
Just a couple of rounds away.
Like Kesnet enters the server against Ospas and it's like
for MIBR.
he's a different player all of
Close
a
out
sudden.
Icebox, you're headed to Toronto. Things that were unthinkable, things that were unheard of for this franchise just last year.
And we saw brilliance in their
Like,
previous
Kesnet is
rosters.
so
We saw
fearless,
moments where I was
bro.
like, okay, maybe they're in the right direction, but
Not against this guy. This guy just like, I don't know, he fucking walks on water when he plays Kesnet.
in the middle of kickoff.
Kesnet's fucking crazy
and now
good.
He's sitting at the top.
All
What
right.
can KRU do on the
Kesnet
attack?
with the
Remember,
ghost.
3-0 on pistols for MIBR. It goes without saying, they need this one.
Not a raid boss or anything. Just...
KRU are
Actually-
also a team that
Yeah,
heavily
no,
favored
not
attack
raid
this
boss.
A side of the map with Harbor. But are their post plants as strong as MIBR's were?
Kesnet's already up pretty far. Mazzino committing to getting the spike down. I love a good 5v5 pistol retake.
Mm-hmm.
Go for the retake right now on
Brilliance
Artsy.
is gonna be the key.
Oh, that's the
Just get the
biggest
head-to-head
kill.
against Artsy.
That is actually the
The
biggest
heavy
kill.
hitter is down.
Cove down.
that's
It's not
just
even the
one?
heavy
Yeah.
hitter.
You still have the other one you're going to have
They
to
should
reckon
leave the
with. And right on
sides.
cue.
Dude,
Lights up the kill feed. Melser down.
they're playing with fire by staying all close.
But they're the ones at a numbers disadvantage. They're the ones who have to take some space. Adverso gets caught on the ropes. He will fall. Ospas in a 1v3.
Okay, I got it.
Spike has been ticking for a little while as well. Off the swing on the Shy. He will fall.
Brick
KRU
by brick.
Get the pistol.
They finally win a pistol round, Doug. I'm glad you said it. They were down 3-0 leading into this. But it's still an uphill battle. You still have to come away from this anti-eco unscathed. You need to keep as many guns in your arsenal. You need to win the bonus because it just feels like
Brick
it's
by
the
brick,
MIBR
chat.
train right now.
We'll fucking throw the bricks at MIBR if we have to. Let's go, Adverso. Get us to map 3.
You need that energy if you want to make a comeback of this sort.
Pace towards B for the attack. The drone, the cascade, making sure there's no one waiting with a shorty or anything else like that.
Yeah, throw the
So
bricks
reminiscent
physically. You see
to
those
how
players on
MIBR
B right
approached
now?
their
Watch
attack as
this.
Well, same concept. Anti-eco,
Ugh.
we lean towards B. The difference here
Ugh.
for MIBR is their silent stacks.
See? Fucking threw that brick right at Shinum's face.
Kesnet gets a height advantage. He's able to clean one of them up. Spike goes down as well. Note Mazzino. We talked so much about Artine and the success he found in the first half and how there were reckonings really what felt like every round, every other round.
Every gun round, yeah.
Mazzino's 2 off of his. Early.
Does have that ghost in play as well, so he will go hunting if MIBR decide to try to fall to Spike. Looks like that will be the case. MIBR do not look like they're going for this whatsoever. They don't even care about doing damage. Mazzino needs to start holding the W key right now, try to get that reckoning online. You don't need to save a ghost. I guess he wants the armor.
Shot.
So he will not have that ultimate.
Let me get
big
activated,
bonus.
Shy. Let me get activated.
MIBR avoiding what could have been
I'm
disaster.
trying to take all the kills. May?
We'll be able to buy
Dual May. I may ban her.
Vandal. And he
I
does
may.
so. Power of saving that. He still has that light armor in place. So now, again, like I was saying, Crew like to run it down A quite often. Against their match of 100 Thieves, B was a weak spot. I wonder if MIBR
Easy win.
decide to try to punish that or just stack 4 players here to fight fire with fire.
Seems like that will be the case. This round is really important. Remember how MIBR were able to
What?
the gates with a bonus.
Are you fucking joking me?
Perno just destroying Kesnet.
What?
And it's Aspas
He
who joins
full
alongside
spammed someone going up the
Bash
belt
Brothers again
ramp.
of MIBR.
That's got to be so tilting. In the first
What?
5 seconds of the round, you get spam killed running up a ramp.
Oh, we found it.
Yeah, but he doesn't come, so maybe they should cut him.
Cortezia is not going to let that one slip by. This first gun round for MIBR has looked as clean as it could be so far.
Bro, what is that first blood, man?
The cool thing about the way that Crew
On the fucking
won
bonus?
their
That's
anti-eco
crazy.
and whatnot is the state of their economy. They will still have a buy.
I don't
in
think
the
I've
next
seen
round,
that shit.
even though
Like, I
they're
know it's
probably
possible.
gonna
I've
drop
seen
most
people
of
get
these
spammed
rifles.
through it, but never as like a first blood on a
The name
gun
of the game
round.
for Crew right now
Like,
is just trying to do
what?
as much damage as possible to MIBR's economy. Try to get some of those players on Bulldogs or
30 seconds left.
a Guardian.
Fucking own that
Literally
player.
anything other than
I
what
want
they
to see it
have right
again.
now, yeah.
A lot of light armors across the board, but it looks
Dude.
like that's going to be a tough ass.
These are dirty phantom abusers.
Jeez.
That's Aspas.
I would love to get a replay on how Verno gets that spam kill. Was it because of a dart or was it just
I
a
don't know.
lineup? I mean, what is that?
Jeez.
We'll see if we get a good look at it as MIBR.
I mean, that's a ridiculous opener. You can't play the attack. I mean, no.
It's just not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah, I'm tilted and ranked.
5 rounds between these two. MIBR again creating a little separation. The bonus felt necessary, felt imperative for Crew, and they missed that mark. But as we were mentioning in the previous round, they still have enough to invest into this purchase. And Aspas is
pinged.
tagged. You gotta get out of there. But he doubles down, he stays!
Oh, good
And
adjustment.
Kesnet drops him.
Not gonna lie, I thought Ospas had that.
For the taking, you're going to be able to set up a post plant here, but you need to speed up. You need to get this
It's a
spike
big
planted.
round for Crew.
No pressure on the flank.
They need this. No flankers.
And everybody from the side of Crew,
Cascade for heaven.
other than Mazzino, are playing off-site, using their utility.
I love this defensive cascade right here.
You have to
That
speed up
one.
if you're MIBR.
To flood
Yeah,
out of
Mazzino's not up
screens.
super far either, to be honest. Now he's taking a step
All
back
these
as well.
harbors have been using that all
Fully
year.
committing to the post plant play. Cortezia plucks Kesnet out of the sky. And now the Cove is going to cause some problems. Can RT get to half? Yes, he can. He's sticking. How much further can he go? 75%, 80% of the way there! MIBR steals the defuse.
Damn.
Right when Crew try to play the disciplined
They
game,
saved the toxin wall
it
for
gets
that.
snatched from them.
Like, they did use their util really well for that stick, I'm not gonna lie. It was slightly off default, so he was able to stick behind
That feels
410
so
a little
bad
bit.
for Crew.
Yeah, like he's like,
You feel
only
like
his
you're making
ass
the right
is showing.
decision. You're all playing out, using your man-up advantage.
That's a big one.
And to lose like
Yeah.
that, it's going to cause for desperation. And MIBR are going to have so many rounds to play off of that. The last time out for Crew.
Damn, bro.
Situations such as these beg the question, where is the spark for Crew? What
They're
is the catalyst?
Fucked, bro. They're fucked.
It's got to come from somewhere.
They're fucked.
You're down 6 rounds. MIBR's ran circles around you really the entire series. This has just felt like a shell of the team that we came into this fight expecting. The #1 seed, the #1 team out of Latin America against the #1 team out of Brazil. This has not felt like a fair fight.
Not at all. And I just feel like Ospas just has Crew's number, man. Again,
Bruh.
8 out of the
Wait a
9
second.
time.
This means Kiera, EG would play KRU, which is... Wait a second. Wait a second.
On this A site with it getting so aggressive.
Gonna get challenged right off the bat.
MIBR know what the game plan of KRU is because
there's no way this is getting situated for a run.
No way he gets out, right?
It's criminal. 5 HP. But
there's a world.
Lives to fight another day.
There's actually a world. Wait a second.
Dancing around the utility of KRU.
Meanwhile, they haven't gotten very far. Stalling out at 410. It's an MIBR size speed bump that they keep running into.
MIBR size speed bump.
Tux gets his one. Mazzino's on the trade though, and now the op just off the mark. Shenum doing a little bit of damage, but this is not adding up to you. Verno's really far ahead of this, and he's alone.
Dude, stop,
Spam connecting on
What?
On a shy is ridiculous.
Bro just whipped his mouse and landed on a head. And then whipped what?
He's gonna find his.
Nah, bro.
Kesnet,
Nah, you got
a 1v2
no.
with 11 HP. How does he stand here? That high-low is too much. MIBR 1 round away.
The two rookies cook up a high-low like that. Unfucking real.
Member of MIBR when they are in a man-down situation is the most ridiculous thing. This team is so talented, Doug.
Bro.
Ospas not getting punished here. Yeah, he doesn't connect, but the pressure that he puts on alone allows for these rookies to step up to the plate, even the numbers, and then clutch it always. MIBR are just on a different level.
I don't even know what to say,
on the
dude.
international stage for the first time ever.
Let's go, Valorant!
And the opportunity to qualify for it right now. MIBR, aggressive A, looking to put the finishing touches on this.
Trying to knock this Sova out of drone. You fucking geek.
The drone from Verno. You've spotted at least one.
MIBR have done the same thing every round other than the eco.
Bro, look at
They've
their
stacked
HP.
4 players towards A. They were willing from the start of this defense to fight fire with fire.
And now Cortesia's rotating over. He was playing B's, taking all the space down mid.
Dude. The Killjoy has the cutoff line.
It's a hard read every single round.
Oh my god.
They didn't anti-strat themselves.
Well,
they haven't flirted with B at all.
Chat,
34 HP.
you know what time it is? It's time for Brazilian barbecue. It's fucking. These guys are about to get cooked in this A site.
Limp their way into extending this series.
And even if you win this brawl, there's still a lockdown from Cortesia.
Bruh.
30 seconds left.
All of the walls are up, and you know they're waiting for just the right moment.
Dash proc at the perfect time, but look at the time.
And now they're gonna pop that ult too.
It's done.
Kesnet falls. Gunfire erupts as Shenum gets 2. 3 on the round. Shy left standing, and he will fall for the very first time in franchise history.
100th user, wait.
Earn a spot on the international stage. MIBR, welcome to Toronto.
Dude, that's so impressive. I'm like so impressed. Everything about Ospas just.
At what point do you start thinking that they can make a run?
This guy is just
titles, Doug,
the
as well?
perfect Valorant player. Like I don't even know.
Team has amassed over the stage 1.
How could he do this on 3 different teams?
You really
this
gotta
game
feel
is.
like they're a team that could
This game has like so much variance and so many difficulties in joining a new team and making that team fucking insane. Like, and to know he's done that on Loud and then Lev. The Lev year threw me off because he went and spoke English. I was a big doubter of that after kickoff, dude. It didn't look very good. But somehow he made the Lev team, whose core remained and missed playoffs to NRG, he made that team the team with the best record in the regular season last year. And now he did it again with MIBR. The worst team in our league last year. Like, this guy is crazy, bro.
Those matches, the big arena matches, that's the dream.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's
He
what
just
you
wins.
imagine. That's what you play for. And they put it together, and it's, again, I called them ragtag earlier, playfully, but these guys have a lot of fight behind them.
They're polished as hell. And I keep thinking back to that interview, of course,
Which is exactly
saying,
why he's the
"We
second
haven't
best
even
player
reached our peak yet,"
ever
and I
after
think
Jogama.
he's right,
Exactly.
Doug.
Yes.
I think there's still a ways to go for this team to get even better.
Yes.
And that's the scary thing, right? How good can they get?
They're pretty damn good now. We got to touch
I
on
like
Verno
that
as well.
comment.
And you think about the year he's had.
Oh my God.
How tumultuous that's been. The kid's been through the ringer. And he's found a way
What an
to
amazing
qualify
setup by
for
MIBR with
Toronto.
that info, by the way.
Donning the MIBR flag.
They did everything they needed
The only
to.
North American player in America's history to join a full Brazilian roster. I mean, to be good enough to do that in the first place is a testament to his ability and his skill.
He's made it. He's
Phenomenal
made his way through.
player, man. I mean, he deserved Toronto every step of the way. He has stepped up so massively for this MIBR
Series
squad,
stats
not
here.
only in the clutch, but the duo that he has with Osboss. I mean, having his back every step of the way, we saw that in this match.
I mean, yeah, there were a couple of moments on Lotus we talked
Trying
about
to
it. There were
get
moments
dug
on
in.
Icebox where both of them were able to pull MIBR into situations that they
The
probably
first
shouldn't have had a
one's
fighting chance in
went
to begin with.
Crew's
And
way?
I think for Crew, very quickly,
Wow.
this is not the
I
end
didn't
of the
feel
road
like
for them,
that.
but they are going to have to work through a hellish lower bracket run, and that's going to be a mess. We'll see if they can pull it off. We're going to send it down to Elizabeth on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
Like, the
with Verno.
series felt so dominant for MIBR, and they didn't even win the first
Thank you so much,
Bloods.
gentlemen. And we have our first qualifiers, everyone. It is
Holy fuck, bro. I don't even know what to make of that. It could have been worse.
Good job, guys. Is that what you said?
Good job, good job.
Good job, good
Good
job.
job,
Everyone,
good
let's
job.
go to you first, Osboss. What does it mean to qualify with MIBR for Masters Toronto for you?
It's a very special feeling because I'm qualifying with a Brazilian org again. We're going to be the only Brazilian team in the Masters, so I hope everyone can cheer for us and we can make everyone proud.
Yes, absolutely. Give it up for Osboss, everyone. Absolutely. Now, Fraud, I see you over there a little emotional, a little bit, and I saw Artizine, you hugging Artizine.
Oh, that's great.
What has this journey been like with this org? You know, you have
Godfather
been
moment.
with this org and with this team for so long, trying and trying and trying, and this is the day you did it. I'm gonna get emotional for you. This is the day you qualified for Masters Toronto. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, every team has their ups and downs. They go through stuff, and you know, for us, we're no different. We had our little issues, especially having to make roster changes. It's some things that it's not easy for some teams to do, but we were able to really focus, stay together, and win or lose, we're gonna, you know, do it together. So I feel really happy that our team is won, regardless of result, and it's kind of showing in the server how well we are as a unit.
What's the emotion right now?
It's tough. I am really happy. So I just, yeah, you know, miss being able to celebrate with like my
He's a
family
great
too,
coach.
but also at the same time, I'm really happy to be here with the guys, and they kick some ass today.
You
That's a great
absolutely
answer,
kicked some
by
ass
the way.
today. It was insane. Now, Verno, my guy, you came in here.
Because you
Everyone's
can't
like, Verno on
overglaze,
MIBR?
because the tournament's
And
not
then
over.
Verno on MIBR.
We're mid-year.
Insane. Guys, give it up for Verno, because absolutely insane
That's
performance.
actually-
proving every
man,
single
Danny's done
doubter.
such a good
If there
job.
was any doubt, out of the way. You were insane. What does it feel like to qualify with Osboss, with Fraud, with your MIBR team?
It feels really good. I mean, Aspas is like the best teammate I've ever played with, the best player I've ever played with. So
Thank you so much.
he provides like way more value than like anyone thinks. He's like the best player that's ever played
Talk
the
more
game.
about that.
So.
How does he do that?
Bro, like, I don't know. The things he does, like, first off, like in every way, like mechanically, like outside the game too. He's like such a good teammate, and bro, mechanically, bro, he's.
Oh, we know.
Bro, he's like,
Bro.
he's like by far.
I'll add on to that as far as Aspas goes. Like, he's become like a really big leader for our team, not just in the game, outside the game. He's showing the young guys how to operate, how to go about their day. So I think Aspas is a huge factor, not only what he does in the server, but how he's showing the boys the way.
Damn.
All right, one last question. Is Master Toronto ready for MIBR? Do they know what's coming yet or no? Any else for anyone? Naspas, do you think they're ready?
I think we're ready.
But is everyone else ready?
I think they are.
Everyone give it up for MIBR.
I think they are.
First team qualified Master Toronto. But guys, I know you know what match is next. It is Sentinels versus G2. Stay right there.
That was so cute. I think they are. He's like, I don't know what I'm supposed to say right now. I don't want to talk too much shit. What do I say? That was so funny. Bro, oh my god. I actually said something similar about Oswald. Hold up.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture
Dude.
for 12 hours a day.
Chat, look at this convo we had about Oswald.
Your chair evolved.
Osbos is just pure aura. Imagine if Osbos walked out there and called someone trash in one of those interviews. Like, imagine what that would do to, like, the streams and the co-streams and, like, your perception of that player. And, like, what if Osbos for one interview, just for one, behaved like Boostio or some shit? Like, oh my god, it would be fucking cinema. But he would never do that, because he's such like a wholesome person. Like, I couldn't even imagine it. Oh man, it's impossible to root against them. It would be so fucking funny. Check this. What is this? Does anyone have FNS picks? Oh, equivalent of Venmo. Our team's dad said that?
Do senhor sempre fica pouco mais.
Milhão, alguém tem o Pix do FNS aí?
That is crazy. Art Scene's dad is asking for FNS's a Venmo. That's crazy, bro. That's insane, dude.
Do senhor sempre fica pouco mais.
Milhão, alguém tem o Pix do FNS aí?
Bro knew he was cooking. He knew he was cooking him. Look at the finger and everything. He's just, the delivery is insane. He's looking around. He knows he dropped a banger. Bro knew he dropped a banger. He's literally the GOAT. Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way. Ain't no way, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Definitely a rivalry. Fans love it. The banter back and forth.
If we win this next match, we make Toronto. As a team, we're kind of hitting our stride, and we feel really confident in our form.
On fire so far, it doesn't even matter if it gets pinged out. Dash forward. Does one. Second already pulls the Second uses a sight like a jungle gym. What is going on with Second today?
Jogma is insane. I mean, he's a really strong duelist on an undefeated team. I think both of us have similar playstyles where we kind of get crazy with how we entry. We like to get creative.
I did see what the Heretics players said about him. I think it was literally like an absolutely fraudulent narrative. Like, I don't like it.
that's pretty much all you can do. Just shoot the guy.
Straight through dimensional drift into the round. Zekin's gonna say no. 2 to the back of the site, and he clears it up, making sure it's secure.
One enemy remaining.
Always a fun time playing Sentinels and making their fans sad.
Like both of us are gonna make Toronto, so whoever does it first, sure. Good luck.
All right, who's gonna win today, Sentinels or G2?
I feel like Sentinels.
Why could you possibly say that? Why do you think that?
Because currently, John QT and Bang are pretty good.
They are. Well, let's see it.
Currently.
All right, who's gonna win today, Sentinels or G2?
Sentinels!
All right, who's gonna win today?
Sentinels.
Of course.
Sentinels.
Whole
Easy
crowd.
peasy lemon squeezy. All right, very simple. Who's gonna win today, Sentinels or G2?
Of course, Sentinel for sure.
Yeah, dude.
Sentinels for sure. G2.
Why G2, the lone wolf here?
Because they're better.
Actual intelligent human.
Fundamentally better. All right, who's gonna win today, Sentinels
Actual
or G2?
intelligent human.
Let's go, Sentinels!
A lot of love for Sentinels out there, of course. Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 of VCT America's Stage 1 playoffs. Golden Boy here, alongside Ender, Brent, and Mimi for our second match of the day.
Are you forgetting
It's
something?
G2 East Dome.
A loud
From
whisper.
the first match, we had a bet, buddy.
Did we have a bet?
We had a little bet.
We kind of glided over.
We
but
glided
yeah.
over, but we talked about it ahead of time that whoever predicted this game wrong would have to take a little sip with some little syrup. And GB, I believe
because
who did you predict?
Canada was that the
it's pretty weak
logic
It's pretty weak.
train?
But
I like it.
Honestly, I
it works
deserve
for
this
me.
for what I did the sideshow all the way back at the World Cup back
How
in the
many
day.
years ago?
Show
7
this.
years ago?
It was like 7 years ago.
7 years ago, we're old.
It was terrible, you know, thinking about the fact that. Hey, by the way, I'm so sorry to the people who had to just look at
it's
my bald head
viscous.
and to zoom in like that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's thick.
That seems quite.
Damn.
No, that seems quite fluid.
What?
You want to pass it to him? Okay.
And it's got to be a one shot.
That was like half of the maple leaf, by the way.
The moose eye is
3,
staring.
2, 1, go!
Just do it. Just do it, dog. No.
Not happening.
Okay. Well.
And he's gone.
That's I would love to see what
That's tough.
Let's start the pre-match. Let's take a look at our bracket here.
I'm on.
You okay?
Oh, sweet. You didn't even get
You didn't do it.
Sideshow chugged a whole one of these, and I made him do it.
Yeah.
He's built different,
So
man.
much shit in Discord. I don't even know what I'm looking
You doing it
for.
again?
Sideshow,
Get the camera
because I
back
got
on
you.
him.
I have
Get the
to
camera
anyway.
back on
That's the
ZZ.
bracket. These are the matches. Cruz facing EG. You know.
Here we go.
Just go. Do stuff, please. Oh God.
That's most of it.
Is
He's
syrup
putting
really
up
that
camera
bad?
again. All right, G2 going to this one. Number 1 seed. They're yet to lose a match here in VCT Americas. And
I had to
wanted
fucking
go back to the
drink
global
mayo.
stage.
That's
Welcome back,
syrup, bro.
GP.
I'll drink that for free.
Last time these teams played, it was a banger in the finals of kickoff. 5-map affair, but G2 took it home and beat them again in stage 1.
And I gotta say, I think every single time these two teams face off as well, you start to see the elevation in form. For Sentinels as well, I think in that kickoff run and that best of 5 towards the end, that was the peak form that we saw for them genuinely. And they weren't even able to reach that again in Bangkok. I'm seeing similar themes for the Sentinels team.
Let's see, what is this thing that I was into?
Hey, Squirt. I see you're whiffing there. Just make sure you keep the vibes up.
Hey, brother. I saw you missing all those shots. Kind of looking like Boostio. Pick it up a little bit.
Look, Tiger, pros don't fake. Why'd you fake?
Listen, champ. As an Asian parent, I know that you got the 3K clutch, but why didn't you ace?
That's crazy.
Sorry, champ. You're not me.
Okay.
This is the Cloud9 that was like all the way back.
Okay.
2021 era.
Well,
teammates
feels
back
bad.
then
I don't
and
know
playing
what.
against each other today.
Why?
Are you back? Are you
I'm good. I'm good. It's Oh boy, that was
Man,
something. Let me tell you, my doctor
why were
just
we
said
humbled
high
like
blood
that?
pressure. Who knows what's gonna happen now? It looks like diabetes is on the menu, baby.
Diabetes? Diabetes is crazy.
I believe we've had an opportunity to catch up with Leaf for a quick chat. What do you got for us, Liz?
Now, Leaf, many people consider G2 to be the best team in the Americas, the team to beat.
Curse the girl.
Is there any pressure that comes with being the best?
Wait,
being the
what's
team
all
to beat?
this?
Everyone's something to prove, right?
Oh.
I think there's definitely pressure from ourselves. Also, like we don't want to lose to a team and have them have the title like beating us basically in Americas. But I mean, we just want to be the best, so there's always pressure no matter what. And
GB is like
I think that
the
we
GOAT,
play
by the
well,
way.
have those pressure and like also the LAN qualifying games. Like last year, we were very good at them. So, yeah, I think it's just expected.
Okay. Super confident, by the way.
Well, I've been informed that GB is getting his stomach pumped, so I'm here to course correct for this one. I want to talk about G2's Pearl. Pearl is a map that SEN like to pick into. I think we're going to see it today, and specifically G2's attack. The first thing I want to do is just highlight sort of the usual pattern they use when they take this A main space. It's all about forcing the opposition out here. And we've got a great little camera angle we can pop into. First piece of utility, I want you to see the Tejo missiles, right? Super annoying, basically clearing this out so no one can get into the box. On top of that, you're also going to have an Astra Star that'll turn into a stun, an Astra Pole potentially back there. You even got Jogamo chucking a flash all the way over the top here to bank off this wall so the players on a deeper angle would still get hit. And all of this is to, you know, sort of nullify the enemy.
What do you mean, what is this character?
You've also got this Yoru teleport tracking in. What you can tell is it's a mess. There's tons of utility that's here to clear out absolutely everything. And we'll sort of watch how this plays out because, yeah, we've got the teleport down into the corner from Jogamo. G2 come into the space, even throwing a C's in there. And then after this point, they do a really nice job of trading out every single kill. But this is where G2's sort of secret, you know, card up their sleeve comes into play. And that is going to be, on the other side of the map, Leaf. Leaf is one of the most effective lurkers on this map in VCT, period.
Unlucky. What's going on?
Super strong. And what he has just been told by his team is that, A, 3 players just died on the bodies, and the enemy Cypher was just seen. And he knows, based on the last few rounds of information seeking into mid, that the street control is just a Cypher camera. What this means is, well, with the Cypher fighting, he can't be clicking into that consistently. So as soon as Cypher is seen in this fight in main, he instantly is going to start moving across.
Oh no, Taze here. Pack it up, everyone.
And he actually goes a little bit deeper. From this position here,
Pack
he
it
can
up.
actually start hearing the rotates coming through spawn onto the other side. So he's now pinpointed both players remaining from the side of Cloud9, and well, what's he going to do with that information? He is going to call the rotates in from his team.
I regret yelling at Rick's why smoke. No.
During the cast, you can see a little bit of that too. It's all
Don't even
fun.
think about it.
It's very easy for the team to start pivoting back over to this side of the map because he got so deep into the enemy territory. From there, they set up a beautiful post plant. C9 end up saving, and the round is just completely pointless for them to try and play out because of that early information and Leaf on the lurk, and that's going to be pivotal in today's series. So come on with me. I think GB
Stats
is back.
evil.
I'm back. I'm good.
No damage.
Is okay.
Riot has some of the best stomach pumpers in the business. Okay, they brought him in. They flew him in from Tunisia and just went in. You know, yeah.
Is Tunisia famous for? I don't.
I would assume. I don't know. Maybe. You know, I'm a world traveler. In any case, so guys, look, we're gonna keep it real with y'all right now, okay? Because the reality is, if G2 had won Masters Bangkok, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we all were in agreement. Trent was the MVP of that event for G2, right?
He was just outstanding for them that entire tournament, and he's kept it up into stage 1. And I think it's going to be important here today because when I look at these two teams, they are the two most Teo-pilled teams left in the tournament. They are both picking into a ton of Breach Teo comps, playing a ton of Bison Yoru. They have really similar ideas.
I'm gonna one-leap the shit out of this fucking fraud Aqua Shin. I'm gonna one-leap you to death.
Using missiles has been stellar throughout, and he's looked just as individually sound as when he was a full-time Sova Breach player.
Yeah, I had agree, and I think as well for a player like
Where's my
Trent as well,
weapon?
G2 set up the way that they play.
Where's my fucking weapon?
Really set up to be the star player. It's Trent playing off the space that Jogamo creates to be the star player, and he is really enabling
what?
You can tell
Why does everyone have weapons?
The highlight of the team almost every single time that they play.
Yeah, well, look, I'm getting word that we're getting ready to go, so I want to keep moving.
No
on
hands.
Talk about Sentinels real fast because
I got no hands.
Take out Cloud9 on
Bet.
Thursday.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Look, I think it's safe to say that for this Sentinels team,
The kid is
there were
back.
some doubts. I wasn't quite sure
He's back.
myself. But oh man, this
BO3.
this was put
I ain't hear no bell.
everything you could want out of Sentinels.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the doubts for Sentinels would have come off of that international.
Where are we going now?
Which is a very stark contrast to what G2 was able to do. But I think the last few weeks, especially, this team has been looking excellent. Bang has really been stepping into his own with the team.
And this is the Cloud9 that's been looking fantastic as well.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, I loved their Ascent defense in particular. They had such a good game plan going into that game. And as we look at our Preds here,
I did not see that coming.
There is only one person favoring SEN here, and I think this game is closer than people think. Yes, G2 is undefeated, but
Can you
SEN
do
has stepped up,
numbers?
even from the way they
Can you
were
do
playing
numbers?
back in kickoff, they have really fleshed out their map pool. Players have started to come into their own. John QT, Bang, Zekin, all having great games. This is a SEN who can make this close.
Absolutely, and as well for that G2 as well, it's very hard to remain the top dogs for a long period of time. You have a massive target on their backs. They've been talking about it in the interviews as well themselves. Like, there's only so much you can be.
I can't do a 3?
That's a force of nature before everybody is staring at you as the team.
Oh, dude, K3 would have been crazy.
Better and better and better every single time that they play. Listen, the Preds, the analysts, we've been wrong a lot of the time, actually, in fact. So listen, I don't think it's going to be telling the tale of this match too much. I'm hoping for a close game. SEN have definitely got it in them, I think, to make it much closer than we are apparently making out.
Yeah, they definitely do. For
I've got some bad news to share with my fellow 100 Thieves fan, Kiera.
Oh, this is it, folks, right? This is one more spot for Toronto for grabs, right? A lot of pressure on the line here. Can G2 and Sentinels find their way back to an international event? It's going to be an intense matchup, and we know that the Riot Games Arena is filled out to the brim. So let's go ahead and get the show started and bring out your two teams.
Riot Games Arena, let's find out who's going to Toronto. Let's bring out first.
Right after I fucking whoop that ass. Hold up. Hold up. Let me cook. 11. Bro, I get scammed in this game. No, I get scammed in this game, actually. I'm never playing this game again. This game's fucking trash. Paul Blart.
And it feels like G2 might be walking into some hostile territory.
Go color.
Absolutely. I mean,
Okay.
you heard the interviews before with Liz. There was one fan she found that.
Oh, I thought you were telling me to go color. Like,
Energy arena.
okay.
You know the
You're telling me to switch the game. Okay, fair enough.
And that's exactly what you want for a global qualifier match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Sentinels team again.
Damn, I should have picked this guy. Alexi.
Much better as well, and all it's going to take is one more little incremental improvement, I think, to just tip them over the scales.
I've got terrible news, chat.
And now it's time to bring out their
Hey guys, this is Pedro back.
Make some noise for G2!
We will jump through the smoke to be the bait so our team can pick up the kill. I mean, I think our team is so good. Now, well, doing practice, I think we will, and I think we could do it again with Xander easily.
Compared to last check, the one more.
What was like the? Sorry, I spaced out.
Look at the. How do you look at the challenge ahead? You know, just having to go through the rest of the lower bracket.
Yeah. Okay, so I do think we play against SEN or G2. We will find out literally. Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. I think, right? They play tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow, and I think if whoever wins or loses that match, I don't think it really matters for us. But if we win that match, by the way, we are not losing the next match. I don't care if it's against MIBR, KRU.
I told you guys. I literally called. I can't believe he's done that. I literally can't even believe it. Because what he's done here is basically make it so that way they're probably going to beat the loser of this game. Look at Bejdro's. Look at Bejdro's face. He's like, "Are you sure you want to be saying this right now, bro? Are you sure about that?"
EG Cloud9.
Bro is so. Look at that fucking shit-eating grin. I've never seen Pedro smile like that in my life.
We will not lose. We will win the tournament if we win our match against SEN or G2. I promise that.
You guys can't see him. Oh, you don't want to see him, actually. Bro, look at this. Chat. Look at him. Wait.
Match, by the way, we are not losing the next match. I don't care if it's against MIBR, KRU.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
EG Cloud9.
Yeah. Yep. You're not gonna lose it. Yep, bud.
We will not lose. We will win the tournament if we win our match against Sen or G2. I promise that.
Oh,
we will get unreal confidence if we beat them.
Very serious again. Yes, yes.
And I'm not gonna lie, like
we're being serious.
Sen, we always have like the most passion against Sen because Bang left us to join them.
He's fighting,
and so we always want to.
He's fighting. Yo, he's.
Same comp for Sen that has been amazing for them all season with this double
Why does
initiator.
Busto do this shit to us?
For Zekken. I think they have great ideas
Why
on their
does he
attack
do
side
this to
of
us?
how to take early space, reset this round, and let players like Zelsis get big value on the lurks. And G2, this is the comp they played in that last game against T1. It's going to be a mirror match.
Yeah, again, for G2, they love the Yoru pick.
Like
they
beat Bang, of course. And then G2, we were their dads all year last year. And then at the very end, they finally got the win over us. So I know, like, and then at the very end, they finally got the win over us. G2, we were their dads all year last year. And then at the very end, they finally got the win over us. So I know, like, that they are the most dominant team in NA. They probably are the best showing right now. But I think if we play them in the playoffs in this lower bracket, they will fold and we will beat them. And it will be all the same as last year, where we were just literally their dads. So I'm excited for this playoff bracket. It sucks that we got sent to lowers because we only have one more chance now. But like, I'm low-key really excited for who we play next because I think like that's just gonna be such a fun series. Like, I either play my ex-teammate or I get to either play my ex-teammate either way. And we have a lot of like history with both teams. Low-key, like 100T Sen. It's not really me, but 100T has the Oregon Sen, and then me versus G2 all of last year, like our team versus G2 last year. So it's gonna be so exciting. Either team we play.
3 guarantees that I have seen so far: Dev, Taxes, and Boostio hot takes. And the third one's probably the most spiciest of all. So Boostio really appreciate that. I gotta wrap up because
bro, Pedro, look at his title to this shit. I'm pretty sure this is the only video this guy titled anything like that.
Yeah.
No, actually, he didn't dare. This guy's like professional as fuck.
It is
like,
interesting to
man.
see. You don't need as much as the stars for post plant now that you have Trent continuously playing that tail. And as we get into our first round, it's just going to be a spread out.
So basically, I think we're going to beat whoever loses this game, but then lose the next game and not qualify to Toronto. That's how I think it's going to go.
What Sentinels would try to do at the beginning of these rounds.
It was just how I called yesterday before the game. We're literally going to make it one game shy. We'll beat Sen. We'll beat G2.
But you could definitely see here, they're trying to finish for a split towards this A site.
Interesting to see.
We'll probably lose to EG after.
Celsius alone in mid. We heard
EG is going to beat KRU. We'll lose to EG.
Sometimes an avenue
EG 100 Thieves.
To beat mid and take the map away. So they started giving him help from John Cutie and others from a distance. Here they go back to it, and it seems like G2 will take that mid space.
Missed aftershock from Jonah P.
Ever so
wait a second.
And he does pop off with 2 fast ghost shots. Now they're trying to sort out where the rest of the members of G2 could be. They've creeped in so quietly, and now they have the sight to themselves.
Tried to fake plan at the beginning to see if a swing from Sentinel is going to come out.
Wide jump.
Oh, Zelsis. Oh, he gets him. Util out. The timing is there. Narrate through the paranoia. Gets the right click that counts, and now it's up to Trent. The post plant, the reason they have the Teo.
Now trying to go on to this tap. Trent trying to move forward. Bang onto that tap. The swing for the first tap. And now the swing. He's sticking it out so far into the swing and gets the full defuse.
Jeez.
Consolation prize for that kill from Trent, but unfortunately here for Sentinels, that smoke was a nuisance. But we talk about nuisance here, Riv, on the first pistol round. Zekken in that position just behind the Viper screen, right over here.
Yeah.
There's so many times going into the VCTs when this is not being checked, and it's a deadly spot. And Zekken, who's been amazing throughout the playoffs to kick things off against Cloud9.
Yeah, I stream on YouTube, yeah.
Nice little 2-day against G2.
And it's not the
I should stream on Twitter too, but I just haven't really gone through it to like figure it all out.
Pull back, and he's not trying to play off a gate crash.
I should just fucking do it.
And they're playing behind
like
the walls. Very nicely done. Again, we see that opening mid up.
It's hard to juggle like all the chats.
Sentinels too much, and
truthfully.
Exactly. They almost were able to walk G2.
Oh my god, a tech pause.
And into a site before they attacked again. We do have a quick tech pause to start out here for a second match, and we'll get that sorted as soon as possible.
Yeah. So far, again, G2 has had great opportunities here to work towards the A side. Remember that smoke in the flash that we talked about from Valen switching over to this Omen. They actually use that to actually get a lot of space towards the A heaven when they were pitching across. So again, think about how Valen potentially could be sticking around with this group here for G2 to work as a pack to fight toe-to-toe against Sentinel, who loves to get muddy in these fights too. You saw how close it was one on top of the spike. Pulse range classics. It's been going well so far.
All right, ahead of G2's playoff debut, we did speak with Jonah P about the team's goals. Let's check it out.
Dude, why? It's broadcast out of Dublin, but why the fuck did it not say Berlin?
Toronto, that's the first step, and then
my bit.
You know, closing out the stage. We're not here to just qualify for the event. We want to win the whole thing, and we got to defend our kickoff title, and that's what we want to do. We want to, you know, we want to win everything and be that team that's very consistent, and you know, it proves to the fans that we're the team to cheer for.
Yeah, so expectations pretty high here for G2. But going into this game again, just to think about here, what's at stake? Sentinels has a great start.
I should have typed in the full government statement. What did I have instead?
Non-duelist comp. But Split in itself for G2, they've never played it.
Where is it at?
In Split 1 in
I don't even know.
2025. They played it once only during the kickoff, but it wasn't because G2's trying to avoid playing this map. They actually float it a lot throughout the season, and it's just other teams that's batting it against them. So going into this matchup now, it's been a while since kickoff that these two teams played against each other on this map. Now it's
Shocker,
G2 that
right,
has the
Noya?
kind of, at least in terms of what's new, what can we bring out here against Sentinel, who loves to play this map on Split.
We'll have to find out after we get out of this tech pause. And I think the one thing we see here is one thing we definitely want to talk about.
The
is
G2 Classic.
The way that these teams will use stingers on a low buy. Two of the best in VCT Americas here. We remember Trent's play from just the other day on Pearl, as well as what they're going to be able to do here. So it's going to be a treat to see what the Stingers will do, and I think this is going to make the game very fast on the low buy rounds. I don't think they're going to give each other too much space.
Bro, they baited us so hard. They took us in the game and then took us back out. That's crazy.
Apologies for the delay.
That's a wild bait.
Back as quick as possible into the game. But
stay in your seats. Stay in your seats. This is tech. This is actually tech in the tech. That's crazy.
Series
keep us in our seats.
Rounds they should not get,
Whoa.
so they may have to see the G2 Stingers or vice versa.
Damn, Americas goes crazy.
Even more than usual.
And a lot of that was on the back of Zekin and Zelsis when they were getting these clutch moments against C9 the other day. And for the side of Zelsis, he's been the vibe merchant. You saw him walk off the stage or walking on the stage with Kaplan, just laughing along. A little bit late behind. He was supposed to be the coach in the back, but it's still Zelsis that moved forward. But at the same time, that vibe, the vibe merchant was definitely present throughout these moments.
Save this. Riot production in the back, pre-gaming.
So you kind of need somebody like finding his groove as a
Bro, that huddle's so good. That's so fire. This meme account that I fucking stumbled into is goated.
It was like 3 per half, 3 or 4 per half, and you might even see it here again, already starting out 2-1. As we get this sorted out, let's do some voting with the crowd. Who are you picking? Where's it going?
No.
It's going to be mirrored, so it might be weird at first, but it is.
We have smiles right now, chat.
What do we got?
Is that Bang's dad? That
okay.
is Bang's dad.
Obviously G2. Okay.
You're saying that it's mirrored. People today seem to be knowing the groove to
yeah, 2-1
to point in the right direction in the very beginning.
See?
Okay, maybe
you
not.
Cursed
Maybe
them.
not.
You
Maybe
cursed
not.
them.
Maybe not. I'm cursing this as much as I'm cursing the tech fonts, am I?
Damn, a lot. Wait, what?
Like
so many
now?
G2 fans here. What's going on? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, there's a Zekin.
What if someone holding a Zekin sign pointed at G2?
Look at that. And Zekin's getting the votes here with the signs in hand. Also been a
Some
lot
fucking
more vocal, it seems. This
wait,
year.
no, yeah. Earmuffs.
After the rounds, getting up, not getting up, but being
this is a
way
hypothetical.
more vocal, propping the team up, containing those emotions at a high level, and just keeping the vibe up with the team as much as Elsis, really.
Actually, when you talk about emotions as well, you see G2 when they're walking out here on the stage, they're quite stoic.
I swear
There's a lot of
America's
matches
audience is
going
like
into this one here, knowing that they're
75%
team,
Sen
and also,
fans.
I think there's a lot of those emotions that's just buried
It's
down.
actually
just to not let that
ridiculous.
take the best of their emotions going into the game.
Am I in LA?
They almost had a chance to win
No.
going all the way to the grand finals against T1.
Yeah.
They had the lead over 2 maps, where they unfortunately lost those in overtime against T1. Where they had the lead, they had game point, match point, series point, championship point going into Bangkok and let that slip. So.
And you know what things like that mean? We hear Jogamo talk about the effect it had for them
No,
on Pearl,
no.
and how they had to get
What?
over that speed bump on Pearl where it felt
What's
good
going
again.
on right now?
If
Oh,
they
she's
could
trying
get
to show her
themselves to that
wristband.
map and
She doesn't even
play
know what the
through.
bid is,
Well,
bro.
let's get into this map then.
Let's get right into Split, though, as G2 Esports are getting one of their first plays here out of the stage.
Deadly spot from Bang at the top there of the billboard. And G2 going with the Stinger buy. You just mentioned it before, but G2 quite often successful with the Stinger buy and now attempting to rush towards his B site.
That TP's back to A. Jogamo in back to side, but Bang is
This is a
very
force,
much
by
so
the way,
ready.
chat.
He's gonna get swarmed and he wants to go
Trade.
for more. Thinking he may have the positioning. Very fast move from
4v4.
Sentinels here to reposition and get set up for the
Damn,
protocol and
bro.
retake.
They're staying as a group.
What a ratty ass
Closing
kill
the
in the
gap.
4-on-4.
Could be very deadly against a retake of
breach
Sentinels who only
solo
has a judge
pushing
on
spawn.
Celsius 2 as a weak weapon.
The W key has been a huge advantage for G2 on this one. They just pushed right into the
This is
site,
cooked,
running over
dude. There's no way they're
anything
coming
was
out
in
of that
front
spawn
them.
smoke.
This is
There's
where
no way.
The Stingers may fall flat, though, to the Bulldog on the other side of the swing of Sentinels coming through as a team, and it's going to be a fine.
Sentinels
and it's gonna
fan
be a kill
should
for
literally
Celsius. They're able to
fucking
get that
sub
one
to me
down
right now.
on the default plan.
Oh,
spot.
God.
The defuse coming through as well.
I feel like
gets
if you're a
even
Sen
more
fan,
points
I
on the
deserve
board.
a sub
He is
for
just
that. That's
away from
crazy.
dimensional drift going into
That's
bonus
crazy
As we
work
just
by
mentioned,
me.
Celsius with a judge was able to pick up
Oh
a
my
Stinger and
God.
open up the first kill on the retake from Sentinels who flooded back.
What?
Knowing here that G2 are really good on trades in these Stinger buys, they also wanted to stay as a group.
Was that Valen
Cells takes the upper
on
hand.
Rafter
You
that
just
got
talked
caught
about
when it
Second being
dissipated?
too away from the dimensional drift. You remember his game against
Yeah, that
Cloud9
was a
the
big
other day.
kill.
He was having almost like 4 or 5 blade storms within the half.
Yeah.
He's been on fire so far. Doesn't have to be as
No, he gets
prolific
in
as he
one.
was in the game versus Cloud9.
Sure.
The whole team's looking pretty good here for
Magic,
Sentinels.
thanks for the
Defensive
subs.
round
I'm
G2.
so
We
shameless.
have a
I'm
Stinger buy
sorry.
For Valen, and for the rest, finally we calm things down in terms of the economy so they can have a much healthier buy in round number 4.
Gosh. Judge towards mid. The vanity, artsy, and cosplay now coming into effect. Everybody realizes how strong it is in this position.
Wheeled.
Nice
Is that how you
displacement,
spell
so
wheeled?
G2 can still toy
Surely
with this
it's
area
not.
and try to gain a little bit of ground.
Looks so fun.
Oh. We saw it coming. It
I'm-
was just a matter of
I will
time
not
there.
glaze
Celsius to be able to
Zelsis'
get at least
mid once
one.
again.
The
I
timing's
just
gonna be
won't.
good, but the distance a bit
I've done
too
it
much
too
for the
many
Judge
games
to
in a
follow
row.
up, and that's going to be John Cutie on the other side for the pincer move. Now 4v2. It's going to be tough for G2 to even get into the site. Not going to happen. They rack up a bonus round
Man.
there, and Sentinels continue.
Sen are grinding out these close rounds against G2.
Small scales from G2
Pistol
trying to
was
take control of the
a
top
very,
middle. I
very
think
close clutch.
due to
They
that type of
won
buy that they had on
second
the Stinger,
round.
They didn't have too much utility.
I
to
mean,
allow the flash to move up
heavily
here towards
favored G2 in the 4-on-3.
So
They
Faust
closed
just
it out.
swings in with the Stinger, and that's not something easy to fight against when you have a judge here into Zelsis. And 3 unanswered rounds, but finally things calm
Just
down.
ask?
G2's back
I
into
guess
the
so.
advantage
Cart
in terms
Racer,
of weapons in
say
this round.
gifting. Thank you.
Playing it very slow still. You have this wall set up on the A side for a slow lurk on the side of Leaf. Where G2 gives a lot of responsibility onto Leaf in these moments where he's trying to find a timing on these lurks. As we kick things off with early util to set presence of towards middle here for G2. Everybody's grouping up once again just to power drive towards this A site.
Set presence?
Sentinels,
Santa?
they're ready for it. They got 3 players out here.
So close. This is going to be tough. I don't know if they can both get out of this. No, they cannot.
Damn, how was that not a
Pressing in
kill for
so
Zelsis?
fast, and it was Sentinels in just that awkward window in timing. It's like G2 is going to be trying to do this the entire time. They play a little bit slower. They find where they can get through the armor of their opponent.
Oh, I'm one of the
And it just
greatest
looks so easy
haters
once they get the spike down.
in the scene, Jen.
Still good util for Sentinels though to move back into the
I can
site.
hate on anything and
Bulldog's being
everything.
picked up. They have salvos and paranoid to start flooding towards the elbow.
Pop flash from Dogamo to see if they can retake this space, but nobody's engaged enough for him.
Actually, I
to
think
take
Leaf
it.
could beat me in hating. Leaf is a goated hater.
They back up here.
Maybe try to find exits though. Zelsis only has his Bulldog, so he's going to be the one moving forward. John Cuty's going to fall back and save.
Wait. You're a Sentinel fan?
He's just waiting. He doesn't want to give it away now. And he then sees two on the other side. Jonah will take that. And you can Jogamo just vibing there. Cat jamming on the screen.
Cat
and that is going to be
jamming.
a 4th round here for G2.
Still a great start. Finally, that they have their money right. They have a flawless round for the side of G2. But the good thing about this, though, despite G2 being able to open up this A site, is the correct reads that Sentinels currently have here on the defense. Something that's a masterclass calling that was even mentioned here in the post game against Cloud9. Something that John Cuty's doing very well in terms of understanding the tendencies of their opponents. So when they have better weaponry, or even a judge back in the hands of
Kaplan from Sentinels who just absolutely, Kaplan from Sentinels who just
Yeah.
absolutely, Kaplan from Sentinels who just absolutely, Kaplan from Sentinels who just.
Without getting too much information. And speaking of information, you
so good, bro.
A flash to come across.
Oh my gosh. Just straight to the back line. They're expecting it somewhat, but you know Zekin's going to try to do something crazy here. Leaf goes down, but so does Zekin. I'd say this is obviously leaving Sen in the 2-2 across the map, and if they don't lose anybody else, are looking pretty good here. G2
4v4.
waiting to get in. One off of
Call
quite a
that
few
shit.
ultimates
100
could
Thieves
easily
versus
solidify
NRG.
this round for them.
And that's why they wanted to stay back towards the spawn. What type of moves are they going to do here on the defense? And they react to it. So far, reacting correctly. Moving inside this B side, it's open for now. It's been stalled a bit by some counter salvos out from Sentinel's side. And finally, Jonah P's going in for the plant.
Spike planted.
They get that down. G2 becomes so much stronger in this position. You already see Trent starting to back up. Armageddon could come in just a few of these kills, but he's got
Jollibee.
the salvos first. The retaliation now. They try to stop the entry back into the site. Sentinel's still
Actually,
thinking
it's
of
a
which
rainy
way
day,
to
so
get
John
in, and
would
they
go.
cannot cover each other on these shots. The
Damn,
spams come
bro.
through. And again, G2 get that post plant locked down.
Wow.
That's always been the
Good
game plan for
post.
G2, knowing that, you know, we mentioned Trent.
By the
just
way,
playing
G2
tail
might have been
every
down 3-0, but
single
they look
map.
good.
He
This
knows that
split.
role.
Never plays a Silva, never plays a Fade, just keeps on to this tail because it's so good in terms of what G2, how they want to approach in these maps. It creates so much space for them to allow Joggermoon to move in, and he doesn't need to move in with the rest of the team. From time to time, he'll come in with the special delivery for the assist, but if not, they need him to stay alive for the salvos on the post plan, and it's been working out so far. Not too
3
many
by
teams have
1?
found good answers.
Honestly,
into
it's the
Smossy.
goated order. 3 by
The
1,
post
catch
plan
up
for
spread
G2 so
only.
far.
Fuck, love his order.
Now we get
Oh!
Jogamos. Oh my gosh. Zekin
Hold
with the
that.
Guardian. We saw him doing the same
Bro,
thing
Leaf has been
just
sat 2
yesterday.
rounds in a row.
Jogamo creating disruption. Looks like G2 slipped past again. They've definitely picked up the pace in the way that they're taking the sites overall. Just the game pace for them has been picked up here, and Sentinels cannot seem to get in front of it just yet.
But with losing Leaf, they're forced to play inside the site.
TC pickups.
TP's it? No,
Oh
does
my
not time it
God.
correctly.
Both
That's
the
2
blue
for
TP
Trent on the
agents tried to get
Armageddon.
past it, and
He
they
is just
couldn't.
racking up the points right now.
They got
You'll already
wrecked.
see John Cuty heading to the side here, and G2 may have lost the first 3, but we saw that stinger be quite effective. It went down low, cost Sen the economy, so we're starting to see that go
I
to the
think
wayside here. G2
Zekin's
will
your
start
TP
to come
broken
back,
the ult.
evening on this round.
Yeah.
And they
We'll
should
have
be
to
able
see
to
it
pressure
again.
very hard on next round too. Just
So
go
well
for
in
the
the
throat.
economy for sure, and you see now Zelsis once again looking to position themselves for exits.
Last player standing.
It's only going to do a little bit of damage, but you can definitely see what's left for G2. Definitely looking good into the next buy for round number 7 over here. And it's good that Trent did get that plan here to allow the Armageddon and G2 to just pressure back into the screens. The Salvos creates the space first. They think that they're going to fake it out. The clone that was actually thrown in. Jogamo gave the tell that you were playing so far back for Sentinels after those salvos. And after that shot, that was the cue to pull out the Armageddon. Oh. He's able to cap 2 with Playing those. for stats, brother? Assuming that's a message to Zelsis.
Buddy.
Saving a gun, playing for stats.
Holy shit.
Copy these hands, boy. Copy these hands, boy.
Here from Sentinels on this.
That is such a good line,
Figure out
dude.
how to kind of sort out what
Copy
G2
these
have been
hands,
doing.
boy.
It's not been a consistent site. G2 have shown
God,
mid,
Leaf is
B,
so
and
goated.
A now. and it's
This
very
clip,
explosive
I
once they
love
get
this
there.
clip.
They're doing our setup.
Wait, one
Your
close
face
B,
is
close
just
B.
a little
They're
bit
gonna
of
open door.
extremity.
Wait, I can stun in
fight
3.
it.
I can stun in 3. Just
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna missile as well.
Wait.
Wait.
Let me get closer.
Coming in.
Stun.
Watching each other's backs now.
Well, this is gonna hurt like a
Feel
mother.
from outside looking in.
He's in it. One more right. In it. Yeah, copy that, buddy. Holy shit. Copy these hands, boy.
Them in bank, they weren't really trading off each other, or even at the beginning of the and then once we started into split
They're
one,
too
you saw that
good,
they
bro.
were
They're
like 4 in
too
one
shredded.
round, only losing to crew.
He's
But the
literally
upward
talking
trajectory
shit
that
to
Mimi
their
was talking
fucking
about here at the
coach.
desk was just being able to play off each other and just stay as a group. So far, and that's how G2 is going to play.
That's
when
so
they're entering
crazy,
sites.
bro.
So you do need
It's
that
such
buddy
a
system
good
come across. You're
clip.
definitely seeing it so far now.
It shows
because
like
they do have a lower bar.
how
They could
fucking
maybe
intelligent they are
activate the
in the
Rolling Thunder
game.
off
Like they
reaction of
recognize
what
their
could happen
setup
here
and they
as the
counter their setup on the fly while memeing about it.
Mid with a bit more
Like
pressure now.
it's a fucking joke to them.
Trying to activate Zek on this, they leave Zelsis to go into the site. And G2 are once again going to play all around the map, making sure the extremities actually don't have too much vision on them.
The more you wait here, Sentinels could potentially start funneling players into those strong ults. This is why here Zelsis and Narrate also
They
playing
wait
at
out that
different
initial
extremities.
Yoru TP.
This could be a late pit to pivot players towards the middle. And then it's
Activate
onto
the orb,
Blood
activate
here for
wall,
Rolling Thunder.
deny
That could be a
info.
game plan. But now that you've already used
Second
the drone at the
sense
very
his
beginning for
second TP
Sentinels,
back
they're not
A.
able to get too much information in the very beginning. So they have to be a little bit more reactive to G2.
They smoke heaven, get some B main pressure.
Spread out here. Unless we're going to get some activation out of Leaf, some noise.
The Viper's still trying to listen for any kind of rotates.
They're going to do 4 take towards B. They feel like they've sorted out the defensive Sentinels enough by waiting down a minute and about 20 seconds here. What will they have to go for? They pressure cook the clock down to 30 now, and Jonah's going to get that plant in sight and feeling good about it here.
Oh, no. The salvos drop Zelsis, and that's the pit down. The idea was him to just stay alive so the rest could rotate over and use the Rolling Thunder, but now...
They're just ready.
Bro, how are they so good? Look at these layers, bro. They look like an onion.
Even wanted to do it, and Zekin got shot in the face through the
God
wall
damn.
before going down. So he's limping around for the rest of the round here.
They fucking aftershock spawn, they missile spawn.
Unluckiness there out
They
for
fucking
Zelsis, but towards the end, what
cleared
happened for G2 in the
every
post
line
was
with a
beautiful.
different piece of util.
Always leveraging Jonah P to able to assist Jongimo to get openings. Beautiful fault line towards the back.
Yeah, the
That doesn't
fault
allow
line,
your
then
Sentinels to really
paranoia. It was a
capitalize
sequence
on
of 4 pieces.
using that Rolling Thunder for the retake. Because that pit that was laid down by Zelsis was so nice. You saw that it covered really all of the map.
Yeah.
Outside of the salvos potentially.
Yeah,
play
you
the
have to
host
bleed their
plan for
util out
G2, there's
early.
not too
Exactly.
much that
Exactly.
G2 has to play within the pit.
When you see a team play passive against G2, you're like,
Just
oh,
goes to show
fuck.
Trent is thinking so well with where
They
to
are
use
gonna
these
get cooked.
salvos, what the displacement along with the other.
Like, the solution to beat them doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. Like, along the way, if you beat G2, it's not going to feel good along the way. Because you have to, like, bleed their util out of them by making it feel like you're playing aggressive when you're not really playing aggressive. Because you can't play aggressive. Like, see all their layers? Like, they've thought through all of the ways you could kill them.
Come with the Rolling Thunder available,
Like,
but G2 wants to press it
but you
forward.
still have to get this
Split
util
into the
out.
B site.
You have to make this util not be valuable.
Aftershock, they're just playing ahead of their own game here. I love it. Trying to catch the opponent off guard.
fuck, they
Sentinels
have
react
full
really
heaven
nice. They
control.
still have an anchor on the site, but do they know about
Oh,
Jogamo? Do they know about
bro.
Jogamo? Rolling Thunder comes out, but it's already been routed on the back side of the site. This leaves John in such a tough spot now. Pincer down. And the rest of Sentinels picked, again, just deja vu. 2 outside the site. Can't
It's
do anything
insane
to
how
get
they
back
approach
in.
these rounds.
It's such a big pick. Jogamo getting that one onto Narrate, and not only that, it didn't actually get the hit onto Leaf, who's playing selfless. What they're doing there for G2
5
is
straight
just
for
reset.
G2 chat.
Those that are towards the B side that didn't get affected by the Rolling Thunder just waits it out. They leverage Leaf, who just drops down and plays bait so they could double swing and trade off if Leaf falls. And he didn't even need to die. G2 looking very good here in Sentinels. You just mentioned it, a timeout that came out from Kaplan. No success coming out of the double ult. No success coming out from a Rolling Thunder to stall the hit from G2 because they're still leaving gaps on the reaction here that G2 is currently instilling on their attack side. And that's a change of pace. How many times so far in this first half that it's been very slow for G2 trying to scout around the map and then move as a group, but this time around, they quickly activate on top of B Heaven, and it seems like Sentinels weren't ready for that.
And it's honestly not something you expect from G2. You expect to get a little bit longer of a series altogether because the rounds will go longer. The way they want to figure out their opponent, how they sort things back and forth. But you're right.
Both TP in the mail, Yo-Yo. I don't know if you noticed, but they TP'd like into their teammates' Aftershock. Like their teammates' Aftershock is clearing that shit out right before. So if you're playing mail, you have that hit marker and you're like TPing out, you're running out. But literally like a split second into your decision, they're double TPing onto you. Like,
flying through.
They've thought through all this shit. See, that's the opener they need. They need to like force this aggression, draw out util,
right at the front of the line to start
make
this
the round scrappy.
Trying to get into a spot that can win this round back. It's already being waited on by Leaf, though. Almost three they get on different levels, and the drone also makes it indecisive for where to put the shot.
Like a 3-on-3 against G2 is exponentially better than a 5-on-5 against G2.
Beg's waiting for him.
Hops right into sight. Zekin's gonna give everybody a little UAV situation. Two from screens.
All
start
stuck
to hop
side.
back in.
Nice got the pinch.
The swings aren't happening together though. Almost these 1v1s being created. Trent from the outside, ready to hit that aggression from screens, and it's just Sentinels falling like flies on this one. One left, bang, trying to do what he can. Too much surrounding him though.
One enemy remaining.
1v1.
John Cutie.
Jonah P.
We playing Claude.
John and
sorry,
Jonah.
Trent.
The shots come through, and Trent's gonna be able to do it. Oh my gosh. John Cutie goes down 6-2, or 6-3 rather, for G2.
Util's just too good for G2. Even if Leaf, again, on those moments usually is good on like at least one or two, but he gets the perfect information that
These players are like hard-coded to use util perfectly, I swear.
Activates to push back towards the spawn. He nullified the dimensional drift out from Zekin.
Good move.
Because when Zekin found all that information, he actually flashed back towards that spawn so that Sentinels cannot come back to fight.
Why are they playing so scared? I don't know if it's like, this is the thing, like this is why I always glaze G2. It's like, I don't think Sen are playing scared. G2 force you into these scenarios and you have to like, it's weird. You almost have to accept that the fight you're going to get to open the round isn't going to feel awesome. It's going to feel a little bit whack. It's going to feel like there's no way you're going to come out of that fight with man advantage. But what it will do is put you in like a 3-on-3 with info. And then with that 3-on-3 with info, you have to like make the play. Because then they don't have as much util, right? That's where the T1 was huge with making those plays, doing the hard things at the start of the round to put G2 on the back foot. Like break the util. Because when a team plays like G2 and every piece of util is like coordinated and thought out, once they're afraid that you're gonna like sucker punch them, the timings of the util come out quicker because they're humans and they feel that pressure, which is what T1 did to them. They never felt comfy. It's like, oh, their stall is like kind of worse.
As they use dimensional drift, they see if Sentinels off that timeout would it retaliate on an A play like that. I like this. I like this. Sentinels, though, have their own strategy ready for it. Zelsis, oh, he is just not having fun with the salvos today. Trent has his number.
Whatever. 4-on-4 is better than a 5-on-5.
Drone in, narrate, takes down Jog. That's
See,
actually
like,
a huge
this
one
is where you can
right
actually
now.
like
Sentinels
succeed
slow
against
this down
them.
and take a breath.
If you play a scrappy ass round like this, just accept the fact that it's also gonna die.
Oh.
Don't even try to save his
Line
ass.
should just go right past Valen. They could work off this together. Zekin waiting very far out. There's one last one they could hopefully get in. Oh, they smoke off actually where Zekin's going. Kind of pulling the attention of G2 away from that for a moment. The kills now towards sight, towards elbow. It's going to be John Cutie coming in for the kills. And they're not even going to need the other person on the flank there. Sentinels.
W timeout.
Straighten one out, and they stop the bleeding.
You saw that discipline coming out there from G2 as well. As soon as they lost Trent in the very beginning towards the A main, You saw Jonah P switch away from the Rolling Thunder back into a fault line,
Yeah.
understanding that it's potentially a lost cause. They can try to go for a double swing. If it turns out into a victory on their side, they could use that towards the end. But
let's go. Let's go.
definitely see here that Sentinels are still ironed out here towards his retakes.
Josh don't like that.
A big timeout there for Kaplan to get into the ear of the team. Can they continue
Yeah.
this momentum? They have a
That was
lot of
6
economy
straight.
to work through on the side of G2
Jonah
Esports
on all.
before they'll feel comfortable.
Both controller
They have a
ults
few
too.
more rounds, so they should just see guns here for these last 2. They got to give it everything.
Info denial
Back to
set
the
up on
solo
A,
Delta
and
split for
immediately
now.
Leaf running back to B. We're getting a B split. Double TP into male again.
Rolling Thunder and Pit are huge now for
Probably
G2.
breach ulting site.
So Sentinel's not fully out of this yet.
This B Heaven strat is so fast for G2. They teleport right into mailroom twice with Omen and Yoru. It's so hard to not get overrun by something like that. But now Heaven controls a little bit faster.
The
for
post-plant
Sentinel side.
setup
That's
is
the
Omen
change on this
Raptor,
round. They didn't
Yoru
have
Hell.
this before. Oh, the timing!
People pivoting.
And it's actually going to
Oh,
be
big
just
kill.
low on Jogamo.
Really
Shot
big kill.
second. Retaliates beautifully with that shot flick downward as the site trades come in strong. They do find Zekin towards the top as Valen tries to reorganize
2v3.
where he can be and what will be the safest
Flank coming
this
in.
2v2 or 2v3.
Big flank from Zelsis.
Oh shit. Timing.
Just looked away. The timing's there.
Oh
Chooses
my
the wrong
god, he
target,
has
and
ult.
Valen hits his.
He's gonna give him the
Now
spike,
they can
isn't
take
he?
their time though for G2. Valiant has, they're from the shadows. So if it has to come down to these trades where it might not work out for them, he could always TP
Oh,
away
bro.
with the spike on his back.
30 seconds
Now it's
left.
too late
They're
to
gonna have to
TP.
keep
He
Sentinels
won't do
guessing
it
and
now.
force them to peek out.
This smoke is crazy.
Didn't see him. Just snuck through. But with that though, if the spike comes for a plant, John Cutie has his salvo, so they want to dodge off that first.
It's making him doubt it, dude.
All right,
Oh
they're
my
just-
god,
yeah,
he's
double
in their
fake.
heads
Just getting
now.
everything they can out.
10
This
seconds
fucker.
left.
Plant for Trent so he can get another point towards Armageddon, and they get to post plant position here.
And the TP was just to get John Cutie away, so he can't really get in range for the salvos to delay the plant on B.
Bro.
One shot from Trent. They saw it. They know
Is
where
that
Bang
gap
is.
bigger than the C9 Viper
Easy
wall
play
gap?
here. Trent backs up as far as possible, making it almost. Yeah, Armageddon comes through. You're not even going to get a chance to get onto this spike yet. Next tick gets the salvos, and you still have Valen just around the outside playing a little game of cat and mouse here with Bang. The final shots come through from the IGL, and they pick up another round.
And that's always what's so annoying when you have Trent alive with Armageddon and salvos.
A little game
Remember, he
of
had these type of clutches on
fucking
Icebox
snake and
in a 3
mongoose.
versus 1 as well.
Yeah.
When he's alive on these post plans, I mean, they mentioned at the desk one of the best Teo that we have.
No,
here
I
in
didn't
Earth,
catch it.
maybe
What'd he
even the
say?
world. Just because he's so self-sufficient, knows the right timings, knows the game sense to stay alive here in these post-plan scenarios when he needs to sneak back out of the outside of the site.
How many Tejo games in a row that he has? Because it's been a lot. That's
The
all
ult
he
cycle
plays.
is
You gotta
all
be
the way
afraid
gone
of
for
this guy's
G2.
Tejo. I mean, they even play that on Icebox
So
too.
Sen could
They have
run here if they
for
get
Soma.
this.
Wait, these shots coming out
Big
immediately.
opener.
The
Really big
speed
opener.
on A again. Sentinels forego attacking this for a few rounds.
Actually,
and
sorry,
then
it's
try
last
to
round of the half.
deliver
I'm
the
dumb.
punch once again here, up a member after the fight.
I feel like Sen need 5.
Under Paul, Sentinels doesn't seem to have had the best conversions and man advantages. G2 walking in for the contact, spotted by Narrate.
Smart play by Narrate, beautiful flash, beautiful teamwork.
No way,
Extended
dude.
high-low there, but they do lose each
2
other.
on 2 again.
As G2 figures out the play.
John's 1 off of all.
2v2, drone still available. That's going to spot John Cutie towards the screen, so they isolated 1.
Trent's on
Zelsis
13
still
and 3
has a
right
window
now.
to surprise 1, and now they just got both spotted.
Oh, big time shot.
Zelsis, we talked about winning so many clutches previously before. Can Trent, however, have the firepower for 2 of these members? Oh my god!
What
The Red Bull
the
clutch from
hell
Trent
is that?
in the 1-2!
Bro.
They have no more timeouts. You can't do that.
Oh, that has to sting.
No way, man.
Just the patience that he has. You just mentioned it. Trent, can he clutch the 1 versus 2? Didn't have
No
util to work with and just
way.
waited to see where the footsteps were going to be. And that's a collat.
Oh, it's a what? A boop, boop. You see that through shot too?
Oh my god.
Yeah. They'll have to call that timeout next half. Even getting the coach going, like we said before, when you're surprising your team like that, you know you're doing it right. 8-4 here. Sentinel started to punch back a bit, but is it enough? We'll find out when we come back.
Yo, Sen.
It's for you. Do you like
Sen
it?
fans, you guys enjoying this this meal of G2? You guys enjoying this? We'll see you in the lowers. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see y'all tomorrow. We're waiting down here. It's... Oh, don't worry. Yeah. See you guys tomorrow. Wait, what is this clip? What is this?
Today, actually, but before I even get to the point, I was playing Icebox.
What is he saying? Is this guy high?
With Ion 2X.
Is this guy high?
A Challengers controller player, okay? Someone in that game was playing Viper, and they asked him, do you know the B main, the wall lineup? Because there's a wall lineup on attack, right? That has no gaps. He said, I don't have it. That's funny. I asked Cloud9 Vic for it, but when I asked him for it, he said that he just wings it. They just got eliminated from playoffs because his wall had a gap.
You cannot be exposing him like that.
8-4 after a 6.
Why did you make me listen to this?
First half, they started to run away with it.
I actually fuck with Vic.
Able to battle back a bit, but we still have a competitive scoreline going into the second half. Sen's attack could easily start to flip.
On God, though,
When it was very one-sided for
that is on C9 as a team. That ain't even only on Vic. That's on like the whole fucking team. The coach. How does that slip under the radar?
Sentinels has an opportunity to
What?
For them grouped together towards this
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know that until I coached 100 Thieves, but something I learned very, very quickly. Like, oh, this wall needs to line up.
Oh, he knows, but he doesn't have the aim anymore.
Nice ankles.
Not just aesthetic on
I'm
that
kidding,
one.
they're
Zeki
broken.
Comes in with one of the kills. It looks like G2 is actually trying to swarm the site. Get in there to help Leaf. But do they need to help Leaf that much? He gets sorted out, and they will get the rest of the members there of Sentinels. Oh my God, Leaf.
How does Leaf still survive in that moment? So many players are coming across him, and he still stays alive. I think it was Narrate that was right in front of him towards that spawn and trying to get him with the classic and just couldn't.
Leafs don't fall till
Where
October,
the opener
bro.
was perfect for
Nah,
Zeki.
he's going. He's
They
going.
went for the TV, the flash. Yes,
Leafs
he was
don't-
read by
when is
Valen,
champs
but
this
he
year?
got hit by the fall and he got fully blinded.
Leaf
A right
don't fall
click
till
couldn't hit.
October.
And somehow Leaf solo inside the site that lays long enough that even if he falls, the rest of G2 is already on the rotate. A great start for G2 now, winning this second pistol, and we're tying 1-1 at least in pistols. But G2 has the lead by 5 in his first map.
And they love to have Leaf in situations like that. I think they give him the opportunity to play up, be a little aggressive.
I can't
draw
wait
the
to
utility
take
of the
Sen's
opponent,
lunch
and
money
he's still
tomorrow in
staying alive.
lowers.
Like you said, you're how? You just ask questions when you're watching it.
The greatest
Little
day
aggression
ever.
from Zek in here as he tries to push back Jonah P.
All they want is a plat now for Sentinels. All of them grouped in together, and they have a chance. Spike's been given away here for Zekin to get the plat to get closer to the dimensional drift, and we'll put that little check mark there for a dub.
A long-range 2x scope on that.
We're gonna play them on split with the Sage comp, and then we asked Riot, and we're gonna play them on bind with the Gecko
Deadly
fade
push
comp.
coming through, and then Narrate's going to be able to answer with the classic.
Sen has
but
to
it
play
is not
Cypher
enough.
Deadlock.
G2
That's the rule.
Swarm, G2W. They get another round.
Sen
for
plays
themselves here.
Cypher Deadlock.
Not too bad
We
there
have to
coming
play
out for
Sage comp. We have to
Sentinels
play
to do that damage and to be able to
Gecko
get that
fade
plat.
comp.
That previous round, you saw that.
These
we
are the
just mentioned
rules.
before.
I don't look. I don't make the
They're
rules.
so good at buying in second rounds with stingers, but the reason why you go for these buys are what helps you in these buys is you actually get the plat in the fifth round, which unfortunately Sentinels did not. But even if they're still trailing behind at this
I
point,
forgot
Sen
Sen
fans.
fans. Sen fans went through it with the deadlock columns.
What they could do here once
Just
they have
like
the
how
money
we
right
went
there on
through
the
it.
attack.
Still going through it.
The other buy.
Some would say we're still going through it.
Vandals Phantoms. They do get the rifles in for Sentinels here. This bonus round is very, very big to keep G2's pressure at bay. Already the 10-4 is enough to deal with.
A fake.
And just a push towards main. So a little bit of an extremity hold here. But still giving G2 quite a bit of space
Ramp
to start the
play.
round as they have an eye on just about every angle.
Teo jiggling.
Yeah, and any of the game
Yours
for
are contact and
Sentinels so
TP
far
out.
is just to wait out and find that minimum mark
Timing
where
at
the players
around
can be.
120-ish.
Ooh.
suppressed.
Hello.
Not really
Into 16 and
answering to that yet,
3.
though. No fault line to Salvos. Just waiting here to just stop G2 or stop Sentinels on the hit.
He's 16 and 3.
Even that activation you saw coming from Narrate, that was from mid that fault line we just watched Jogamo jump out of. So they're trying to activate from across the map. Leaf ready to deliver the mail, and he gets one down. That's going to be too far for the Bucky, but the Stinger comes out strong. Another headshot coming through. Time to jump. We see Jonah P go down as Zekin finally answers the situation. They have to limp into the site now. Actually, not too bad. Zekin's still pretty healthy off that engage. Oh, and heck of a swing there for G2 trying to combo that. It's up
What
to
is
Valen
this
now.
snake doing walking around with his knife out and shit?
Almost won. The second.
No
He's
way,
got
bro.
the distance classic. Oh, he's indecisive about the weapon, and Zekin is not flying through the air to
Big
get a
clutch by
right-click
Zekin.
win. A triple kill on that round and another one for Sentinels.
Split second there for Valen.
Oh my god.
To potentially put
Right,
the nail in the
Ducky?
coffin onto Sentinels on
No,
the first
it looked like
map. But thankfully, Zekin once again is there to save it for
typical
Sentinels.
G2 round was
But it
about to
looked
happen.
so
It
good
looked
here
like
for
it.
G2 and how they played their bonus round. You saw that there wasn't an idea to do the trap play around the salvos and the fault line. You're just trying to find information, trying to suppress some players, and also just trying to stop and trade utility between both teams. And what to do after? Hold it to tight quarters because you have Buckies, you have Stingers.
Yeah.
You just let them run into you and get these picks. And Zekin, thankfully, with that last kill, and the clutch is able to get some information for Sentinels to activate towards this A site behind a dimensional drift.
He's in the site. Zekin is definitely spicing up things on the map right now, but G2 has kept
I
him
wonder if
at
that's
bay
the
from what
orb
his
Zelsis
performance
wanted?
was yesterday. That's for sure.
Or not.
See if they can get themselves back into the action here. A really nice site take towards
It really
A.
depends on
Sentinels
like the style of
kinda
hit
has
and what
to
it's used for,
stop
but
giving
sometimes I
G2
like
that
this
respect.
cloud out
We hear a lot
smoke
of
and other
teams
times I
saying,
don't.
You just got to move a bit faster, more aggressive, and Bang is all over that.
For heaven.
Into sight.
See, this is why the cloud out smoke is
Tempered
kind of
engage
nice
for
in the
now as
post.
G2 drops in for a moment. There's so much util to be fighting in the orb. The fight in the smoke, or rather the wall, as Leaf and Valen are just taking down the members trying to enter into the site, bottlenecked as they try to get
Sen
through
fought
here.
that way too early.
And there it is. Jogamo grabs one. Leaf's already on the defuse, and that's going to be round 11 for G2.
It was close. I thought that leap was still too far back before he got in, but as soon as I heard that, we're good.
Why did they plant there?
You just mentioned so much.
They had time, right? They have a lot of time.
What everybody was focused on because the Armageddon already pushed everybody back.
Yeah.
Sentinels
And
knew
yeah,
that
they
the
also,
flood was
I
gonna come
also
back from
feel like
heaven
I didn't have
and
time
from
to even
Maine
point
just
that out,
because
but
of
I feel like they Teo ulted the wrong way too. What the fuck?
Four off Teo solo.
What are they doing? They played 4 off Teo solo.
It was just
yeah.
too easy to fight back towards the
What
end
are
there
they
for
doing?
G2. Two more rounds
Oh,
rather
man,
to
send
close
through
up the
that.
first map. They're gonna make things difficult here in round number 17. Already a thick pit towards middle.
Try to figure out how to dislodge him.
Exactly. It's so deep too that it doesn't allow for you to really get some good control towards the vents.
Calm down, Vans.
So it looks like
it's
Sentinels
not
has
that
no choice but
thick
to
and
work
it's
towards the
not that
extremities.
deep. Calm
Half
down,
buy they
Vans.
have on their side. I mean, it even comes
Vans
down
is
to a force
glazing
buy.
this
They
pit.
absolutely have no credits left
This
to work
guy-
with. And
this guy's
at this
going
point, if they're gonna play
crazy.
this slow, I think you're leveraging on Narrate to try to get an opening here with this Guardian.
Trying to sell something towards A. They might have gotten that teleport back just in range of Jonah P, though. You see no movement from G2.
This
They're
pit's
not
actually
buying that
fire. It
A
allows you to hide in
distraction
mail
just yet.
and ropes. It's fucking goated.
Jogamo hopefully getting the drone work. Drone on drone action. Ships in the night crossing. Now they just sit.
All the info.
Behind the column, the
hasn't
util
seen the
keeps them
ta- oh, he
protected
sees
for
them
now,
all.
but
Knows they're
Jogamo
all
is trying
here.
to let them know where is the in the window to get back into this. Leaf's in sight. So's Valen, so's Jog. They just surface from nowhere and take down Sentinels.
Match
Sentinels tried to go back for their pistol round that allowed here Zekin to get the opener onto Valen, but instead this time around, it's G2 holding the back with Jogimo with the dimensional drift, able to escape
I ain't
all that
gonna lie,
util
bro.
and find all of that information.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like these motherfuckers. These guys own the country that Sen City is located in. You know? Like, yeah, Sen has a city, but y'all are fucking in G2's country. They fucking own the city. Like, y'all are paying them money to live in the city, actually. You literally pay G2 to live.
And that's what makes it annoying, trying to play a judge inside
They're-
mail. Thankfully, those Sentinels have control of B site, but they're fighting with Stingers.
These guys are so goddamn good.
Bang playing a bit of a game, but knows it's death at the top of that rope as he bounces back into sight. 5v3, or if you're looking from Sen, the 3v5.
Coming in from the tail.
As they have to hold this one.
Like, how do
Signatures
they
are up,
always
more smoke there for
constrict
Valen as
so
they can create
well?
their own
Like, no
angles
one
They want to
overextends.
be looking at when they re-enter the site. Just waiting on the
Mateo's
go
on the
button
flank
here.
now.
You can see Valen discussing what the next moves are. They're very happy to see those Tejo salvos. I think that's going to pretty much activate what they want to do here. Just a 1-2.
The
Where's
trades
the
are
third?
goated.
The punch comes across, but it's not going to be enough just yet. Trent gets another salvo kill here on Split as they end it out. It's going to be 13-5 in favor of G2.
What the fuck,
Full
man?
control of Split pretty much all throughout, and it's going to be a tough series.
Masterclass coming out for G2 for sure.
Bro, they lost pistol bonus and won
Loud and proud,
13-5.
the IGL Valen standing up here, confident.
Well, I guess it wasn't
on the
technically
run
the
that
bonus
G2
because they
could
lost
bring.
a second force. Like, what? That was incredibly dominant considering how that started. Look at this fucking scoreboard. Like, Jesus.
For the amount of multi-kills we saw coming from multiple members at a time, right?
13 of the last 15.
Of G2 kills coming up. The speed, the
Dude.
pace at which they were able to go fast and slow and then reactivate on
I
certain
mean, that's
rounds.
just
Incredible
crazy,
stuff.
dude.
Sentinels looking to come back strong here as we
They need, like, some of the players to cool off.
first. Don't go anywhere.
Like, when the G2 players shoot like this, it's a problem. Man, I wanted a game here, but now we go Icebox. Valen is like one of those NA players that can actually play Harbor here. They run the no duelist comp.
I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah.
What did Sen do on Icebox lately? I don't even remember. They played it recently, right?
Can you hear me now?
Where's it at? Fuck, I'm blind. Ew. Oh no. This was the game where Mazzino went insane, right? Yeah. It's hard to take a lot away from this, truthfully, because Mazzino did go so insane on this stretch. It's 14-4 on this attack half. I mean, this was very impressive. If I remember correctly, like this was, I was impressed as fuck. I was like, whoa, Sen can actually play Icebox. Okay, now I remember. I was like, oh my God, they're actually capable of playing the map. Is there any hope left for 100 Thieves fans or Sen fans? I mean, we're keeping it nice and warm for you guys down here. Look, it's even close. It's not even that far of a trip. It's as close as possible. We're keeping it warm for you. Well, we got a little fire right here. We'll keep your seat warm. Just come on down. Just come down. We're waiting. No problem, Pen. We got you. We're catching the smoke tomorrow? Nah. Nah.
Here, the coach of G2, Josh RT, running away with that classic Sentinel split. Not your map pick. We're going to your map pick of Icebox next.
It would be real funny if we don't.
Exploded when that was
It'd be real funny if we don't.
Kind of classic sort of thing. What did you expect?
Or if you don't.
Prepare for that?
Honestly, I expected like a tougher game there. Last time they took us away, and we honestly underestimated their split dominance. This time we pulled no punches. We prepared well, and I think the boys executed really well.
Why do you think they underperformed?
I'm not sure. I would have to watch the tape to really see, but I felt like we put the right pressure. I felt like they were playing a little passive. We read their initiatives really well. We knew the situation.
Leave him alone, Josh.
Early timeouts like gave me an opportunity to just correct little micro mistakes, and then we were always one step ahead.
Bro's just trying to convert fans in the crowd.
And that's what it's all about right there. Oh, that's dangerous. That's so dangerous,
That's such a bad idea.
That was such a terrible idea. That's an expensive piece of equipment.
$10,000.
I actually don't think she was supposed to do that.
He's gonna kill you.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think she was supposed to do that. That's kind of base.
That came out of your paycheck. All right.
Those cameras are fucking so expensive.
Professionals.
About the first map?
We are professionals.
These two are like, what the fuck?
Topical.
Yo, G2 exec really well. Why don't we show that?
Before they fire me, I want to talk about this one because I thought this was really nice. G2 gets more value out of their Teodrome than I think.
Dude, it caught Golden Boy and Bren so off guard that they didn't even know how to respond. That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie, that's so fucking funny on a Mimi. She just threw the goose at the fucking camera. Chat, the camera, by the way, it's like on a fucking giant crane thing operated by some dude over here. And he's fucking moving this shit around, and the camera's like all in your face. And Mimi threw something on this shit. This shit's probably like $100 grand. It looks, I once ran into it. Shit's heavy. Hurts.
Over again with that on that map on Split, and they made it just look like just child's
yeah,
play
those
for
were,
them, to be honest.
dude, I wouldn't be surprised if it cost millions.
Overall, and they said that SEN are going to need to win this one in 2, to be honest. Split dominance in that.
I'm like terrified to touch stuff in that studio. I can't believe she threw something at it.
Into that, I mean, dude, it's just. This is going to be more than an uphill struggle, I think, for Sentinels themselves. G2 often bring the best out of them as a team.
Something I wanted to note real fast, though, was Josh RT's interview. Him saying, like, I expected it to be tougher. I expected a little bit more pushback. But that was not the case, and you could see clearly why. I mean, you had so many moments where G2 just had the reads on them.
Yeah. And even when rounds were going wrong, it felt like they were winning every clutch. Trent in particular was incredible.
I mean, Zeka was 5-1 first blood, dude.
That 1v2 where they just line up. One bullet gets him with the Vandal. He has been on point. We were already talking about how good his utility is, but he's also showing up in these individual moments in the late round, Bren.
It's the way that they empower him as well. G2 as a team, they will try and set up Jordan up for success occasionally as well.
Cartoonishly intricate. That's what I'm saying. I'm scared. I'm always so scared to like break stuff in the studio.
Person in, to be able to trade out often and being less
like walk on eggshells
into the clutches as well definitely helps his case. There's that moment you were describing. It's absurd as well because with a team like G2, they don't just have one quality in space. They've got almost every quality in terms of individual firepower, coordination. You can just tell looking at them that the comms are so clean every single time they're in a situation. Barely ever does this team misplay with the utility.
4.8 KD.
It's unheard of.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Genuinely.
It looked like a cakewalk for Trent this game. He was winning every gunfight. You had no doubt that he was winning.
This is a match that's going to qualify you to Toronto as well. And they're doing it like this. They're doing it like this.
It's scary, honestly, with the way that they played that. I don't know, Mimi, how Sentinels look to respond, but we're going to Icebox. What are we expecting here?
I mean, there has to be a complete turnaround, but this is another strong map for G2, so need Kaplan to pull something big out for him.
All right, well, guys, let's go ahead and hear what the Sentinels coach, Kaplan, had to say as we get ready for map 2.
What Cap got for us.
Here, the coach of Sentinels, Kaplan. They ran away with your map pick of Split, the classic Sentinel split. A bit of an underperformance that we're not used to from Sentinels. What went wrong?
I mean, first of all, I want to give G2 credit. They're a great team, and I think they had a lot of cool strats, and they came out swinging. They played that really well. Obviously, at 13-5, I don't think that explains it. I don't think they're that much better than us. I think we're having a real hard time playing the way we usually play. I think we're a bit the stakes. The opponent is getting to us more than it needs to, and I mean, that's all that matters right now. Just making sure for map 2 we play like ourselves. Whatever happens, happens, but I really hate to not show up for anyone here, so.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I mean, that's all I can really say, right?
All right, well, there you heard Coach Kaplan there. I mean, of course, if anyone knows his guys, it's
all I
him.
can really
He knows
say.
what when they're playing their best, when they're a little rattled, and he could definitely tell that they were rattled there.
But this is going to be a tough game.
I mean, reading between the lines, though, he's like, yeah, their util's really cool. Well, I think he said basically saying they're beta. It's like, yeah, they use util. They don't even shoot heads. They're fucking cringe. That's what I heard.
He's going so far forward and fully disrupting the opponent's retake. That's something they have to be ready for if SEN want to bounce back.
Yeah, I got a lot of respect for Cap as well. He's not overselling anything for the second map, honestly. He knows that they haven't showed up here, but genuinely, this is going to be such a struggle for them as well. Even though we haven't seen that much of Icebox from G2, they've really distilled it down to basically just trying to...
Actual footage. SEN trying to set up tomorrow on defense against 100 Thieves. Cryo right through the center. It's going to continue, chat.
Poor Goose, man.
Wait, they took Mimi away. They took Mimi away? No, actually though, I found the clip. Chat. Ready? This is Asuna. We're about to see Asuna on Neon sliding in.
Started with this. Carlito said, I'll come.
Zekin gets taken out by Asuna on the slide. Oh, shit.
It looked like a cakewalk here because Sentinels have to come.
That's tomorrow. That's tomorrow, though. That's tomorrow, though.
Icebox Sentinels last time
That's
they played
tomorrow,
it. They only played
though.
it once so far. They played against KRU. KRU came out with this double controller setup with the Harbor and the Viper, something that Sentinels had a hard time dealing with. But now we're going to this game. Oh my
Today
God,
they just
wait,
get
hold on.
utiled to death.
Sentinels comes in with something new here. And
Bro.
they're almost,
the Gecko now.
Exactly, they're almost mirror comping G2 if G2 plays the same composition, which then means here that they're pulling out the Gecko, but instead of playing a Harbor, they're going with an Omen. So you want to add a little bit more verticality going to how you want to exit into these sites. Because again, you're looking at this...
whole fucking flow! Word for word, bar for bar! He copied my whole fucking flow! Word for word, bar for bar!
Fucking Valid. Valid's like, no.
Get a little more space, a little bit of...
God.
To allow to
Bro,
and they have a chance to
they're trying to out Valen? No, this ain't gonna work out well. This can't work out well.
Toronto here, Sentinels trying to keep this series alive. G2 could lock it down.
I don't like
here
it.
With the 13 rounds in their pocket. I'm sure Sentinels won't make it.
Hated SEN.
We're gonna get into the map. Icebox.
I love
VCT
SEN. There's
now bringing out the
nothing more
Geckos.
that I love than a SEN 100
Excited
Thieves
for
matchup.
these changes late in the season here. See what
Because
G2
the
got.
only people that can steal more than 100 Thieves,
Yeah, pistol round's already underway.
some would say they rob more.
Sentinels are kind of running
They're
things
known
just
as
like
Sentinels.
G2. A lot of pressure towards this B side on the pistol, trying to scout out where the defense could be. But it's a full setup for G2. Leaf has set his turret up towards this B site just to try to get early information. The pressure's coming towards mid and Sen, so they can try to go for this pinch in the back.
Triple
Already
push
around yellow.
mid.
Sentinels moving quite quick, but do they know how many will be around?
Yeah.
The flank splits up. Valen with 2 classic. Easy as they just come around the corner all willy-nilly on the side of Sen. But Zalsis is able to push forward. Everybody's getting a little tricky here as they don't know where the full capacity of each team is, but they're still trying to seek each other
Damn,
out.
bro. What's up with
One
these
more trade
harbors?
goes through and very low health here for G2.
Wingman and Cove alive.
Is too good at the start for
Tragic.
G2. Both players themselves are
Tragic, by
isolated,
the
though.
way. Bro.
Just gooped on there, and they have to get now to John Cutie. Takes down 1, turns, almost gets to 180. But it is just going to be a quick classic. Wingman's
even
already
use the
on the
cove.
defuse. And that's going to be enough. A round win for G2. They secure another pistol.
That was such a
Man.
solid hole for G2 in the very beginning. You mentioned how many players would be flanking towards that back. for the set of G2. And it was a split second where the turret was down, but it came back up on time for Zelsis to spot that. And that call just activated Sentinel to try to push back towards the back of the B site. But you have a high-low from the top of the bridge and kitchen towards the back of the site. They weren't ready for it from the side of Sentinels, and G2 were just able to play full man advantage throughout the whole pistol. Now building into a very strong second half. An Outlaw already comes out here for the side of Jonah P, allowing for them to play a little bit more of a 4-1 setup here.
G2 slamming the door on them.
Defense.
G2 is one of the few teams that actually, like their killer instinct is like ridiculous, man.
Right under the tube.
Like they do not let teams come back into games sometimes.
Again, a third one. It's gonna be
Oh my god.
Stealing that away. Possible ace. That's all right, though. iBuy Power's taking a breath. They've seen too many lately. Jonah P finishes up that one, and it is going to be 2 here for G2.
And you're just
Speaking of closing the door, this will be the door, by the way, that 100 Thieves is behind. That G2 closes this door.
Really didn't allow
We're back.
Playing as a team,
We're so back. We're fucking big back.
Sentinels already respects it because of that second round shot.
The SEN 100 Thieves game, bro, is gonna go crazy.
Buying full shields on the side of Sentinels at the same time puts a dent into their economy. They have to be flawless in this round to try to tie.
These guys are
look at this
triple flanking again.
Most expected on both sides. Bang is so ready in a third one. Trent knows there's going to be more.
Does the Tailstone bleed through that?
He has to get out safe somehow. That swing.
Big
Bang
3K.
Finds a third kill.
2 off ult for Shanzo.
Point for the ultimate on this round. Leaf is getting pretty close pretty quick here. Not waiting for the team. He just goes for the swing. That was an abrupt stinger swing for sure. And now we'll just see if they can take down Jog here as he gets the defuse. A nice round for Sentinels.
Yeah, you're trying to do as much damage as possible, pop damage, so that Jog will get 1 shots across the board. That would take down actually 3 of them. There's that burst with a headshot.
John Cutie answers back. It was a heady play, trying to tick off the armor there, but another one goes, or I should say the first for this map.
Do they give us 2 in a row
and that
here?
was good for Sentinels to stay back towards the spawn for
Keep
the very beginning
econ
of the bonus
up.
round. They've learned a little bit from Split that G2 likes to play areas where you can close the gap. And when you're playing on a map like Icebox where a drone could be very good here, the stealth
Either
drone
Sen's
Tail,
money is up or
possible,
our
trying to
funny
rush
is
into
up
garage
after this
if they
round
actually do
shot.
hear that drone.
We
They
decide.
get punished.
They decide.
And Sentinels, we mentioned they needed a
We don't
clean
decide
round,
shit,
and they got
actually.
it. Full rifle rounds for both teams, though.
Double missiles on orb.
And you'll see this
and
pressure
pipes.
continue on from both sides. This is something also that Trent has been doing with the salvos at the very beginning. We'll talk that point in a little bit here because Zekin is looking for control and for some space in front of this A site.
Pushed up so far here, just on the other side of the wall. One smoke pops, doesn't get
That's a
a
ratty
headshot
play.
off of that wall diagonal.
Smoke
He
turret.
just
Good
reset,
timing
but
on
it's
this
all
lurk
about
mid.
Bang
He's
right now
through.
and how much info he can grab in this
Okay.
position. Inserted so far into kitchen.
So nice.
Get him, Shanzo.
They're not even thinking about it. Oh, there's the timing. Oh,
No!
It's just the last moment. You have to be kidding. And now they're forced to push into sight. G2 know they have a lock on where the rest of the members are, basically. And they are going to give them space before the retake.
Sen look fucking good here. The problem is...
Oh. Yep. How many spams? How many shots? This
Ooh.
smoke. They try to break the smoke without any utility.
Like, these rounds are
And
good
just on
for
the other
Sen,
side,
chat.
Sentinels waits with open arms. Another one for Zekin.
They have a
Second
chance.
round for Sentinels.
The push and pull was very nice for
They have a
Sentinels there.
chance.
And then you also see why Zekin is playing this Omen for the side of Sentinels and instead of playing a Harbor, smoking out the turret, allowing Bang to move up. And even if he died,
that was a pretty good
he
round.
pulled out the rotate from G2 back towards the A main, towards the screens, so that Sentinels could actually start moving into the A site. And not only that, continue to push towards the screen to keep everybody isolated from G2 on the outside of the site. Fighting through the smoke, the second smoke being thrown by Bang, or by Zekin, sorry, was perfect.
Let's go.
God damn.
Those cleanups.
Chat, you guys want some cheese with that wine?
Is there.
Holy
You
fuck.
can hear it. Sheriff's here for G2. As they go into this round. And I love that point about the Sentinels having the Omen. And part of the having Harbor here was to have it with the Sova, to be able to move up in layers.
Yeah.
But it just seems like having that Omen allows Sen to keep fighting and get the angles they want overall.
And also to discuss again this initiator coming out here from Trent and Joggibo, and also from Naruto Cutie. Why no Silva? The tail salvos are just good enough here to take full control of pipes and in front of orbs so that people can't really run forward. You'll need to find that information first with a recon dart because you could just brute force your way through with the salvos and fight for trades. And now you see an
I like it. They're leaving the Killjoy planted at A. I like how they're taking A control with salvos and the one-way smoke pipes. It's looking good right now. It's honestly looking pretty good.
Pressure towards A.
TP top yellow.
Like used too much since
like
B
that
is
out of the
taken,
Omen
but
comp.
Sentinels are really gaining control of the map here and not giving up that space when they know they have the better weaponry.
John's looking snappy. Okay.
You can't be shy to G2 at any point in time, or they will attack. And Sentinels push even harder when they know they can go for the throw.
It's looking alright. It's looking alright.
Once again, the value of Zekin on this Omen. Trying to create space for the team. You just saw there as he TPs on the top of yellow, it forces the players at G2 to turn around and try to focus on them so the rest of the Sentinels just scale behind.
High five, Schubert.
And it seems Sentinels still wants to keep doing this conditioning. The salvos will continue up here. The wall comes out on the
So again, they're throwing this one way on pipes.
Into the nest. A great spot because when this calms down, you probably
Nary
see a couple
dizzies
players
that pipe.
start falling back. And the
Picks it up really quick. So he just throws it straight up in the air here with this one way and then leaves.
Right? They
aggro with the harbor, start the high tide
what are
over
they gonna
there.
do?
Whoa.
In its second, to teleport across, just like you said, creating that space, helping the team get a forward position, but they have to be wary. Do they have that wall to go up for Bang just yet?
He's gonna TP top
Oh
side.
my gosh. Doesn't seem like they have the wall just yet, but they'll Armageddon, and they'll put everything else over here towards the site as Leaf gets himself to safety on that.
And he wants to play an aggressive position here on the top of the site.
I think he wanted to, but the harbor would have given it up.
Trade out these ults.
Thrash goes through. Bang is able to start returning the favor. Lockdown almost gets thrown, but it was in such an open position. It's instantly thwarted.
Yeah, they know
and
once
now the
them in.
2v3. G2 still have stopped the plant, but now they'll have to look to get the defuse as Zelsis throws it down on the site.
And this should guarantee it for Sentinels. Zelsis has his own lockdown, and if it has to come down to that, they push them back, and then you have a pit from Bang. So the last two players of G2 definitely already falling back. But you saw how you were just so tunnel visioned on the side of Leaf. As soon as he gets the pick, he throws out the lockdown, and he's trying to plant it, but at the same time, doesn't really pay attention to his surroundings that his teammates are actually going down. So you have a couple of players of Sentinels slipping through the cracks and able to capitalize on that pick. And the silver lining is that he's still
Bitch RT.
For G2.
Excuse
True,
me?
he didn't get the activation, so it just got destroyed. But you're right. It's maybe he was thinking people were snowman, people were over to the right side, able to see across the map. In that situation towards B. And that it goes to show how fast Sentinels are also moving to be in that position where we were just praising Leaf for having the 1v1 effect where you can get yourself into a spot that's draining the enemy's utility.
So I prefer the Omen of the harbor.
He gets taken down before being able to use his.
I think I low-key prefer the harbor based on all the shit I've seen.
Thrash, that's dirty.
It's almost two with this comp you can play.
They have four guns.
Brick by brick, chat.
You can definitely see here that they have kind of like double drones into these ults when you have the Thrash available.
Throw the bricks at G2.
Of both teams for G2 and Sentinels. But now this timeout comes through, and I think it's important. So far, you've seen Josh RT do a lot of these early timeouts for the team where he already has a good read into the game. He probably already knows the type of protocols that Sentinels are kind of doing right now to execute towards these sites. So do you actually want to start saving your salvos to just land him where Bang could be TPing, or sorry, Zekin could be TPing it across? Or how do you just want to fight back maybe in forward positions here?
I'm just imagining shit that's so complex, we wouldn't even understand it if we heard it. They call strats in like
I think usually when we see
fucking
G2 fall,
haikus.
if you think back to C9G2 Haven, it was about lurks on
They
that.
talk different
So
than
lurks,
us,
the
chat.
lurker
They don't
being able
even
to get
think
under
like
the
us.
skin of G2, able to take out how they're playing and not allow that protocol post-plant retake. They're so good at.
And that's a great point, because so far Sentinels hasn't been needed to use that yet.
Right.
If it comes down to those moments where Bang could activate a little bit more, yes, they did it when he did the push.
They
full
talk
towards
in
that
ones
too,
and
but
zeros.
So far, just a brute forcing from
Their
Sentinels
team
has been
chat
good
is just a
enough.
bunch of
And that could
fucking
also be the next
binary.
thing of conversation, the next point of conversation that Kaplan could instill here with the Sentinels team.
All right, let's see how G2 comes out of this timeout.
Damn,
what they have on
713
their
days.
plate. 3 ultimates ready. Oh no, sorry, 2 ultimates, or 1 ultimate. Yeah, 2 ults ready on their side.
Are they going
Thrash,
double
as
Midler?
well as that lockdown we still have from Leaf.
No.
And they're gonna actually be pressured again towards that B site. See if they get the lockdown earlier than later on this. With a push here from the right side too, Jogamo should be able to tell G2 this is a B hit.
Yeah. They've already went for the drone in the very beginning.
Very
so
one-dimensional
again,
right
the 2
now.
players on the B side have to play a little bit more soft. You see here that you're playing very passively for Leaf, trying to activate here with the lockdown. If you're going to use that and push it back towards Jogimo, although Bang is already watching that flank. Sentinels are kind of pinned towards the spawn, though, and they might have to commit towards this B site, but thankfully, as you've mentioned, they have this lockdown to open it up.
Harbor's rotating with the wall.
They could stall on both sides with this. Does Leaf answer right away? He's
Leaf will
actually
probably
on the
counter
outside.
lockdown
So they're
in
gonna
like
wait, use
5.
their lockdown for retake from the side of G2. And we're just going to get a breathing moment here as the team's set up for sight.
Wow, what a good lockdown.
Still not too sure yet with this lockdown that was placed down by
And then they
Leaf.
Teo
If they
missile
could just wait this
default
out for Sentinel, the wall could
because they know that like the only way to win against the double lockdown right there is to get that planning quick.
Later. Zelsa's kill comes in now onto Trent, though.
Literally everything was perfect right there from G2. 4v4 still though. Good run by Sen.
Space here. It's going to be tough to all hide on that B main, and Valen starts to collect another head on this. Sentinels falling left and right as Leaf finds another, a third, and possibly a fourth, but no, it's Valen. Leaf, it's a full house between those two. With Valen's defuse, they do pick up a round after the timeout.
And that's why I was going to mention the lockdown would have been perfect to counter into the pit. And if you're going to use it early, you're hoping that the rest of G2 could follow behind
That
the
was
Thrash
so
on
well
the
played by
retake.
G2.
And again, it's G2. So they followed behind that towards the end and got the perfect picks coming out from Leaf.
Man.
The spam kill on
See how
Ashanti
sorted
was
they had
big.
Sentinels. How many members of Sentinels were actually looking at the person killing them there? Not many. So the speed G2 hit back with.
Maybe not on that lockdown round, but definitely on that retake.
Yeah.
One round
of
separates
salt.
these two teams now, and it seems like Sentinels, after getting snuffed out here on the pulse climb towards the B side, but they don't have too many ults to work with. Now they can leverage verticality with Zekin towards
Me when I'm a
a
100 Thieves fan and I hear Leaf say he's the best player on this map.
Who? Backs up if this goes away and that wall doesn't give him necessarily the right angle. He says,
No,
"Wait a
bro.
minute."
Austin is the best player on this map. What are you talking about?
And here are those lurks that we were just mentioning here from Sentinels that they haven't really utilized yet, and they were doubling
talking
up in
about?
the first place.
Interesting. They're giving over Zelsis for this lurk now, along with Bang to start off. Just making sure it's not going to be a lost fight if they do have to get into some back and forth. But no real push and pull just yet. I feel like G2 has met Sentinels right at the front door each time here. Towards mid there, towards pipes at A. So it's almost going to have to be a reset for these signatures. The salvos, the skills.
Ooh. This is the biggest fight right here.
Faked him out with the up and down on the wall. Jonah P gets a beautiful kill on the lurk. But they still have
Solos
to worry
everywhere.
about Bang
Both of G2's to
taking his
deny
right
the
towards
chokes.
middle. Seems like G2
Dizzy
already
out
A
to
sorted. It should
reflood.
not be a problem for the time being.
I mean, you've lost all that space towards the garage, and now you're wasting time
Painful.
too, staying as a group. And
This is painful.
Jonah still has a snake bite to
How the
work with.
fuck do we get this spike down? Are we gonna wingman under tube to this spot right now on the run? We are insane. This is not gonna work.
They just drone towards A. So G2 should know they can all start to rotate out. Yep, finding themselves the clear here. Oh no, he puts his weapon away! There he goes for the util. Bang and John Cutie aren't ready. Jonah P grabs 4 as Leaf collects the round. 4-4 on the scoreline now.
And that's what happens when you're wasting too much time on the side of Sentinels. They've lost so much space. You've already lost your drone at the very beginning when you're trying to find info on a site. Then now you have to play contact, and then you can't even play contact anymore because there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
So you're not clearing your angles. You're still thinking that Jonah P's holding up towards the garage. He goes on at 10, and it's 3 free kills.
Dude, he dinked John
That's the
through
play,
the
Jonah
corner.
P. Play safe, play smart. That's what it gets you.
No, my ace. Oh no.
My gosh.
Oh
I think
no.
even the vibes that we're seeing here, when we go from Josh RT to Kaplan, one's just smiling, laughing.
Fucking
and Kaplan's
G2,
like,
bro.
"Man, we need to do this. We need to do this." Like G2,
That's
they
right.
feel indifferent and
Get
Sen
'em.
needs to shut that down now and find
Get
their
'em,
momentum,
Sen.
find their flow state. Leaf
Don't let him be that
starts off
fucking
here with
cocky.
first blood, but Bang answers back. Or Bang
Someone
gets
needs to teach
answered
these guys a
rather.
lesson.
Still the fight towards B. Drones clears. This would be the back and forth that Sentinels need here. They need to stop this economy of G2 and get themselves back in. Was it this star? Yes. What star?
How did he get away with that?
Star? Throwing Mosh over towards the spike. No, over towards back, so they get dispersed from hiding on yellow. And almost
big
works.
step
Sentinels
up. Good
so
smoke by
ready for
Zekin.
trade, though, as they reposition and take down G2.
Great smoke.
And that's a huge round for Sentinels. Very difficult to enter towards the B site when you've already lost Bang in the very beginning.
Yeah.
There's no wall to block it up, and Nary just says, I'm going to up the tempo. I feel that I have a timing. I'm going to push up in the front, and he gets 2 backstabs. Maybe not the kill on the second one, but already gained all that space to allow for him to just plant things to the wingman. So that was a very nice answer back onto Sentinels. After getting dismantled,
they're really locked in.
Yeah.
They think they need more.
On the previous round, and
shake it off.
Double missiles again with the one-way. Okay, the same A pressure. Missiles come in, boom, boom. One-way smoke.
Which probably means
Dizzy
we'll
goes
get about
straight
a
up
1 minute
again.
if they don't find any
Nary collects,
coming over to
goes
this side
back.
of the site.
They
Little
pop an
slowdown
orb for him
from
to
Jonah
cross.
P. Playing very close though for the unknown here. Ooh. Oh my
What?
gosh, Celsius goes down.
What?
The paranoia kind of locking him in, I think, for a second, not realizing what the situation was.
And that's a spike too. Now being picked up, but Zekin cannot really TP away, so it forces Sentinels to push inside
Not
B.
again, not again. Keep
What
the guns out, Nary.
is happening,
He goes
bro?
down, 2 bullets left for Jonah P. Again, he still peeks. Help just over the shoulder as Sentinels try to reorganize. How do they get back in? Bang,
Bro,
looking for that
what
opening
is this
kill.
round by Sen?
This is going to be so difficult. They have Reckoning right away
Damn,
from
nice
Valin.
shot
He
by
gets
them.
dropped, but they're still at a 2-player advantage for G2.
Tried to play the up and down wall. John Cutie in a great position here.
John
He's
needs
pressed a
like
little
2
bit
here.
Forward, but they can't really help each other in this situation. It's going to take solo star power from the positions they're in. Leaf on 1, and the second one's not going to make it. The dance around from Jogamo, so Trent can get the kill on John Cutie. And a defuse comes in for G2 to tie us up again.
I'm not too sure towards the end of the round, though, if they saw that Jogamo had an operator or not, but even that.
Oh, yeah.
That aside, at the very beginning of the round, G2 did a great job just strengthening towards the B side. When they realized here that Sentinels were actually adding a lot of pressure towards this B side, punishing Jonah at the very beginning in round number 10.
Oh, he got team paranoia.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
You know they're talking mad
And because
shit,
of that
bro.
ult that they utilize on the A side.
For production to mute them right there, they're talking mad shit,
Yeah, again,
probably.
just a little bit of misluck.
They're probably
Not for
cooking
Sentinels,
Sen in
but
those columns.
G2 is able to tie this game up, and thankfully.
Otherwise, we would get to listen.
We're going back and forth. It's 5-5. There's still a lot of fight left for both of these teams here. Going into
I
round
mean, that
number
was a pretty
11,
crazy
Sentinels are
take.
actually
I
adding
don't
once
even
again
fully
more pressure
blame
towards
Celsius
A
for
side.
that.
G2 wants to pressure back towards middle, and his early drone allows Leaf to push down and gain that space and prevent a rotate from happening.
Yeah, why not get Leaf a lockdown? Either way, kill or be killed. He comes into the final round with an ult here. But beautiful insert positioning. Sentinels knows they don't have any of that coverage behind. They'll be forced to work forward, but I feel like they're almost good, not almost, but they're almost ready for this position a lot of the times, and good in the situation. Fire in the Armageddon towards the backside. Well, they know
Oh,
they're
and he
gonna have
spammed
sight
him
with
through the
Armageddon.
screen smoke.
G2 won't play in
Wow.
sight for that pain. But they will answer
They
back.
tried to capitalize on it with
Five
Dizzy
still
over
goes down to a
screens.
miss. Scores in front of Jenny.
Dude.
Haven't seen that plant in a long time. It's easy to post plant, but oh
Dude.
my god, they're not even gonna have to try.
Wow.
Leaf gets presented with a 1-2-3. Easy
Wow.
as that, and Jonah P gonna give that one to Trent. No, to Jogamo on the
I mean,
defuse as they
that
go
was
around
fucking crazy.
the ring.
He was just tapping
Yeah,
away.
5 here for G2.
Like,
it just looked like
bro was
Sentinels
so confident.
not ready for what they were getting hit with.
I mean, that's just unfortunate, too. You had to fight in the front of the site to allow this plant to go down, to set up here for Zelsis to throw his nanostorms down. And Leaf finds the perfect timing to go towards that back. And when you throw a Reckoning for the retake for Valen, and Leaf is there on that flank.
I don't even have to shoot nobody. I'm just jumping around.
That's what I'm saying. Just Leaf being the best.
Copy these hands, boy.
He's able to just isolate all of these fights because of that.
Copy these hands,
throw
boy.
by Valen. It looked easy on the side of Leaf, but there was still a lot of util for G2.
That line is so good.
I feel like that works for
Copy
Jogamo.
these
Last time we
hands,
talked
boy.
about the Gecko play, since it's one of his most recent. He said, I just got to use the util, right?
You forgot
Just use it, pick it
Jogamo
up, use it.
existed.
So if he doesn't have to shoot, then he's got all
Bro,
the
that
time in the
means
world to use
center
that util.
cooked. If SEN fans forgot Jaw existed on this team, it's actually over.
From Narrate. They're utilizing it as a double drone, so already gaining that space in the very beginning towards B. Yeah. And then
It's not because Jawgamo's having a bad series. I just want to let you know.
What do you hear? Seeing if he can get some footsteps and find the back of any of these.
Okay, the bait out Thrash.
Look at Leaf. Leaf still wondering what's going to be coming out of A. The entire team actually not buying this so far, Vans.
TP for the A side plant. Zelsis has a huge responsibility to try to get this pick if they're trying to flood back in.
They got a challenge or no?
Number one job right now. They're not even going to try. They don't know who's actually made it in off the timing. So G2 just go for a regular post-plant retake. The 5v5 is going to occur here in the last round of our first half. Oh, Jazz hands. Half defuse doesn't get hit. There's going to be some utility coming out here. Jawgamo answers with 1, and we stay at half.
Holy fuck.
2v4.
They did
G2 trying to get these members back into the site as they're getting swarmed by Sentinels now, and it's just looking like too much for G2 to overcome. But Jonah P has 1, can't find a second as Narrate locks that in.
They actually did that. Damn. That was very well played. Holy fuck, I thought they were fucked when we were looking at that POV. Damn. Yeah, Bang's Molly, Narrate's Molly, like layered in there. Narrate's all like Bang and Narrate won that round.
So for G2, they were thrown for a loop, and that means that for the second half, I'm expecting more
Holy fuck.
under the sleeves from both of the teams.
6 is so. 6 is kind of goated.
Awesome to have the even 6-6
Losing
as
pistol.
we get into this first half of Split.
That's a good half.
And we're going to be a little go to something a little different this time. We're going to be tossing to Liz on stage with Emmy and Googly.
Thank you so much, Vansili and Riv. And yes, I have the coaches of Cloud9 with me, Emmy and Googly. Now, if you watched the games yesterday, you saw, yes, you can give it up for them. You can give it up. Because, because if you watched the game yesterday, it was a hard-fought battle, but we sadly said goodbye to Cloud9.
Emmy never looks happy, bro.
I'm gonna go to you first. We saw you in the coaching booth. We saw you afterwards. What was the immediate
saw you in the club
conversation afterwards with the team after the loss?
Just making sure everyone was okay. That was the main thing. Like, I was more sad than ever. Last year, I was angry at my team. This time, I was just sad for them.
Yeah. Googly, going to you next. This is, you know, obviously this is your first time.
That's
being
a good
in the States
place to
with
be,
them.
I
You were
think.
in Italy, I believe, or last time.
You never want to be angry at them.
Being in person, experiencing this loss, what was that like?
It was nice to see the players, be able to talk to them, and be able to like work for what we want to do next. Like that's the most important thing. Like what is the next step for us?
Now, going to you, Emmy, you are best friends with Zelsis. For those of you who don't know, Sentinel Zelsis on stage currently.
She's looking at him like, yeah, I fucking hate this guy.
C9 Emmy. What would it mean for you for him to qualify to Masters Toronto as his best friend?
Absolutely nothing.
I lose him for a month, but other than that, I really want him to win. Like, he messaged me yesterday to see if I was okay. I was like, don't worry about me. Just go out there and win tomorrow. And I'll
Damn,
be there
what a bro.
Well, when he watches his back, what do you want to say to him?
That I love him.
Oh.
Anything you would like to say to anyone on?
Oh.
Good luck.
Simple as that. And what can we expect a
Wait,
Cloud9
Nyx?
champions
Where?
visit next year in stage 2?
I think we're definitely capable of it.
Hi,
We just have
Nyx.
to figure
I thought
out
you
this
were-
playoff issue and just really grind into why it's happening, and hopefully we can make it out.
Well, thank you so much. Everyone get it for Emmy and Googly one more time. But we have a 6-6 half to get back to you. So friends, please take it away.
Thank you, Liz and Emmy and Googly. I didn't know we had that much space on stage to fit that much brain power, but we do. We do indeed. And we're also watching the cinema that is G2 and Sentinels here. The brain power of Valen and John Cutie call these two teams into an even first half on Split, but it is G2 with that first map ban. So Sentinels, they have no room
All right,
to let
big
up
pistol
here.
for Sen.
G2 likes to scale behind a harbor wall on the B side and leverage a flash to take control of B. Sentinel still decides to play a solo player towards this B site. All of them being stacked up on the middle for the rest here for Sentinels.
Cascade is
They're
good, locks
expecting
in
some
for
sort
yellow
of a
control.
Pump back towards mid. But unfortunately for them,
They
it's
disrespect the one way.
a wrong call for now.
Salvo's in a ghost.
The fight is in mid right now.
Secondary
Never
wall
mind.
goes up, and they've really already taken
Drone.
the zone 1 of space here, so no problem. Of
Holy
course,
shit,
Valen will
bro.
go ahead and connect with the Narrate to start off on this pistol round, and that's huge. The Gecko util for retake is one of the biggest things you're going to want to have if you're bringing that to Icebox now, and it's gone for Sen.
Definitely say their
What's
team
he doing with that
D's on this map
cascade?
when they had
There?
that, Gecko for the
Really?
defuse, for the defuse rather. But this time around, you have to
Interesting.
force the body on it.
Swinging in,
Man, that's pretty goated. I'm not gonna lie. He's like creating a fight.
But Bang, John Cutie, and Zekin are ready. Half defuse puts them in a pretty good spot here, but they still have to source out the rest of the members of G2. Very, very close.
No.
Oh, they can't get it. Leaf goes in and gives him a hug. The knife kill to come out as well, and it's not going to be enough as his elbows are already ringing true on the
Dogamo
spike.
literally jumped into the smoke and bit him, bro.
Absolutely amazing to get the clutch and the pistol round for G2.
And Jargimo, who's mentioning that all he does in his server is jump around, jumps inside the smoke for a knife kill, headshot onto Bang. And you keep Trent alive in the post blind. He's alive with the salvos. And that's G2 with the pistol.
I do that. Yeah, fuck it.
Oh my God.
Fuck it.
And they feel comfortable doing that. They know
Bro.
the situation.
Yeah,
They know
he
what
heard
they
you
have to
forgot
have
about
to
him,
create.
so
But still you have
he
Trent,
came in
like
to
you
remind
mentioned,
you.
not in that chaos, off the side, win condition in mind that I just have to stay alive.
Yeah, he's here.
And it helps collect the round. so many pieces to the puzzle there.
What the fuck,
They're all
dude?
working
Why
very
did
well
bro just
together.
come in there with a knife out of
Come
nowhere?
together for Sentinels is the question here. Pistol round
Bro
is gonna put the pressure on
brought
right away.
a knife to a gunfight and won.
The stack that you have for Sentinels, it's not going to be the best. Maybe the smoke could help them so far.
Oh, that was a cool idea.
And it won't.
I'm not gonna lie, that was actually a cool idea.
Just cleaning up left and
Somehow
right for this.
G2 were positioned to avoid that
They're
paranoia.
actually looking to keep this one flawless probably as they go through the round to make sure it feels that much better.
Like, I'm not even trolling. I thought that was pretty nice.
Yeah, and Sentinels, you saw the flash coming out from Zekin.
I'm not trolling. I actually thought it was
Outside of that
nice.
Smoke because Zekin was throwing a one-way on top of that to just try to fight under that smoke if G2 were going to try to flood through. So no punishment be done either. It's very clean for the side of the attack. They still have a pretty decent minor bonus. So Guardian is on the side of Trent.
No amount of
If
cool
you utilize
ideas
that
are catching
long-range
G2
battles
off guard.
on top of the belt,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
and then a double
I thought the
bulldog
paranoia
for
cutting
and
through right here, like, because this is where Zekin threw the paranoia
Already
from.
seeing the way the harbor
I was like,
walls
oh,
are
this has some
working,
legs.
too. They just, like,
But they were positioned all, like, in these deep
You have
lines.
to realize it.
Like, no one was in the close line.
Yeah, so Jonas setting up this lineup to throw the smoke right towards middle, so they'll probably
Normally,
try to
there
have
would
lead
be
more
someone
towards
over there.
the B side to start, but instead immediately covers towards the A side. So something has to be called by Valent to just stay as a group. They're just battling against Sentinels who actually have 3 players stacked up on the side.
A little bit of a lurk underneath by Zelsis in mid, just keeping an eye where the turret cannot see.
This is to keep Sen alive here, chat.
So this is on Zekin
They
right now.
absolutely
Call
need
for
this fucking
Zelsis'
bonus.
Utility if they do go towards B.
Looking to break the turret
Zelsis
mid.
will have a bit of an idea now that he's moved himself over into that spot.
That causes a reaction here at
default
A.
round
That
now
makes
for
them want to
G2.
push, because
Instant
now
returns
one of
left
them
and
is going to have to go back to
right.
mid.
Want to see if Sentinels are going to try to push somebody forward.
So now they're caught in this in-between. They don't know what to do. They don't know, so they're like, let's go back, reclear mid. Never mind, fuck, let's play site. They have no idea what to do. They just need to get lucky. These guys are going to push B. They are so confused about what's happening in mid.
Dizzy on Dizzy. I think both get shot on that, so they really don't get too much information. But it's Jogamo trying to go
Oh my
high. Bang's
God.
running for 2 as these fires low.
Dude,
then high.
how did they win this fucking trade
and
battle?
Sentinels
Live.
Eye on the prize here. Hit all their shots.
Spikes down on top of pipes. It's so hard to go get, and you already have a double flank from Sentinels.
Holy shit,
Towards
dude.
the end.
I don't know if Sen deserved this
Coming out
round,
from Bang, just on the side of 410.
but fuck it. Sometimes it pays off to be
There
lucky.
from the side of G2 with the bar that they had, you had stingers on the top by Leaf, who surprised 2 players, but those bullets get out of the clip very quickly and couldn't get the double kill.
Like, they were completely blind to any kind of lurk.
Stop at least G2's
Full
push and
gamble.
potentially win the bonus. Let's go.
It may have been a little quiet, just kind of base Bang, fragging and playing standard throughout the season, but it has definitely been a
Sean
playoff
Bang
run so far
last
for him
name.
in these past few series. And Bang is showing up again here on Icebox to help lead the team in frags. This Molly over the top each time John has to deal with.
Cascade
Tried to
coming through
triple
from
swing
mid.
that at first. If somebody was peeking, he could punish
Locks
it and
in,
get the Nanostorm
helps
out.
Killjoy just get a
But
little bit
now,
more control.
Realizing that somebody has anchored
Immediate
up
drone
towards
through
Foyer,
mid.
that they're probably playing like a 2-2 style, so they have to stay as a group for G2.
Tries to get in
my,
early.
bro. Oh my
He's
God.
denied again. G2, so many good reads
Fucking
on
get
these
out of
plays
there,
that
bro.
would
Big kill.
completely stop what your opponent is doing.
He got a lot of util out though, chat. Even though he didn't get a kill, didn't do. Oh no.
Jogamo makes it 2, 1 for each side now. As
Oh
Thrash
God.
is ready to pounce. Oh, it went too far, but he's gonna be saved by Val, and the teamwork is huge for G2. But Sentinels start to come back in. The 1v1 power that they can show, this prowess to get back in and make sure the clutch is theirs.
Wingman on Neri is huge.
Down for now and just came back up. So Leaf is the one that has to stay alive here.
Oh, the tap just misses. Bang gives it another sidestep. Almost the 1-2 for Trent.
It's not half.
Don't you dare.
He's been so good in these situations, Vansili. He's been so good in these situations, Vansili.
You
Can he do it again?
bitch.
Half didn't even get hit.
You fucking
And he
bitch.
pulls it again!
Unstoppable is Trent. In
He's
these
so
moments of
good.
the clutch. A 1 versus 3.
He's so
Jiggling,
fucking good.
Isolating these fights, getting the salvo,
Those
stopping the
guys
women
stood
on
no
top of that,
chance,
not
man.
allowing Sentinels to get the 6 men for the defuse.
Like his peaks were so fucking good.
More time.
He killed Wingman like immediately when he needed to.
Absolutely nutty performance from Trent. And put in this situation a bunch of times,
Man.
not just the one post plant. It's post plant after post plant.
The first death in the 3-on-1 was the only one who made an error, in my opinion. The first death in the 3-on-1 was the fuck up.
Steal it back from a Sentinel's
I don't know who exactly it was. I don't even remember.
Smoke is pretty good though.
After that death, though, like I think Trent played the round perfectly. Narrate stepping ahead, because what they should have done was have the guy like.
Again, spikes up top, so now they can easily keep a focus on somebody having to get towards belt.
Like they should have had Bang wrap this way before he like came up close. But instead he committed to this fight so early. No one could trade.
Sentinels
and Wingman got broke because of that.
Knowing where the spike is,
So this death is what cost the round.
This B long fight's getting a little weird.
Oh my God.
Absurd play from Bang. And they creep in. G2 is in the 3rd or 4th page of the scrapbook for this one. They've got to pull out everything with what they've lost.
And Sentinels gave up the A site after Jonah P died. You saw here that they were just playing inserts. The idea was just to get Jonah P up and try to break the turret so they could rework the map. But Sentinels gave up the A site, allowing G2 to turn it back in their favor.
John Cutie, pretty full on util here. Doesn't have the drone, so they can get back in with a bit of the concuss. But Valen just on the other side of the wall to play cat and mouse, and Zelsis finds one. A bit of util. Yeah, Leaf is chocked full of util right now. Still has a molly to put on the spike as well.
And with this lockdown, Trent is just waiting so he can try to fall back with a few seconds left, potentially, so he could use the salvos.
Moving forward. They're actually trying to play this one a little different, Vansili. They want to play it different.
I was trying to catch up with chat real quick.
Oh, the separation and the angles, though, could make this so tough. That's one. It gets traded.
Oh my
Behind
God.
Trent now.
Okay.
No, John Cutie.
Holy shit, man.
Calling and hitting the shots to
Okay.
bring back a very needed round.
9-8. Center hanging in.
And why not? You have your clutcher in Trent and one of your best aimers in Leaf play together inside the site and set up giving that space away that you've gained with the lockdown. And you're just trying to surprise Sentinels on a rotate. But it was close. It came down to that 1v1. The first mistake happening by losing that spike. Yeah. Some nice shots there from back and forth from both of the teams, but we still continue to go back and forth in this matchup, Riv. A timeout being called by G2.
Okay.
Damn.
They don't have the best
Is
in
this
terms of economy for
second?
G2 coming back from this timeout.
I think that was the longest round so far from G2, right? They may have had like a 30-second round we saw going previously, but at 30 seconds in that round, that was the Valen pushing into mid. They were still trying to decide to take A. So this may be a call from Josh to say, yeah, we have that kind of strategy but it's working less against Sentinels than it would against other teams. So maybe back to the speed, maybe back to a little bit more pressure from the G2 side.
Yeah, for sure. And when you're
Sen are looking pretty good here. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like their icebox has really impressed me, even if they lose today.
Because yeah, even if you push Zekin away with the salvos and you're trying to push
like in both of the icebox games we've seen, they've lost both pistols.
So that's why you're seeing so much pressure on the left side.
If they just won a
double
pistol.
setup on the A side over here from Sentinels behind that smoke. That G2 really hasn't used util towards that side yet. So maybe you want to save those salvos for those hits. You want to try to draw.
Oh, I'm not saying they're going to win the map, chat. I'm not even jinxing them. I think they're going to lose the map. I'm saying that Sen fans should be proud of them for being able to play Icebox. Like, I don't think they should hide it in their vetoes.
A little bit of 8.
That's what, that's truthfully what I'm saying here. Like, I still don't think anyone's beating G2. Literally, fucking
quick check, early util. See,
God himself could bust out a squad against G2.
Push up more, but they want to take the space.
And I'd be like, I don't know, it's a tough choice.
That was close.
Cover going out.
I was joking around with Leaf backstage shot. When Leaf came backstage, I was like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, when y'all Yoru ult, fucking Jesus himself doesn't know what site y'all are hitting. He doesn't know. God's watching, like, I don't know where they're going, y'all. Like, bro, they can go anywhere. There's like 8 safety nets.
With plot armor.
Yeah, somehow dodges all of that. It's just short enough. Ooh, the pressure defuse. Defuse Dizzy up, who's going to try to peek it. But that was a really nice concuss coming in from the side of Trent to try and delay all of this. The shot still missing there for a second as he can't get one to connect.
Okay, nice.
Says enough funny games, enough funny business. Let's get in
got some big ults. We got a 9-9 game.
We're giving the low buy of G2 a little too much respect there.
Yeah.
As Sentinels finally decide to just take the round over.
And now this timeout is where it's going to be important for Josh RT, not only identifying how they can maybe work.
Doesn't feel like 9-9 at all. That's what I'm saying. Like,
but also understanding the state of the game that
Sentinel's sneaky good here.
In this 9-9 scoreline. Yeah. Because you have 4 ults now activated on the defensive
They're playing really fucking well.
Huge swing round potential for Sentinels to potentially even run away in this second map and push this onto Ascent. Sentinels that's been
no more timeouts for G2.
On their map pick.
Only Trent's ult to work with.
Figured out here G2's attack
Hold up.
With no duelists on their Sun on the attack. And Sentinels with no duelists on the
defense. Default solo Viper lurk on B.
G2 run into them and winning these fights.
Thought he might have seen one, but Narrate does not catch the foot there of Leaf heading into the nest. Decent push up for a moment by Zekin as he tries to recover a bit of the vision, and Celsius underneath 2 with an outlaw on the full gun round back and forth. Screams through with a headshot on the round.
What first blood
Leaf
on the
not being able
harbor.
to capitalize on that frag on the A site. G2 has to tempo up here and maybe try to break a bit of util towards B.
The Zekin self peek here. This is going to be a play for him.
One sec.
Play some timing. Waiting off the util. Hits one. Armageddon comes through and he tries to play with
one is good though. Like I said, making it scrappy against G2 is a dub.
From this quite a bit. And now it's just trying to run the spike back. See if they can get to Leaf.
It doesn't have to be perfect.
Hold site solo.
You just got to get some of that util out of them and put them in a weird scenario that they can't go over in a fucking Valor plan ahead of time.
So 2 watching the angles if they need it.
And the only way to do that is to take these scrappy fights.
Almost caught with util, and that could have been dangerous. But both players now for G2 in the pulse plan are lower on HP.
And I'm not even trolling.
That's an inside the site plant, really. You can play a little bit far back on that, but it's got to be towards mains. You can't play up top, and I think just missed. Doesn't matter though. Celsius with the outlaw finds a third one here. Return on
the
investment,
lead.
maybe?
The lead. Hold on, I gotta let Mochi out the room.
Up the round again to make sure they can get to 10.
I don't know if there was a mismanagement from the side of G2 not looking at what ults were available, but that alarm bot with the Armageddon out from the combination of both Zelsis and John Cutie made it very difficult for G2 to really fight back towards this B site control.
Just solo holding B too as Zeka
My
needed
scope
to
sense
rotate out.
changed, so I had to rechange it, but I put a 0 at the start of it, so I was just aiming like this with the outlaw.
He did 0.0.
And still got a kill with it.
That's a cool story, bro.
So all you had to do was crosshair placement, allowed to get the pick onto Valen. But
Is bro in the game we're watching?
Force out the thrash. That's at least something there for G2.
We're all nervous.
Back into the classes of the G2.
Bro isn't nervous at all.
Grouping together this time around.
He's just fucking chilling. He's chilling.
They're using it here to try to clear on the execution. There's the salvos on the left side.
Oh, what is going on? Who is? No one can see anything.
Flying through. I feel like it gives you a speed upgrade here. They've laced up. They're running.
Holy fuck, Shanzo. Oh my god. What a rat play.
Tony hawking him.
Tony hawking him.
There.
Shit.
Was seeing people.
Bro slithered through fucking 410.
Jeez. Yeah, he's definitely getting a little bit of a playoff buff here, and he's using it accordingly.
Agreed. Going into the regular season, doing pretty decent, but not having too many of those 100 reels that we know that Bang did back in the last season with 100 Thieves. But in the playoffs,
crazy third kill.
Going into that Pearl game against Cloud9, putting huge numbers. And now this time around, it's just activated in the second map. And what better way and what better position here to activate for Sentinels, because they're now in the lead by 2. G2 on that Stinger buy still has 2 ults now and weapons to work with, and still trying to go back to work towards this A site.
Quad A push.
Players of Sentinels here.
They are not allowing
What a
fight
read.
control.
Where else would you go on Icebox when you have to win?
This, right?
Of
You
course you're
dedicate
going
most
A.
of your team if you want to defend
Ooh, paranoia play.
this position right off the bat, and Sentinels, they have stacked it. Oh yeah, saw an elbow there.
Greedy, no, he saw an elbow.
They don't know where G2 can come from them, how much scaling G2 has already done, and Leaf answers back.
1-2.
For this round, G2 feeling pretty good about the positioning, but still pretty hurt here to move through.
Only one person unaccounted for, and that was Leaf, and he's able to open up everything.
A dog controlling a shark. I can't even make this shit up.
Ooh, a quick thrash so he can pick it back up. Defuse, plant Dizzy. Rinse and repeat. Spike actually went down for that, so they are not going to matter though. Balance on the other side.
What a good swing by Valen to trade that.
Frag, no plant money is fine though. They should be okay getting to this next one. Oh, definitely would have helped actually to get that plant money on the squad. But still enough to buy, seeing the low armor come through here.
Holy shit.
1 away.
Their money is so poor even though they won that. But the ults are pretty good for both teams.
Once G2 takes the site. So G2
Coin flip of a round for Icebox.
Before and in between.
And that's just one small mistake coming out there from Sentinels, because again, the position was perfect. They read it perfectly on that push coming out from G2. But because they had one
good timeout by Kaplan here.
When they went for the high-low swing on the left side, it was perfect for those trades.
Oh.
But Valen snuck through towards that left side of the A tower.
Sen need
and got
this.
that trade-off against John Cutie to allow G2 to close that gap. But you mentioned it, the economy's not the best on the side of G2, but Sentinels definitely want to pull the timeout to slow things down.
I feel like this round, Sen is about to use like 2-3 ults.
That to your players.
Yeah.
You have to
And
check
if they come up,
it would have been a different story
fucking snake eyes, like these ults don't work, bro. Oh, it is gonna feel really bad.
I think it was actually Trent in the back of the nest that was able to swing out to get the first blood.
Man.
Yeah, I agree. Siege, I think they spam ults to get 12. If I'm Sen, I am treating this like I'm on 12 right now. I don't want to be at 11-11 with shit ults. Like, I'm fucking getting 12.
Kaplan not really liking that G2 and
what? Like, I'm using all of my ults this round. I do not care.
To get this map and bring us all the way
Now,
to
if you
a
lose
set.
the round, then you care a lot.
Here as we head into this
But
It almost seems that since the timeout for G2 is just drill it in, hit A site. But this time pushing Sentinels away with the first wave of salvos. And in a G2 fashion, they could probably slow this down and wait for the second wave to go back again into the A site.
And Zekin has had Zeus' utility at B all these rounds. They've now moved that over to A.
He has the
with
counter
them
lockdown
for
here,
the
chat.
full
That's what
fight.
he's
We'll
doing
see if
here.
Zekin still kind of plays that aggressive or wants to get out now.
Got Zekin with the ult, so he can stay here forever.
They have a alarm bot to watch, a very passive turret all the
You
way
have
in the
the-
back
yeah,
of
the
spawn,
turret
looking to walk up
holding.
towards two. So all of Sentinels, once again, a great read to stack 4 players towards
He's
this A
counter
flank,
lockdown
but
set up.
Reckoning is definitely going to force them to scatter out.
They're seeing Leafs locked down, so they're pulling Celsius over. He's going to do like a 5 count and then pop his. 3,
Back, just on the left side of that mosh, not going to be enough.
2. Wait, Celsius. He's going to wait a little bit or what?
Themselves in here. Yeah, there's the reckoning. It's actually going to chase Sentinels all the way out, back down the
I
stairs.
think they thought they were
into
going to break
spawn.
it, maybe?
And those circles can be seen here by G2 as they move in. You can see the focus right up towards screens and up towards that catwalk.
Interesting plan all the way in the back corner. I don't know if there was a misclick, but
I mean, this is good util. You can easily throw some things in here like Jonah Peas. Oh no, Viper's his actually just went down. Wait, they're fighting in this right now. Viper's pit there.
Zelsis is defusing.
It's going to be at 75%, goes down. That's going to be at half now.
2 on
Shots
2.
coming in from
2 on 1.
Narrate. He's up top trying to play the jungle gym. Can he swing down? Oh my god, the cove. It's the only thing that separates.
Oh my god, they did it, dude.
And that's going to be the
Oh
half
my
defuse.
god.
They give it over to Narrate for this as Zekin was prepping it up. And Sentinels again.
Oh my
so
god, they
strong
actually
on
got
the
that
post-play
round.
retake here on Icebox.
Yeah.
How did they win this round?
Towards the end, I don't know if it was intentional or not to have that plant in that corner because it's
I can't believe Sen got that
But
retake.
maybe the reckoning and everything that allowed here the wingman to plant towards the corner allows for you to spam a little bit more easily.
Whoa.
But you definitely did have to force players to swing out towards Nest, to swing out towards Pipes. And Sentinels again regrouping to get in a fight back.
I shot at you guys. I shot the ref.
The ref.
He's like, I shot everything
The ref?
I needed to. I shot. Hit someone in the crowd for a moment.
Yeah. Back in the action though.
Nice.
Yeah, okay, there
Only
we go.
missing
He
the
shot
biggest kill of the
Valen
game.
that time. John Cutie on point here. And they've moved the utility back for Sentinels. They don't think that A push is coming anymore from G2, and it seems like they've got a pretty good read on it here. And G2 now without Valen. Only have to use Jonah P's walls to get themselves
on
in.
5, dude.
low on
First
HP is
blood.
Jonah
Sheesh.
You need Trent to stay alive here. That's probably the
Sheesh.
silver lining to keep G2 back in the game. And
Wait
it's not gonna
a
be for the
second.
post plant, at least to open up the site towards A. Instead, G2 are playing contact. Bang playing very passively because all of Sentinels were leaning towards middle with a triple swing in the very beginning.
Toxins going up. Finished.
That's a big kill.
G2 on these silent rounds, you got to give them credit. They get into some real crazy spots.
And Zelsis had so much value on flanks in the past, and he's fighting against Trent. That's the silver light. That's what's needed for G2 to stay alive and to win this round.
Zelsis 1v1s have been spectacular here, but it's 2. He's going to have to come up big. There's the first one. Trent's going to turn, but he's going to have a second. Now the third, and it's not enough. Trent with the stinger. Close range is just too much, but it's the post-plant king here. Tejo, Trent, ready to lock this round down. Armageddon's already passed. One shot
You
comes through.
bitch!
Traded back by
This guy wins every fucking clutch.
Trent, he delays more time now, just trying to put the pressure on to Zekin. Is it possible? Firing to the left, doesn't know he's to the right. Zekin looks like he's got the defuse on. Trent's gonna hit the shot!
Typical.
Stone cold.
Trent
Bro.
is insane again in these clutches. And a
Bro,
selfless
does he
play is coming out from
lose?
G2. Jonah P low on HP saying, let me swing into this one. Let me give my life away. The second player to come across, I think, was Leaf, also to fall down, just so that Trent could bait that kill. The trust that
Dude.
G2 has for Trent.
I can't
in
even
these
curse
moments.
this guy.
Crazy. Honestly, it's like it's gonna be.
I cursed
strategy
Trent
for
right
me
there.
to
What?
Find Trent in these just engages and kill him, so they know the post plant can't be a possibility. There's nothing you can do against this guy.
I was trying to get map 3.
And that spike is planted. Another timeout here for Sentinels.
The last one of this map before we could potentially go into overtime.
That's
or Sentinels
crazy,
pushes this
bro.
to the third map of Ascent.
He played that so well.
Narrate and Bang have 2 ults to work with on the defense. A lot was being used by G2 on the attack just to try to salvage and win that previous round. And despite that clutch coming out from Trent, despite the few rounds coming through for G2 in this comeback, they've always played
He has like such a good combination of skill and utility. Like most Teos in that scenario would have ulted and then gone to belt and then missiled and then tried to fight the 1-on-2. But Trent trusts his skill to like take the fight in that gap and knows what he has to do. And he knows that's his best chance to get that one. Like he's just really, really fucking good. But he also has the discipline to think util first, almost always.
They're getting stopped right away here by Salmos. Yeah, that cascade doesn't allow for them to get through anymore. So a little bit of a win here for G2 to start.
We saw this rinse and repeat play before. Jogamo actually went down when he was on the belt there. So taking this space to add pressure towards A. G2 have gone back to that regular, or sorry, SEN have gone back to that regular defensive setup. Oh, that's a head being seen.
He threw a cove to live.
Damage onto Valen. I wonder if that Dizzy is actually retrievable.
And because of that pressure coming out from Sentinels, Valen actually had to throw the cove down just to try to stay alive. So they won't really have it to allow the wingman to get the safest plant.
Okay, the scary plant over here.
Wingman plant does give Thrash
Activating
now,
the
though.
slurk.
But again, we just saw that Dizzy get used at sight. This is going to be pretty much a dry retake, and Jonah P has to be the spearhead. Sees one, so the jig is already up on this fast rotation. You see Spawn. Sentinel's defense is already starting to lean.
Oh my god, bro. I'm scared.
Zekin takes the spike out. That's not going to be the ult point. Jogamo
Fallon
one for the
lurking
Thrash.
kitchen. Big kill.
Huge
Oh my
kill,
god.
The two Z's coming up big to stop that site take, and now the lurk in from Valen. It seems like they have an idea of where every member is, and Celsius is going to be able to lock down on that too.
1-on-5, we're doing it. We're going 3.
All too good here for Sentinels.
Oh my god, they actually did it with no pistols.
We're going to Ascent.
It's a movie.
Second anchoring solo towards the B site. Great delays being done. The one-way smoke's being thrown as well. Has been a wrench into G2's attack side. And the TP's out towards
No, they can't be sending G2 to us, though.
To allow Sentinels to just rotate well.
Because we'll fucking put them down. On God, we'll put them down.
And pushes into Ascent, the final map.
Please don't send us G2. Please don't. I'm begging you, please don't send us G2. Please don't send us G2. Please. We're keeping y'all the sea warm.
Against Cloud9 with the Teo and KO and the Jet.
Yeah.
I'm begging you.
A good battle to see who moves forward to Toronto.
I cannot wait to see the next matchup. You have Trent popping off.
Fuck, bro.
Bang showing another playoff form.
Wait, I need to hear something one more time.
Hey guys, this is Pedro. I think, right? They play tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow, and I think if whoever wins or loses that match, I don't think it really matters for us.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
But if we win that match, by the way, we are not losing the next match. I don't care if it's against MIBR, KRU, EG, Cloud9. We will not lose. We will win the tournament if we win our match against SEN or G2. I promise that. Because if we will get unreal confidence if we beat them. And I'm not gonna lie, like SEN, we always have like the most passion against SEN because Bang left us to join them.
For the win.
And so we always want to beat Bang, of course. And then G2, we were their dads all year last year. And then at the very end, they finally got the win over us.
And
so
passion.
I know like that they are the most dominant team in NA. They probably are the best showing right now. But I think if we play them in the playoffs in this lower bracket, they will fold and we will beat them. And
I agree. So, yeah. I just had to be reminded by Boostia real quick because, I got a little scared, but nah, I forgot. We're their dads. With Delulu, excuse me? I don't know what Delulu means. That's not a word. Band for band. Stop. Stop it. Here's our icebox stats. Jaw had a rough one. Damn. That knife kill. Bro, that knife kill. Damn, bro. G2's ascent historically has been pretty fucking good. I'm not gonna lie. The fact that we ended up here, though. Oh, that's how. Okay. Yeah. I see. It's because you kind of have to do this against G2, huh? They can't play Lotus against G2. And then G2 obviously wouldn't want to play Pearl against SEN. So they put him on a SEN. SEN can predict this, though. This is a very predictable veto. SEN definitely hard prepped on these 3 maps. They might have been fearful that G2 would pick Lotus. Maybe. I said G2 wasn't losing Ice Hawks. Yeah, but we're... See, that's the thing. With 100 Thieves, we're good boys with all these G2 players. They're hooking us up with the VODs, yo. Thank you so much. Valen hooking us up with that Icebox VOD. Now giving us Ascent too. God damn, bro. This shit's free. Prep is going to go crazy tonight. Prep is going to go crazy tonight with all these maps. 3 maps? Jeez.
Now for Jaw. Oh dear. Start running. Don't start running.
And G2, this is their round. At least 4 in this game.
Second position.
Y'all don't even know.
But Zekin's still moving, and Zekin's just...
My boy Zick's going to be there tonight. Watching these VODs.
Sentinels came into Icebox with a new comp and now are forcing us to a map 3. I want to talk about the pivot here with Zekin picking up the Omen, and I loved what we were seeing out of him on this second map, specifically what he can do on this agent that you can't do with anyone else. And really it comes down to Sentinel's opening utility here. What Zekin was doing was throwing an Omen smoke over on pipes, which is really effective for taking early space because A, it sort of stops the early aggression, you know, enemy team getting a player on pipes, fighting you forward, but it also blocks off the common angles that can see down like off top gen and get a pick there. It also blocks off the player top screens, seeing your players going down this line over on belt. So it's just really effective at taking early space. Now I want to look at this early utility that Sentinels end up throwing because, right, even though there's a harbor push wall, they've still got the double Tahoe missiles again, trying to force these G2 players back early on. And then that Omen smoke, like I was talking about, goes ahead and blooms. And now just watch and see how Zekin plays around it. Look, he's already teleported up into the smoke, and then he's going to creep forward and try to play off of a Tahoe drone in a moment. So, right, he clears, he gets in front of this. Now you see over on your minimap, Tahoe drone coming. And because he's in front of pipes, if this drone pings anyone through his own smoke, he'd be able to play for a spam kill. Now, no one's there, he doesn't get that, but what he does do is fall back because now it's about setting up Bang's lurk. Right now, see Leaf, there's a Killjoy turret right next to him, which is currently seeing through the window. And what Zekin is going to do is he's going to use his smoke to allow Bang to get this timing to go for the cross. They used the Viper Orb earlier. Now Bang is able to sneak on forward here, and we can ignore the part where Bang dies. He's supposed to get the kill there, but that's all fine. It's all about the ideas and how this Omen can open up lurk opportunities. Now the thing is, as soon as Bang dies over in mid, it's time to accelerate into the site, and this is again where Omen has some benefits, right? Omen has the paranoia, which is going to use a line here to clear back sight to rafters, and he's also going to throw down a very deep Omen smoke that allows Sentinels to play very forward on site. Check this out. Smoke goes down first, now comes the paranoia, and now SEN can play actively on site. Zelsis is all the way up on top of the smoke. He even has a teammate playing above him in a moment here, right? He calls in the Gecko, who's then going to cover this Heaven line. It's really, really nice for them to be able to play off this, win the round. They'll go aggro, get kills, but at the end of the day, it was Zekin's Omen that helped so massively for SEN to win this map, and now we get ready for map number 3.
We decided it'd be a good idea to do this next setup in the crowd with you beautiful people. Look at them. Gorgeous.
just humans. Now, of course, let's talk about what we just witnessed over there because, of course, Icebox go in the way of Sentinels. A lot of people here were quite happy about that one. That being said, though, it was a tight game. G2 Sen took it all the way, Brent.
Yeah, definitely. But I honestly, I'm dead impressed with how much Sentinels I think have worked on their Icebox as well.
It's so hard to do the segments out here, by the way, chat, because they have nothing in their ears for production. The last time I did a segment out here, the whole thing was chalk, which is why the start of this was chalk.
They're winning clutches. Honestly, they're going toe-to-toe to G2 players. They're looking like they are on fire right now, and leading into map 3 as well.
That's why Goldenboy had no idea audio wasn't going out just now. Like, he has no feedback.
Yeah. But with the way that they're playing, there's significant chances that they can take this win here today and book their ticket to Toronto.
SEN came out with 2 new comps for their last 2 maps of this series, and I thought the pivot to the Omen here on Icebox was so strong. Teams after 2024 really moved away from that agent on this map, but I think it's such a good 1-for-1 sub into the duelist slot. Christy talked about how strong it is on attack, on defense as well. The paranoia, the way they were using the TPs as a second dive agent to get through the harbor utility looked amazing. But now it's going to Ascent, where they also just showed a new composition, but they're playing against a G2 that is undefeated on this map, and it has been an absolute home ground for Jojimo. He's incredible on the waylay here.
Yeah, that is a scary thing, without a doubt, right? A G2 that looks clean on Ascent. What are the expectations there, I guess, then, for Sentinels? What could we maybe see for them to try and quell the, I guess the aggression, the plays, the incredible talent that G2 are bringing?
They had really good ideas of what to do against Cloud9's Ascent as well, so we already know that they're going to be coming into this pre-prepped, I think, as well. Great ideas of what to do against G2's waylay comp on Ascent as well. I mean, as well, it's going to be good news for them, I think, that Ascent, G2 haven't played it that much. They don't opt into it as heavily because I think their composition has a lot of set pieces, but once you get the footage on it, it can be broken.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up. This waylay is really strong when you're not ready for it. Think of the plays diving into market, diving into the A sign and punishing anchors there. But if you're prepared for those setups, you can change the way you play a little bit. But G2 as well, they're going to come up with new stuff for this, especially with the stakes being this high. Toronto on the line for these 2 teams.
Yeah, this is it, folks. 1 map away, and the winner will move on to represent VCT Americas in Toronto. The question is, who's it going to be? Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? Okay, good. Actually, try it again. Is it going to be G2 Esports? Or is it going to be Sentinels? Woo, that was loud. All right, well, you heard it from the crowd. We're going to get this thing set up and get ready for map 3. It's Ascent coming up right after this, and we'll see you on the other side.
You're throwing a break, right? Who starts defense?
We are back, and no, you're not seeing things. That is a 1-1 on that screen for G2 Esports and Sentinels as we make our way to Ascent. We've gone all 3 maps, and now one of these teams will go all the way to Toronto with this win. It's anybody's game now as we get in.
Forget Split, forget Icebox. Everything is now decided here on Ascent, where Sentinels are coming out with what they came out with against C9 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Jet on Zekin, or Zekin on Jet rather, and he's been amazing on this agent on Ascent. But it also proves how much he was good at anchoring around the sites. Also finding openings and gaps here against Cloud9. And it was kind of like a flow state that we saw coming out here from Zekin. And I guess for Sentinels fans, we're hoping to see that type of Zekin perform against G2. But G2, with their own composition that doesn't change, forces you to play offsite so many times. And when you're going to play flood retakes against G2, there's still so much util coming towards the end.
Very difficult. The protocols they already had with Jogimo's waylay. It's going to be pretty crazy to see how Sentinels react to all of these, or even get in front of the plays and try to play ahead of that aggression. All right. Oh.
Yeah, I'm loving these transitions.
Explosive transition.
Breaking a fourth wall here. Love these transitions.
We're in there. We're in there.
Okay, here's a great start though. With how G2 are so good at opening this with pop flashes and salvos, there's actually a vice wall in the very beginning here, and you're already playing off site here for Zelsis.
All the way up. Jogamo jumps forward. The rotation still coming in from Leaf, so G2 are very much set up here. It's the find, blind, and kill game for Sentinels as they get themselves prepped to get back into sight. All that util they could want is really here. 0 point is first. Oh man, not seeing too many on that. They know it's got to be an A main hold.
That's a good paranoia.
They can take out the site.
4v5.
They should feel pretty comfortable getting back in. Oh, the swing through the smokes. It's going to be for Sentinels right now, and it is just Sentinels taking out G2 left and right.
Crazy reposition, by the way. They think he's main.
Still post plant. Where else would he be? When else would it be on the round?
I think he's main.
They're looking main because that's where the left shot was. Oh! The side steps from John Cutie, the face palm from Trent himself, and the defuse from Zelsis for pistol round.
A rare miss coming out from Trent. No salvos available, but remember when he had no salvos on Icebox, he was still able to clutch a 1v2, actually even on split earlier on. This time you mentioned a little bit of sight sets, players not looking after him.
No.
Defenders costing Sentinels able to turn around here this pistol, but I thought it was going to be quite interesting with Sentinels putting that vice wall at the very beginning towards A main.
Yeah.
Because they split out the push. I thought they were going to try to flood back right in the instance to not allow G2 to play offside in the post plant. But Sentinels played the flood instead, and the trades were perfect, and now they're trying to move here into the second round. A stinger buy out for G2 in a fight towards B main.
What else would it be? A blood-hungry G2 on a stinger by second round. You have to expect it, and it's not expected from Sentinels. They get overwhelmed at B. Second even tries to peek out to do a solo shot, which would be a full team of G2 looking at him, and he gets the safety somehow with that dash.
Almost landed that shot with the outlaw, but now you have a player advantage out for G2 in the post plant. This time Trent is stuck inside the site, but they are closing that gap. Look at how close they are towards the staircase. Not too many chances to flood back in. You do have paranoia and double flash though from Bang and John Cutie that could potentially open things up, and no, not yet.
Leaf is already coming through market right now. They just heard him, but it's not going to be enough. The stinger buy is again more than enough for G2 to get back on the second round.
And free upgrades, 3 Bulldogs picked up on that side. Not even flustered of what happened on that pistol round that Trent couldn't capitalize on the 1 versus 2 clutch.
Doesn't matter.
And the lurks were perfect in that post plant. They didn't really give a chance here for Sentinels to set up into the double flash, flood back into the sites.
He's so mad.
Chaplin feels it.
Yeah, I mean, what is the setup there to play at the front of B archway, you question, with knowing there's going to be stingers at somewhere on the map? With how G2 plays, you have to expect.
Almost found the timing with a knife that waited to be up here for John Cutie, but this again, back into the same protocols for G2, the conditioning of the salvos. Always going for the paw flash right into main. Salvos into the front of the site and towards wine.
There.
3 suppressed. And you can't get and execute quickly into the second wave yet because of the KO knife being thrown by John Cutie that just slows down G2's pacing a little bit. But Sentinels did try to go for a stack towards this B site.
All of my optimism is like completely gone after literally just 1 round loss. It's kind of crazy.
All points on the way in here for the spike.
Like I was so optimistic after pistol,
and not for G2.
And it took 1 round for me mentally, just so you guys know, to just completely give up.
There.
Like,
and just wait it out.
Fuck.
It looks like they want to fight this. Salvos to break the door and they flood out.
Whoa. I'm gonna say they let him out of the site. It's a party. Oh, they're actually grabbing these orbs. They go on to Valence, so not too terrible with the alt accrual. As Leaf comes up with 3, that's gonna be big to get the Steel Garden online, though, for sure. 2 points away for him.
I do like Sen,
G2
but I actually think,
round there as we had
like as a coach,
2 away from getting
as a fan of like watching strategic Valorant, I think G2 is my favorite team in the world to watch.
In a bonus round that could be actually quite
like,
good
and
for G2. If he wants to utilize that to get behind.
God, it would be painful as an Americas fan to not have G2 at an international event. Like, they are our best chance. I'm not an idiot. I'm not an idiot. It would be tragic to not have G2 there.
teleport and insert. As that mid hit starts to happen.
But I can pray
Jogamo
for
to
their
go mid and
downfall
then
against
maybe
certain
Refractor
teams. You know,
jump
certain
all
time
the way
frame
up
in a
back
short
on the
time,
cat
so.
with these guys.
Play both sides of the
Play
fence,
into the
but
site. Smoke top mid. They're going to go ahead and play with this shear. Now they know the shear is here from Leaf's first adventure to mid, so they can start messing with that.
rooting
ball
against
for Zeltics as much
G2
as
in
they want.
Americas though is quite literally biting the hand that feeds
So you
us.
can work this side for the side of G2.
Oh my God, they
John
got
Cutie
him.
Shuts it down for now. They got a bottleneck through these spots into the site here. And G2 is trying to figure out how they do that. It looks like it's just going to be dry on this one. Not much util to be used here at the second entry. Tejo's salvos just making them run silly on the side of G2 as Bang cleans up 3 with that site anchored.
Shanzo's A-holds. He's good for it.
Now for Sentinels as we're trading them back
He's
and
got
forth.
the ult online. Quick
Signature
TP to
position
B.
for Bang in a back of Dice of the A side. It's so hard to deal against him there. Didn't even need to throw the smoke between a Dice and Generator to stay alive here, and they just had perfect sprays and reads there. Right
Bang
through.
carries Sen so often. I think he hasn't hit this form until recently, dude. This is the Shanzo that I know.
So you get that site
It
smoke
took him
that
a
goes
little
inside,
bit to
you
get
can play around
comfy,
it, no tracers,
but bro,
there's
he's
smokes made, you can play
here
around it, no
now.
tracers.
He
It all
fucking
just plays into his
fries
favor.
now.
They're 5-3-1 now for Bang on that side, and he's continuing with this from the last map. Ooh, flash over his shoulder. John Cutie's ready. Yeah.
I hate that after I said that.
His attack here. There was a flash ready for.
It's like the
for
game
John there
fucking
and the
makes me jinx,
generates
bro.
salvos.
This will be difficult though.
Like,
if
why is
Sentinels
the fight
stay within
going
the
his
site,
way
look
right
at all
now?
the ults available.
Fuck up out of
They
here,
have the
G2. Go
Armageddon
B.
that can open it up. Valiant can TP inside. And all they gotta wait here is exactly that, to activate the hit for G2 inside the site.
Not much movement though. It's going to be on Jogamo, and he goes right into the smoke. They've realized the past few times that Jogamo is playing this, he is going into Valent smokes 90% of the time when he jumps forward, trying to win that initial fight. And
bro.
Sentinels has been playing there. Narrate catches that one.
Threw a thorn front A and dipped. That was a good throw. They're looking, don't do it. Shut the fuck up.
They see him. He saw it and he was like, yeah, maybe not.
Bro.
Maybe not. They do get it out though as the 0 point comes through.
And the other now, Leaf picked up an orb, now has
Crowd
the
cheating
seal
and
guarded
shit.
to try to enter, and that's a kills through the smoke.
30 seconds
Just as
left.
it drops. I think that might cancel the plans for G2. You're not going into this one anymore. All 3 of them walking back, and they'll try to save their weapons. Great hold in the very beginning, and you bring up a great point though, Riv. With Jogamo moving right into the smoke, immediately punished by Nary.
Waylay's not
That's what
so
happened the previous
bad
round. They had a perfect
on
pop
a
flash
Sen.
setup to allow Jogamo to just dash right into the garden.
seconds left.
But John Cutie was waiting for him right there. Even blinded gets the full kill. So the game plan, I think, right now,
Especially
Brent
with
was
like the
mentioned in
Vice in
preparation
play a
that
lot
Sentinels brings
and
into
double
this game
Senti being
to
played a
try to
lot.
fight against G2.
Yeah.
You
see
bait
that
out a
they're
lot
playing
of
in
that
positions
util,
right where the
and then you
Waylay
could
lands.
refract
It doesn't
back.
give a chance
I
for
get
Jogamo
it.
to even
You
land
also
down
pounce
before he
onto
refracts.
like the
He's
support
trying to find
players a
information
lot.
for the team, but he's finding
not
information
terrible.
from the grave.
Yeah.
I actually think it's
Super smart
probably
here by
in this
Sentinels, just makes
meta
a
it might
few
be better than the
adjustments.
Jet
See
on
right
Sen.
here from Narrate's point of view, it's like Jogamo isn't expecting people to be in there because I bet he's usually in and out and making the plays that makes Waylay feel so safe. But there is a window to get that attack in. Narrate finds it once, and now it's up to G2 to adapt to make sure Jogamo can get in on these plays because
Like,
it
there's a
is
lot of
the
pathings
focus
you
for
can
their
do
win
with Waylay
condition.
entry.
Jog opening
We'll
up,
see it, so.
denying sheer in mid, and being able to
Like
draw
Jaw
that
isn't gonna
utility
take
so the
pathings
team
that
has a bit of
are
an easier second
he's done a
take.
million times. He has done the heaven one
remember.
once.
Pretty good on this map so far, and now it's the first time that they're really tested with the positioning from Sentinels going into this game. So now you have to
Okay,
go into
so
the later pages
double
of the
thorns
strat book.
on B.
Right now, what?
It's a good jiggle
Shaq
line.
Anders, Josh RT has been building up here for this moment on Ascent. This time not using a refract to try to break the wall. It's just Jogamo jumping across. You need to leverage now his refract for the actual information gathering into the B site.
Be right back.
Oh.
Poor fuck.
And he's ready.
Oh my god! Get
Tried to get Narrate last
fucked!
time.
Holy
Comes out
shit,
on top,
bro!
and it's not going to be a problem the second time. Jogamo, after 2, is finally able to sit Narrate down, but there's backup.
That was the
There's John
biggest
Cutie,
phantom
and
kill
being low
ever.
on HP means they back up. Sights are held. There is no reason to try to get a push here as your number's up.
And that's the thing here. You're playing
30
against
seconds
Sentinels.
left.
If you're going to miss a couple of shots here, you're going to lose that duel no matter what. Nary clean on those 2 shots to hold and anchor up the back of this defender spawn.
Oh, bro, they're fine.
With 18 seconds left, Spike is down. Leaf potentially has no choice but to save. Forced to fight. And now taken down, and that breaks the econ for G2 going into the next
Yeah,
round.
it was a good waylay bait. That's like what I mean. Like, waylays do shit like that a lot in pro play, and that should have worked. Bro, he had 2 bullets. That was an insane play by Nary.
Game form, a strong mental on that. Can really not be his
The
own
trade
enemy
should have
in
been
these games. He
closer,
is
though, for Trent.
performing
I don't know
for
why
playoffs
Trent's
and exactly
spacing was slightly off.
See a little bit of
Holy
a
fuck,
mistime
they're
coming
falling
out here.
apart.
Trent was trying to swing out behind.
Surely
the
they're not
act
falling. Surely this has a
of the
timeout for
Waylay.
Josh.
And yeah, definitely you're
Yeah.
gonna timeout for Josh RT. Just
Wait
Trent
a
will things back.
second.
That was something new. that
No
we haven't really
way.
seen for G2 yet with the pump flash and fight back.
No
versus
way.
Spawn. And you realize that maybe it's not well enough drilled, that they're just missing that timing to really try to punish narrate towards that back of the spawn. So now it's going to be, okay, well, we have to land those timings a little bit better. That's the game plan here that continues on into practice after practice.
I feel like
absolutely
SEN players, if they win this round, are going to start popping off, and the momentum could get crazy.
So using that full mid to
Josh
his advantage.
needs to cook a banger right now.
Having that discussion. And you're right, with G2 kind of varying it, pushing towards mid. I'd say no. So now they're being presented. And they're getting flipped on their head for that. This takes a bit more control in knowing that anything can happen once they're going into the site, as opposed to their probably usual results, honestly. Because
I
G2 is so
can't
good
believe
at
that
executing.
noise he's making in that clip. It's so insane.
Remember when we started this map, I was mentioning here that G2 forces you to play out of sight a lot.
Yeah.
If you're going to use a lot of these utils from this double initiator.
That
from KO
noise
and
is
also
so
through the
ridiculous.
KO. But Sentinels are doing a
This guy
great job
actually
not even
does
allowing
not
G2
care
to
what
get
he does on live TV.
into the sites yet.
Oh, he dodged. He
Second
dodged.
hit.
He dodged.
It was perfect. And they're actually drawing him to the top side of mid there. The shots coming from Zelsis were so good to draw Jogamo's attention. And they want a little bit more towards mid. Zekin knows it only goes so far to peak numbers up, and they get back to safety.
Seems like we waited a little bit too long there for G2 to run through that smoke. Catwalk was open. It allows here Sentinels to get the paranoia and pinch. Now it's
okay.
Gonna mention a flawless, but it's
1 on
Valen in a
3.
1v5.
1 on 2.
Dragon IGL.
1v5, and he has the site to
Oh,
himself here.
fuck.
B site can be tricky enough to get this win. He plants close to stairs, which means aggression? No, okay, he stays in sight. Just TP
They
towards the
think
back. One
he could
paranoia,
be
a
spawned.
smoke in 2.
They heard the
Create the angles that
TP,
he
but
wants.
he could
Not
be
the best spot
spawned.
to be, though. Narrate has Armageddon salvos.
He's pinned himself.
Fuck.
The tough part about this is you have to swing
could do
across
this.
the doorway once you get that initial fight, which gives your opponent that opening. I don't think he was seeing that first time. Yeah, they're looking right at him. Oh, he gets hit by the concuss. Half coming through, but he has the angle for the 1v1 on the left side here. He's waiting for the peek first. That's going to be the defuse coming through. A 4K for Valen in the 5. The 5th won't be there as Bang and team collect the round 5 for Sentinels.
It's so difficult to deal against that. Valen
has
to play against salvos. The
Big
Armageddon and
NT
bangs
from
the left to throw a
Valen.
smoke down.
Great idea to stick that by Shanzo in the
Narrate had a full
smoke.
kit.
I'm glad he didn't
going
like
into that
half
one,
it and try to play the one, you
Unfortunately
know?
there for the side of Valen, but still very great protocols for Sentinels.
We do a little bit of throwing, and that's what makes us us.
Oh my gosh. They're talking about the kills against Valen there. Should have been a cleanup, but yeah, a little bit of throwing indeed, but still the round is collected.
Whoa! They're fucking feeling it now, chat.
Owning kind of evens it out.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And G2 hasn't really found the correct footing here on their attack
I'm
side
feeling T1.
in the last 4 rounds. Leaf has still this Steel Garden that's been holding on for the longest time. Contact play, trying to find maybe a safe spot. Steel Garden is down. It's second back to his form against Cloud9. Back into his dominant form on the defensive side on this Jet on Ascent.
And already looking to make more opportunities out of it, switching his position, staying mobile, and keeping G2 guessing. You still have 5 members of Sentinels, and they aren't over-rotating out of this either. Still holding. Know that Zekin has put a stop to this. All right, side open. Zekin looking for 4, but Trent's able to get the side swing on that one from lane.
These are the ones they win.
Now they organize around the rest of the members of G2. Trent
He hit those last map.
trying to find a few kills before
Flank
they
from
enter
John.
site, hoping Sentinels would
Sorry,
push
Narrate,
a little aggressive.
Now it's 2 hero plays. Jonah P has to fight the beam in against Narrate.
Oh! He gets the short swing on Jonah P.
players are fucking in some bangers.
There's a swing out, the double from Trent, almost deja vu from split.
Fuck,
and that's
bro.
gonna be Bang with the kill. Narrate still alive.
6-2.
They'll give that defuse over to Bang on this one. No, I was gonna say Narrate, right?
Yeah.
Looked like he was running away. He said, come back and get this. Okay, we're back. We're sorted out here. 6 for Sentinels. As we get into round 9, Sen are starting to pull away a lot.
Yeah.
And if you're a G2 fan, that's the raw moment for Trent to lose his
You
mojo
might
in
get a
these
second
clutches.
timeout out of Josh.
Because now Sentinel's running away with this
Maybe
first
not
half on
this
the
round,
defense,
but the
in lead
next
by
round.
4. Almost the
But
last
even this
30
round's like a
HP
half
remaining
buy
on
out
the
of
bench
G2.
when they line up again. Good thing I was talking over that. But now
Okay.
G2, they want to fight quick again with the W
Kind of a
tilt.
shit buy.
There's
They have
already
Waylay ult.
potentially a special
Flash
delivery on
dash
the defense
tiles.
from
We saw
Narrate
this
to stop
push.
them
Oh my
down,
god, they're in
a
it.
5 versus 2 potential fight. into
Holy
the main.
fuck.
Straightforward. Zekin trying to be the spearhead once again. Bang starts off onto Jogamo, starting this round
Get the fuck out.
0-6 first kills, first death. They'll make that 0-7. Vans not having a great time on the Waylay to get that initial attack for G2, and Sentinels is really playing off it.
Yeah. Instead of going for the special delivery, they went for the salvos just to push him back. A good old classic tiles pinch. But they only lose Jogamo in the process now for G2. The double ult could really switch things around here as Valen just got picked by the knife. But they've lost so much space. I don't think they want a drone to give their position away because you don't have Jogamo at the tip of the spear to open things up.
Dude,
Now the jump
G2
spot
almost
coming in
doesn't
from John
feel
Cutie
like
sees and
G2 in
identifies
some
to
of these
rotate
rounds.
over back
Like,
towards the A side
they're
where
like
Zelsis
scrambling on the back
will get
foot.
tested.
This is
Backs
incredible.
up, plays it safe. You can already see just across him is John Cutie ready to help with that high-low.
So well
Man,
played right now by
what a
Sen.
stall here. This is going to put G2 back on 30 seconds. Are they in control is the question, as they now have to consider mid is not the play. They only leave Leaf, but they're losing people on Cat.
Uh-oh. They're losing people everywhere for G2.
Falling like dominoes on this one. Jonah P is able to get one trade back, but John,
We're gonna get
with
that
the
second
quality
timeout, chat.
tactics, locks in another round for Sentinels.
Now it's Sentinels time for the fragging IGL to step up here for John Cutie.
Bruh.
So good on the defense so far to defend the A site. Playing solo towards the tree. The high-low, yes, at
I don't
least with
wanna jinx
Zelsis, but you
this.
saw the idea for G2. Putting a lot of members down
is
towards the
crazy.
market, hoping to pull a little bit of that rotate out. And Sentinels are doing very similar things as G2 is doing at Trent. Give a lot of that responsibility and trust to Zekin that can anchor it alone so they can continue to hold on the extremities.
I still
and
almost
fight
can't even
perfectly here
believe
for
it. Like, I think
Sentinels'
G2 still is going to do
Zekin's
some
walking
crazy
out with
shit.
the outlaw, but G2 wants to rush into the B site.
Dashed in. Jogamo looking for that first one. Has to refract. Does get the info, but it's not able to be played off of. Sentinels are reacting perfectly. And it's Leaf. They have to run through with the stingers. It seems like the only thing they can do is press W to get this to work, because Sentinels has the read left and right on these plays. John Cutie just stepping to the side. Zekin picks up another kill here.
And you can't run forward to get the kill because Bang just threw a perfect paranoia, so they can't punish. John Cutie got caught.
The peaks left and right. They're just
140.
playing with their food here. The pop flash comes out. A great duck and cover by Trent, but it's still not
God.
enough. That's the story. It's just not enough to take over Sentinel's retake right now. They were showing it last on Icebox, and now they're showing it again on Ascent. The retakes are just too good.
Sencina now getting as loud as Sentinels are inside the server.
Fucking
Following
hell.
behind every
Spam
kill,
the
clean
KO.
through smoke, staying alive for so long. For the
Man.
anchor players for Sentinels within
Sen are
these sites.
actually playing really, really, really well.
Game of retakes for Sen, and they are winning.
Barely needing retakes, actually.
Barely needing to, yeah.
They're
I said
so
that
good
when we
at
saw them
fighting
play C9 on Ascent
against
too. Their
G2's
Ascent
attack.
was impressive
I
as
guess that's
fuck.
what you have to do. Keep Trent out of a winning position. Do not allow that post plant to happen. because, man,
Holy
he just
shit,
brings that
man.
win percentage up for the side of
8-2
G2.
right now.
And denied a space given by Jogimo, and again, it's the classic get in, refract,
They
and there's going to be a
split.
player swinging behind. It's almost playing against a Yoru when they're going to the dimensional drift.
Armageddon back, but they've hardly cleared sight
Damn,
with the
that was a
util
really
to
good
get in for
refresh.
G2. Narrate's just able to stand there. They do finally trade from Tree. It's going to be a bit of chaos, and G2 thrive right now as they head to site, but the retake potential's still there. John Cutie's knife.
Has
Zekin
Blade
with full
Storm if he
util.
wants to use it. Could save it for
This
last.
time, no flash to John Cutie, though.
That's right.
Pulse plan crossfire setup would be good, but now they're leaving Jogimo alone on site.
And this is the question. Is it just a post plant that they can't get through, or
This flash
can
from
Sen
Leaf
break
is like
apart
everything.
G2?
Oh,
That's
he
such a
popped
big
it early.
night. They know now that there's 2 players playing towards main.
That's 2 kills, 1 on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade this and make it uneven. Trent, the one we were wondering about, is versus the 2 shooters for Sentinels here. Zelsis is going to be the first contact, and it's not going to be enough, but second!
Holy fuck, he actually got it.
9.
Oh my god.
Wrap it up. Oh no. This is the mental game as well as the game in the server now, Vansili.
G2 look like they're predictable in the side of Sentinels. Look at when you
There's
see the
no
refract coming
way.
through. Narrate doesn't even care about Tree anymore. He knows
They're
somebody's gonna
sending
be
us
swinging behind.
G2 by beating them
Waits
on
3-2,
Icebox
gets
and
the first pick,
Ascent.
goes back towards the tree, has easy second kill. Again, it's just a mini dimensional drifts from a Yoru. When you have somebody...
Is it a joke? Is it actually a
away from the space
joke,
that was
chat?
taken, the other ones will try to move in to try to fight back for G2.
Kenny Atkinson.
Sentinels has such a good game plan now on the defense.
All right. In numerous strats now,
Unreal,
a bit
bro.
of mid and a lot towards A. The Sentinels has the read. Phantoms across the board for them, knowing they're going to be firing through smokes the whole time. We usually see Zekin with that Vandal, especially last on Icebox. But
Dude.
Phantom here, feeling comfortable on it.
I don't want them to send us
No.
G2,
A little
chat.
bit of mid work again, but it does look like that A landing here for G2. Drone towards mid. Gives them a bit of an idea, and they're trying to fake out.
Actually, I
Sentinels
hope
here.
Rob Moore
They are not
relentlessly
moving. They
trolls
are
them
rooted
all
in their
night.
defensive spots.
They can't sleep.
Oddly enough, okay, so now they're utilizing Trent. So far, it's always been Jogimo
Hit him at their
breaking
all-time
open that
low.
wall. So they need Jogimo
Honestly,
for the execution within the sights. And Trent can stay
this
in
loss might
range
hurt
to
them
use
so
the salvos
bad.
to help the hit.
Jogimo start off this first blood. It's going to be Valen that actually gets Bang out of his anchor position. Something very hard. The spam goes through. And Zekin unknown again with the Phantom through the smoke. They give the site for a moment. Zekin checks the back.
Oh my god.
He didn't see him.
Oh my god.
But Trent did. And that could be the play as Trent makes this call.
He needs to find the timing, though. Has to go for the backstab. He's not going to play the salvos.
He missed. He missed. They found him and took him out. No, but it's going to be Jonah P. Can Jonah P save the round is the question. John Cutie comes up huge, and it happens again for G2. Sentinels get through an error, and they take 10 on the first half.
No way, bro. There's no way.
Cutie, who's been so good on the defense again. Trent, another moment that had such a good moment to backstab players and just unfortunately misses those shots. And Sentinels able to capitalize in the end and take the lead by 8. Getting closer here to be the second team to represent the Americas at Masters Toronto.
It is a screaming first half here for Sentinels. G2 have to bring everything as we come back from the break here on Ascent. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, man. The Sen killer instinct, dude. Oh. Fuck. I'm shocked right now, man. Yeah, they're having the flashbacks, dude. The PTSD is hitting them fucking hard right now. Rob Moore is literally fucking losing his mind somewhere in LA. Holy fuck, bro. Dude, Rob Moore is feeling fucking 20 right now. This guy is gonna go crazy tonight. Oh my god. A 10-2 lead. Surely they close it out. Surely they close it out. I won't even take... Look, I don't even... If they don't close it out, this ain't a jinx. It's their fault. Dude, a 10-2 lead? Come on. That's not my fault if they can't close this shit out.
10-2 is our first half in favor of Sentinels here on our third map. G2 now moving to the defensive side, and we know what the defensive side can mean for teams. It's weird to say, but also this game could be far from over.
The thing is, though, with G2 is on this map of Ascent, where they're currently 3-0, most of their success has been done on the attack. This is the first time that they have to play the comeback from the defensive side, and against a team like Sentinels, who's been red hot since the first half of this third map. I'm not sure if G2 will have it. They will have to start with this pistol, and they will definitely have to dig deep in their pockets to find some sort of silver lining.
And it's a heavy util focus round. Look at the amount of classics you have over on the side of G2. A few armors tagged in there as well, so they're looking to teamwork this one for a retake.
This is looking like some fake mid pressure into an A split, maybe
in the sights. As Sentinels walk right up mid here to knock on the front door. Doors closed. May not thwart them. G2 just want a bit more coverage on the round with the way that they're playing and how much they want to just slow things down a little bit.
Everything's being covered up, though. You have a wall watching towards the B main. If you break the wall or break the door towards B, you know that Sentinels are going to inch towards that side. And
every Sen fan wants his pistol so bad.
By salvos towards the end.
Dude,
you're able to dash away.
Sen fans want this pistol so bad.
That will stop Sentinels for now.
Flashes on both sides. A good lurk by Zelsis here. They're going to have to be very careful about that as Sentinels start to move into the site. Narrate has broken the defense.
The knife out rotate.
So they won't have that initiator utility to get back in. And that kind of activates G2 to move a little bit faster.
2v2, big
It
fight.
pays off for the moment, but will it pay off for the round win? Bang here versus Leaf. Making the noise. Leaf has a lockdown on his position because of that movement, but he gets to safety now as Leaf goes for the short peek and resets himself at the top of the site, following in the footsteps of Bang here to get a ghost.
Riker Classic to close the gap.
At 10-2, this is an incredibly pivotal pistol round here for G2 to win this. It is on Leaf, lower in HP, better in weaponry. Trying to get this final kill as he's going to have to push soon to get that timing on the spike. Just right clicks coming out. And it's going to be another one from Bang!
Oh my god, dude!
And it's now 11-2.
Chonzo!
G2 are now backs against the wall. At this point, you probably have to go for
no way, bro. What. They're going to force.
The steepest uphill battle to play against Sentinels. A team
no
who has been undefeated
way.
in this split. Tested by a team who's turned things around since the loss of KRU. And you definitely need some hero plays coming through. Second and Bang. John Cutie have definitely done it on the side of the defense.
Chat, you know what I realized?
Taste the victory with the rest of the team.
Chat, you know what I realized?
Josh RT already calling the last timeout available for the side.
Chat, remember when I said after they lost this eco, I said on this round when they were in the A site, I have no faith. I have no faith. This was the moment that I said I have no faith in Sen.
2 rounds away. So the chat has to happen here with the team. And you can see they are listening.
Dude. Dude, it actually played out like the biggest jinx of all time. What? They literally lost that eco, and I was like, oh man, Enio, I have no hope. And then they won 10 rounds in a row.
G2 might have to play far up in the face of Sen with those defensive stingers.
What?
Which also makes it a little scary here, but you got to go for broke at this
I
moment.
can't even believe it, man. From like rock bottom.
With the knife that starts on the attack side of Sentinels, it does not hit Leaf. So the 2 Razor Vines, the walls are still good. Counter knife, no information
That's
gathered. That's a huge knife
crazy.
being thrown all the way from
They
tree.
have just
from Jonah P.
destroyed them from that moment on.
Here.
It's a good protocol in the very beginning, though.
I'm fucking loving
three
it,
players
though,
rotate
man.
across, spam through the smoke that heavily damages Zelsis.
I didn't think a team could do
Throughout
this to
all of that
G2
chaos,
and NA.
the insert from Valen to listen to these rotates, but this is a buy from G2 who only has
Crazy
stingers.
insert right. Zek looks so
Not the
aware,
best of
though.
buys to be in this position, to be in these positions on the side of G2 with how forward they are. Sentinels looks like they want to stop and go, re-hit back towards the B site, but nobody from G2 has rotated across.
No. Valen just trickling in that information of what vision he has, all that util inside sight from Leaf could do. The exact amount of damage they need. Straightforward, Zekin tries to basically pull the Jogamo away.
They try to double
There's
TP
no
up
smoke,
there.
there's no kill to be had there. Now the refract is
Cringe.
right there, but it's still enough time for Leaf to capitalize on the window. The Stingers, how are they just too much for SEN every time?
And the wall was still up. It split the Sentinels push, and G2 stays alive into their stinger buy.
You gotta be kidding me. Smiles on the face of G2, they get away with that round, but honestly, I don't know if get away is the right word. They secure
go back
it
the other way
again.
now, or
They're
what?
so good with it, and it does not seem like a team has
Do
an
we
answer. Maybe just keep buying stingers. They just keep buying stingers, man. Great job there. Sentinels still have a lot of room to work with and a lot of time to work with here on this second half. But G2, they are now down and out as we see.
And Sentinels knows that there is
no.
so much cushion. 8th round lead, so going for a full
I'm
classic
not saying
round
anything from this point on.
against G2. G2 on their side just upgrading as much as they could, playing pretty much escalation at this point. Jogmo going with the Bulldog and Leaf as well.
Drone is down.
The drone doesn't get too much information, so that
It
is
would
actually
be a
taking well
master
inserted
class.
towards this wine, but being pushed out by the
By
Salvos,
Sen, of
and that's
course.
actually a good read towards the end. That's no dash for Zekin to clear space into the B site. So if they're going to try to go into B one more time, that util from Leaf would still be, once again, too good to deal with.
He's already playing for a first look on it, too.
Ooh. That might change the tempo, though. That,
Yeah?
knife just suppressed him.
Narrate only getting so close, 3 pips away still on that ult.
No one's really very close to
To
ult.
rotate back across, they had Zekin here for quite a while, so they have decided to change the strat a few times. Zekin's lurk here would have still been pivotal to use on the round, but they're gonna have to create another fake here. 30 seconds left. Fragment goes down, it's gonna be Jonah P with a bit of utility out, but the rest of the squad is easily able in sight to
Sean's a
thwart
TP
the rest
behind
of the
him.
members there of Sentinels. Narrate just on that lurk will be found by Valen. And G2 grab themselves another round, but they know there's a lot of work to be done.
They save the 2 Bulldogs into the next round as well. And that's the difficult portion here for our difficult part for G2.
2 more
Because
rounds.
they know they have backs against the wall against Sentinels, they have to keep upgrading to weapons. So even if they have stingers that they save within this round, they
Damn,
drop
bro.
it back towards the spawn, upgrade
What
to these,
a
so the money
run
could
of
potentially
fucking
stay
rounds.
low if
Oh
they keep
my
losing players in the
god.
process in these fights against Sentinels. And Sentinels is just going to keep grinding into the economy and potentially even turn it around by that point.
Jogamo wants some action. Maybe at this point, Jogamo feels like he needs to produce something too, with the first half being so difficult, being shut down by Sen. You just get that inkling where you want to make that impact, and he does.
Oh,
Drop
damn.
second, and
That's
gonna
actually a
bring the
nuts
heart rate
combo,
up. The
chat.
rest of
Did
the
you
fire
guys
comes
see
through,
that?
and it's going to be too much in mid as Jaw goes for another
He
peek
hindered the corner for
Take that to start, though. A
missiles.
nice little saturate combination towards
That's
the
a
bridge.
really good
Punishes
play.
2 players there. No more dashes, no more salvo utility to open up the site. Now they have to work towards middle, and John Cutie starts things off well.
Hardly even saw him on that shot. John is feeling it right now. Almost looked for another one, sees the elbow. And this fight's just going to be a 1v1 by them as Celsius
he
goes
didn't even hit
down
the
to
one
Trent
shot
here on that
either.
push. So you played their pistol round. We know you're going to be lurking this late into the round, Celsius.
Enemy remaining.
Man,
Down B.
G2 just seem to have a lockdown here. Once they have early momentum in the round, So confident in these trades.
Oh, somehow made it alive without being stunned.
That was the first
Don't
G2
drop
thing
out.
I think we've seen out of them this map. No?
Oh, you're so pinned.
I feel like that was the
Who's
first
gonna peek first?
G2ing.
Just toying with their food. 5 now for G2. The
They
timeout,
G2'd Neri to death.
playing in strong. That talk from Josh reset the squad, and now they have 3 in a row.
You've had these moments on the side of the Sentinels camp where they actually had very strong starts, very strong leads, but their opponents are actually starting to come back into the game. I remember a couple of interviews ago, within their wins, Kappa was mentioning I should have called some of these timeouts a little bit earlier here to not give a chance for opponents to really catch up and build that momentum. It's starting off well here since this force buy from
We're not
G2
worried yet, right?
in that second round of the half. Breaking the econ over Sentinel, snowballing
No,
a
we're
couple
not worried
of
yet.
rounds, and also
11-5.
survived with 3 players in the last round. So the economy's back to normal on the side of the defense for G2. And Kaplan now, it's finding ways to try to shut things down right away
11-8
here.
is when we're worried.
And trying to get this
Okay.
drone pick towards middle, maybe try to break some walls or trying to get that spot
I'll
and
fuck with
control
11-8.
towards middle is being well defended by G2.
I'll go with
And
11-8.
Sen feels like they're understanding that weakness in terms of the map control that G2 currently has.
Yeah.
Because since the very beginning, Leaf has been using the wall towards B main instead, and not using the wall towards middle for information.
That's true. We'll see how he sets it up again. Looks like it actually might be heading over towards A so they can keep a focus towards mid and towards tree a little bit more.
Absolute cinema.
We'll wait for it to come out.
This actually is a giga banger, man.
Imagine. I mean, right now they have the streak. They have what should be another round right now
This is
versus
such a
Sentinels.
wild
G2
way
with
this
the
is all
operator
played
being
out.
brought out by Jogamo, so you know he's going to try to get into dangerous spots and use
All right,
that
double
refract
missiles flash
to
into
make
mid
sure
for a
they
quick
have
clear.
An early say
KO
in the
flash
round.
over mid.
Back towards mid. Yeah, like you said, toying here with mid, trying to destroy the wall. This time they won't find it. It looks like they're going to have to move on from here. Oh my gosh, Trent and Leaf just lay down Sentinels as they try to get into the site. There's a few more come through as they farm the low buy around here from Sen, and
fucking
G2
nice
looks like
as
they're
hell
going to
from
grab
G2.
6. Quite a few ults will be online for the following round.
I'm not gonna lie, that looked really fucking clean from G2. Like, that was like a flex of how structured they actually are. It was like, yeah, by the way, if you were to run a fucking fast B split on us and you don't have guns, like, this is what it's gonna look like. Like, their util and peaks are so good here.
Haven't even had to play a retake for G2. It's all fights as soon as Sentinels tries to go for an execution.
Let's go. We're winning this shit.
I mean, you have to feel like you have a read on the game right now. If this is what's happening and Sentinels hasn't shown you anything since that first round. Already in. Straight back towards mid.
He sounds
I
like he
wonder if this is
believes,
Sentinels
Tay.
trying to find out
I
which
think he
wall's gonna be,
believes.
what kind of game they can play with that. Because again, Leaf's sheer is out. Oh, it's out towards the right
He-
side of A this time.
Correct.
That was
They
not
do
a
have
fake.
it
We
working
got
on
this shit.
that
I'm
A
letting
main,
you guys
which means
know.
They can keep focusing this mid, and they have the right idea.
And he's playing towards this area so that if there's a lot of pressure, he can actually throw the Razor Vines. Or the Vise ult, which is perfect here to slow some players down.
No.
Narrate
They're
stuff his toe on
G2ing
the
them.
Armageddon. Walked right into that thinking it was going to be just soon enough that it left. John Cutie answers, but Jogamo hits the sliver shot. Not a chance for Zelsis to return that. Now they just search for John. Take him out. Jonah P finds his duplicate and ends that round. 11-7 now. We said it when we came in. It is still very much a match because G2 is getting back on the defensive side of Ascent. Anything can happen.
The position's perfect again. It's hard right now to deal against Trent playing back towards the defender spawn. His salvos, his special deliveries are too good. Even again, the position that you had from the Steel Garden from Leaf right towards the garden that covers the whole area of Pizza. So that G2 could actually fight just against pistols, flooding back into
This
the
is
market.
fucking-
Sentinel keeps trying to go for this
This is
mid
a
to be
movie.
split.
If this
But it
happens,
changes this time around.
it
I
can't
think after
happen, though.
losing so
It can't
many
happen.
attempts of taking mid control,
Yeah.
G2 were changing their position around, and it started off pretty well. There was a jump spot going towards the B link that Jogamo potentially could have punished.
Whoa. A back and forth round here for Sentinels. I mean, obviously they have a plan in mind, but they've already given G2 that time to set up, understand it's not a rush, and kind of position themselves here further in sight to make sure they are ready for utility. So it's not about speed for Sen right now. They're trying to control and get ready for these ultimates.
All right, they got the Vice Flash up in heaven here.
The walls
Anti-KO ult setup. Off of the KO ult. They're cooking.
Already Razorvine's playing counter.
Ooh, Zekin.
Okay, first blood.
In first. Been kind of quiet on these past few rounds here. Shut down by G2, but now awake here on round 19. And that null command is going to give them a good amount of space here to hit this round. A big lurk from Zelsis could get some tags on people, but I think his timing is already the same as John Cutie, so not really much a lurk anymore.
Oh, he got blinded too. Could move in somehow. Oh, G2's turning it around.
The distraction, he jumps in, has the option. He's not going to be providing too much unless he's up top on Heaven like that. And now it's the 3v2.
Oh
G2 are closing in on Sen, and that's a third one from Jogamo. Are they even pressured in these situations?
I was just about to mention that G2 will be heavily tested on how they could retake
that boy Dogamo, bro. He's back.
Somehow he still moves in.
Dude.
Just to find information
my
first, and
God.
then comes in right after when his teammates are getting first.
It's actually a
retake.
fucking movie out here. This is crazy.
Clean shots towards the end. A highlight reel.
No. You can see Kaplan knows it's getting away from him. It's too close for comfort here. And that's going to be that final timeout for the side of Sentinels. Vans, how do you reset momentum like this? You can only tell the team that what they were doing was working, right? The retakes, that was where Sentinels were huge. So it's got to be off the beginning. Just pretend you're attacking with a retake, right? Is that easy? No, it's not. It's not when you don't have the momentum that G2 has right now.
Yeah.
Holy
Right
fuck.
now for Sentinels is the wall has been a little bit of a pain point at the very beginning for Sentinels on trying to enter towards the main of the B site.
11-8.
Didn't work out. Let's try to go for a little bit of mid control and go for these splits. Denied now by the crunch that G2's pulling in from the rotates on the defense. But you're definitely
I can't
seeing
believe
the pressure
this.
that's being added on the side of Sentinels when they're working towards middle. That
Close it
G2's
out,
rotate
Sen.
is not necessarily on flanks in the front of Catwalk. They're actually playing back towards the
I might literally think I'm in a simulation if this
and
plays
trying to
out
fight
this
back
way.
towards the spawn towards B. So there's potential here for John Cutie. I mean, you're going to ask a lot for him to try to have the perfect calls to manipulate the rotates and to actually start activating a little bit more alerts, maybe even towards the A main.
Yeah.
Force maybe a 1v1 into Leaf, and then maybe you have a chance to pull back now into a site hit that's a little bit cleaner and play at a man advantage.
I like that. Because I feel like Sentinels is playing back when, say the Vice is more acting like a Killjoy with an alarm bot. They're just looking for alarm bot destruction, and then they go and do something else. When they're not getting that wall in mid, they're not able to mess with any utility. And G2 is just saying, hey, someone's outside the front door. We don't have to react yet.
No.
So I think a lot of what Sen's doing is too telegraphed, a little too slow there. We saw Zekin dive into the site and capitalize on one. They just have to be able to keep that pressure. G2 is so on top of what Sentinels is doing. They're not really giving respect to those engages. It's being a pain point for Sen.
Yeah. And this is the first time as well that G2 was tested on into the
Yeah.
The first time we're seeing a defuse coming in from G2.
Oh my God, he's fucking doing it to him. He's doing it to him.
But they did have a good buddy to run back into the site off the information that Jogamo was able to bring. If they're able to shut down Jogamo first, not necessarily on killing him, but making sure that he stays further back.
I love Valen so much, bro.
The jump in refract info for the team. Sentinels might have a chance. They haven't really had an opportunity to really put Narrate into these post-plant scenarios that Trent has been doing so well throughout this whole series.
He is actually such
And
a
despite
good
that,
kid.
when I mentioned that Trent, yes, had a couple of whiffy rounds into this third map of Ascent, he's still on the top of the board, by the way, for G2.
Yeah, 19 and 13 with 7 assists there.
Oh,
too.
Trent had to
The
go
whole
body?
package this game for sure.
Uh-oh.
Coming in from Trent. 15 and 13 for Zekin on the other side. I'd say everybody's really fragging in this game as you're close to double digits just for every single player here.
Yeah, thanks, Pansy.
Bro, no wonder he wasn't hitting those
Trying to
clutches
catch up to
earlier.
you guys
we
over there.
need our orange slices and juice boxes, okay? Okay.
All makes
That
sense.
said, though,
now.
if you're looking back to on the side of G2, remember on the first half, you've called it at some point. How they were
Also,
so good
Trent just went and
for
had
Sentinel's side to
a
shut down
really
Jogamo
long
on the
convo
injuries. 0-7
Guess
at
who was
some
in the
point
stall
in
next to him?
terms of
First blood,
attempts
first
at-
kill.
Exactly. And now he's
Anders.
currently sitting at 10 and 13.
Our
You saw the triple
assistant
kill he
coach.
just had on that retake.
Yeah.
You don't want this guy to start activating. Which
They
is
were
why
talking through the
probably
stall.
Kaplan started calling these
They're
timeouts a little bit
cooking.
earlier because you're starting to see a warm-up on the side of Jonah P. A warm-up on the side of Joggimo.
For sure.
And it's not the right time
just
for
used our
Sentinels to cool
third
down
tack.
when they don't have any timeouts left to work with.
Jog with an early op. Not even refracted yet either. He's just going out there for the initial take.
Bro, Narrate sees that hinder. He's like, nah.
They have an idea on the read with
Fuck
all
this.
the pushes they're doing on tree and towards tiles here.
And this buy that they have for Sentinels, Nary doesn't even have a drone to come out with. So
No,
they're
I know.
actually
It is
investing
an
a lot of
assistant
force
coach. Just
buy
doesn't
into
go
this
as hard
round.
if I say something different.
Because Zekin has Bladestorm, he could be that pivotal piece that allows here
It's part of
Sentinels
the
to
coaching
turn
stuff, though.
the map back in their favor, especially on their attack side. And he's currently moving here towards his A side. Sentinels are getting ready for a time hit with the salvos of Narrate for a split of a 3-2 towards his A site.
G2 are ready for the 1 minute take. There goes the smoke towards A main to already slow. Valen is prepped. The 0 point starts to come out. They actually get tagged. Zekin takes one down, but Jonah P answers with 2, and Tree is done. The pincer move is no longer there, and what's in sight has to hit like a brick. It does not.
Oh, the wall bang!
It does not. John Cutie coming up with 2.
Teammates close the fucking door.
Sentinels.
Wait, no, that was actually...
Feeling the pain on this one as they cannot get to the site with the spike. G2 just too strong. Safety here for John Cutie.
Oh, this is dangerous, though.
Oh, the shorty just on his right. Will he think to check it? Looks into sight first. That's 2 from Lee for the drive-by. 9 for G2, and like you said, that was SEN pushing themselves into a bye. We'll have to see what they can scrap up here on this next round.
But the convergence path, and then having Leaf moving forward, that was going to be dangerous. They still had Util up towards that wall, and it seems as though the last 2 players were so separated between Jarimo and Leaf that there was a chance for your fragging IGL on the side of Sentinels to clutch that. Yeah, a nice little opening, but unfortunately wasn't enough because of this push coming out from Jonah P. The util on both of the initiators from both teams have been really good for the defensive side. And it's so hard to deal against. Trying to go for a double swing potentially on the top of middle here from Sentinels after the drone spots the op from Jogimo. And they also spotted that wall though. It's been pinged out right away.
They've got good util. They get his refract out. They think a bit of a mid push is coming. They got the drone out. This is the time Sentinels have a step ahead of the play and one where they can start to come back. Let's see how G2 reacts.
And somehow with a stinger by 2, but identifying that wall, they know that they have a clear path moving towards the A site. No walls to stop them, and Celsius places a nice wall for the post plant.
Oh, all 5 heaven?
Stingers,
they are going to waterfall into sight. They got to be ready. The paranoia comes out. Jogamo hits 1. Already able to just spread out onto heaven here. The trades are in favor of Sentinels to start. Jogamo can't find that position to jump in just yet. The door's broken, and they need that extra attack point. There it is. They draw the door focus. Beautifully done.
Oh my
They're
God, he one-shots that guy.
G2 perfection on the retake.
Oh my God.
1 round away for G2 to tie this game.
I can't even
A
breathe
by
right now. I
Sentinels, a
can't
snack towards hell,
believe this
But wasn't
shit.
enough to go for the ping pong swings to fight back against the retake of G2. And again, it's engaged and initiated by Jogimo at the top of heaven.
Wait, nice!
They are ready. They just want to get back into each round, Vans. They don't even want the end of the round time. Just start it again. You can see the
SEN on
G2's
attack
feeling
right
it.
now, bro.
Sentinels had a plant.
SEN on attack
Now with
right
the plan
now.
that they have,
8
it's just
looking good.
small shields, weird
Yo,
shields, not the
what?
best
Where did
in
our
terms
boys go?
Of armor to keep them alive
Come
in
back,
this fight.
SEN.
And they're trying to add a fight into main again.
Valen and team pop flash out. They're going to get the win here onto Sentinels, and they're going for the throat. Sentinels get another buy, and they're going to just put that money back down into the gutter as G2 go for the throat again.
You have to escape with only 6 HP remaining on Bang. The best thing you can do right now for Sentinels at this point is to try to salvage these orbs.
Oh my God.
Trying to build up the ult here for John Cutie. Bring this to potentially the last 2 rounds of this map to determine the
Yo,
winner.
can anyone
of who
check and
qualifies
make
to
sure
Toronto.
Rob Moore is okay?
They don't even want to go towards B to try to pick it up because they lost all that information towards middle
Rob
at the very
Moore
beginning.
might not be okay right now.
So now it's just, okay, use this minute right now for John Cutie. There's no more timeouts left for Kaplan.
Bro.
It's all up to the IGL to try to call out the next 2 rounds.
Holy fuck. This is crazy that this
type
has
of play
happened.
From G2 continues to just remind
From
us and instill that pedigree
11-2
that they
to
bring the table.
11-11.
In situations where it
These
looks
guys are going to claw
impossible,
onto these guns.
30 seconds
they're
left.
still able to make it happen here.
They have to pray that
Tying up the
G2
game
doesn't
with this
hunt
one.
them.
Still got work to do, but the momentum is fully in favor of G2 here. How they string another round together.
Oh my
That will tie up the
God.
game. 11-11. We wish for a good series, and we're getting it so far.
10 seconds
And
left.
again, at the beginning of this round, you saw that Sentinels were trying to pull out a little bit of a strat book from G2. Going for the salvos to take control of line and in front of sight. But look at the answer back of G2 that other teams haven't really been doing instead. When G2 continuously adds the double initiator util to take forward A main, the counter salvos to come across, and a pop flash towards the smoke.
That's right. You can't even get your Omen TP over at that point. One of the biggest things about taking that A main control to have the double peek. So yeah, everything is being shut down. Super smart plays here, getting Mastermind towards the end of the series. Map 3, all the stops being pulled out, and the last bits of the strat book being flipped, the last pages.
And right now, towards this B main, you have Zelsis potentially trying to throw a flash, but no, he's going to fall back instead. I was going to say that's a perfect position for Jogmo to be at, to just get an opening, avoid the flash, and get a pick with the up towards main.
Dodges the flash.
All right. Ooh, does get the wall.
That was a good idea,
but the drone
but
did see that it was the jet.
Yeah, they know that's a fake. And this is what we kind of talked about before too, Vans, is that's not enough to be faking G2 out right now. Because they bring the fight to Tree. Just right in there. They're not even worried.
Dodges the
So
flash
much util has been
again.
used in the very beginning, though, from both initiators, and the off shot missed, though, from Jogmo towards B main.
A rarity.
But all of that util expense here towards the side of G2. Now this is an opening for SEN to go for the mid to B split.
They finally go through the door
Double
on this
Thorns
one. They've been
lane, second
tempting
can't
it.
go
They've
that
been
way.
trying. They
Omen ult
squeeze through that choke
canceled.
point. Do they know Jagamo's in the back, though? The operator's
SEN
going to be tough
posturing.
in that close spot.
They might take the spawn fight. Bang has flash ready for back sight. Goaded flash coming in.
So much
They
time
gotta
for
take
Sentinels.
it.
Exactly.
But this Vice
G2 could pull back
flash,
in
oh
this
my
fight.
God, this Vice flash is going to cook them.
There's one. There's no help for that. One dry peek by Narrate to go in. A second one, they try to get a bit of util. The
Oh my God, it
flash,
popped. Nothing.
Arcros goes down. Jogamo can't get another one.
Holy
Sentinels finally
Shanzo.
dislodge
4
him
on
from the
4.
back of the site, but they don't know how close G2
No.
is, and they're right on top of John Cutie.
And so much time's been wasted. Trent may have salvos very soon. As I mentioned, he just has it up. Here comes the flood back into the site.
Always in the iPad for him. Ready to attack. Flash goes over. Hide from Zekin keeps him safe. And he's the only one on stairs as Zelsis is trained
No flash
on
for that
that
peek.
lane side.
The only thing Sentinels has is his flash.
Flash turned. And that's going to be another round. Sentinels! 4K for Bang, and that's what it takes to get him to game point.
That one flash that was remaining there for Zelsis pops it, allows for him to get 2 assists. And for
Dude,
Sentinels
this
just
is the
right back on the front of
craziest
G2.
fucking
All the util was
map
ready for G2 to move into the
ever.
group. And
I
look at the
can't
position
believe how
towards the
these
end.
rounds played out.
Bang once again, stepping up to the plate when needed. And Sentinels are 1 round away of qualifying to Toronto.
What's it going to take? Jogamo gets the operator back out for the hard line. He's going to go straight mid. And Sentinels is going to tempt it. The smoke just at mid keeps Jogamo from opening the round with a kill here, but he's waiting inside for that party.
And G2 haven't really been doing this so far.
Oh my God, this smoke will
Not with
dissipate.
the op at least. And Jogmo will try
Seconds
to
aware.
get it done. That's his responsibility here. The drone spots a couple players towards Sabrosa.
Fuck timing.
Jaws just trying to find that timing.
There.
Oh.
That's not right down. That's no salvos to open up the site towards the tree. So you can't manipulate the map so far for Sentinels.
G2 win this. They flip us into overtime and reset the sides. Everybody's defense has been stronger, it seems, so far. So we're going to get a hell of a back and forth if it does happen. Sentinels look to string back over towards the A side now. They've chosen correctly, but that only depends on how well Valen and Jonah P want to pop off here.
Valen still has a flash to the delay, and Jonah could throw a knife and even molly towards the tree.
One.
Shit, what a
Valen
kill, bro.
starts the pop off. The fuse is lit here for G2. With overtime on the horizon, they have 5 members to retake this site from just the 3 of Sentinels. And Celsius makes it 4 members of G2.
3 on Celsius here.
Oh, he gets back on the other side of the wall. Huge play. Definitely not going to expect this. Maybe the timing is reset for Jogamo now, but Celsius goes for the deeper reset here. And now he knows the drop is there. Second answers with 1. They're looking to take the round. Only 2 kills away. 1 more. It's just gonna be it. Bang gets the kill. That's 13 for Sen. The glow up from the young team. And Sen City is headed to Masters Toronto.
No way, they did it, bro.
A beautiful fight for Sentinels in the last round. Taking all the rounds of regulation
cinema.
in order to qualify to Toronto.
Holy shit,
a 3
bro.
versus 5. Facing the adversity, going into potentially overtime.
What a
they
play
shut
by
down
Celsius.
G2 at the right moment.
What
With the
a
shining
series,
stars of
man.
Sentinels
What a
denying
series.
G2's easy track to qualify.
Sen winning on Icebox and
Kickoff
Ascent.
revenge.
13-11,
Hard
13-11
fought
is
map.
a
The
movie.
timeout so necessary from Kaplan there to correct what was
Holy
happening
shit,
in
dude.
Sentinels. Show us a revenge match that they have wanted since kickoff.
That's crazy. What an unreal performance by Sentinels.
Who bombed out of Masters
They
Bangkok.
deserve all the credit
a slow
in the
start that they
world
had
for
during
this.
kickoff, and they needed to iron things out.
Holy
Celsius
shit,
mentioned it,
man.
Naren mentioned it. They needed
Here's
to
our
just
Ascent
talk
stats.
and be better inside and outside
Such
the
an
server.
even game at
And
the
they've turned
end.
things around here in the midpoint of that first split.
Holy fuck, bro.
And they've been up and up
Sen
ever
get
since.
both pistols for once.
The
They
Vibe
get
Merchant seems
eco
to be back for
twice.
sure with Celsius.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and the playoff
shit.
buff is there for Sen, it seems. With everyone coming out,
Well, I guess it wasn't
having
eco,
his
it was
rounds.
forced on them,
You
but
said Celsius, their second is frying. John Cutie coming into play in
winning
the clutch rounds that he
Icebox
needed
with
to,
both
as
pistols
well
going
as
against
Bang.
them.
Super showing a playoff buff.
Zelsis and the crew
Holy
over at
shit,
Sentinels were able
dude.
to win this one over and give a chance here for John Cutie, the honorary Canadian that flew away from
These
the
are the
MENA
defensive
region,
stats for the
from
dominant
Morocco,
halves.
moving to Montreal to pursue a career in Valorant.
Jaw was
joining the ranks
struggling
of
on the
M80,
waylay
playing
attack.
from Montreal and now has a chance to play
They were
in a
destroying him on the
home
entry.
crowd in Toronto, Canada. And of course, there's going to be a lot of fans following Sentinels here on their road towards this Masters International of Toronto. I mean, look at this, Riv. It's been such a good series overall, back and forth. Almost even an overtime push coming through here until, unfortunately, a 3v5 came through from heroic plays of Sentinels right over here.
The rounds we saw where it took the team looked great, but it definitely took a lot of star power in single rounds here, and then the sum of the parts coming together. So many awesome clutch plays, so many rounds you did not think would go the way of the team that was down on members. And crazy stuff. You see exactly what it means to Sen, what it means to Celsius. They talked about how
Fuck
young
the
this
haters on
squad is in age.
Celsius.
Not
This
that
guy
they haven't
is
grown
worth
over
his
the
weight in
stage,
gold to
but
this
that
team.
they have a lot to work on, and it feels like they locked down a lot of those things they felt might have been problems, which are now successes.
And you see the sigh of relief towards the end for Celsius too, because remember, this was a third map that was a 10-2 lead for Sentinels. And G2 were coming back in the second half. It started with a forced buy from a Stinger that almost brought this into overtime. And that could have been
Series
a different
stats
story
here.
written by G2 if it actually
Go
did
to
go
cast
to
by
overtime.
these
They almost wrote history. We've never had a 10-2 comeback, so they were this close in VCT Americas from making that happen, which is absolutely crazy. Sentinels, they do show that they can come out and stop G2's momentum, and I think that's one of the big things is when teams start to fall
Gonzo's
prey to
been
that,
playing
it seems
so
like the game's
well
over.
for
Yeah,
them.
and you mentioned like also at the same time we saw the reactions from Narrate, for example, in these
form.
moments where you talked about the
They're
emotion.
coming into
He
form.
looked so good on that map of Ascent, knowing where the hits were coming from G2,
Wow.
and also is a key player now to this roster.
Well, let's see what they have to say
Sen
about the
have
game
really
themselves. We're going to
leveled
send it
up.
down to Elizabeth at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with the Sentinels.
Good shit.
Sen City, I know you're here. Give it up for your Sentinels! And I am joined by some of the men of the hour whose heart is racing right now. Zealousys and Kaplan. I mean, you had our heart racing out there. It was back and forth. I have 2 cards in my hand. I didn't know who I was going to interview. So Kaplan, I'm going to go to you first. You had to take those timeouts almost back to back. It was scary. You were just talking about, I should have done this, I should have done that. When it gets to 12, what are we thinking? What's the emotion? Do we think it's going to go to overtime? What are we thinking?
I'm thinking, I'm pumped. It's even gonna go to overtime. Another chance to speak to the boys. I know they get a relief when we hit OT. That feeling when you hit 12, it's a huge weight off your shoulders.
Yeah. Well, something Kaplan, I want to ask you is that, you know, Bangkok didn't go as planned. I saw the Sunbites video where you spoke to them and just, let's just have fun. I'm sorry I didn't say this before, but let's just have fun. Now, you're going to Toronto.
You gotta admit,
is
that
it still
jinx,
fun, or is it game
that
on?
Jinx
We showed you a
was
different side of us in
fucking
Bangkok, but now
crazy that
we're going to show you
game.
who the Masters Madrid champions are.
That was insane.
Sorry, it's not the fun answer. We learned our lesson. We're gonna be patient. We're just gonna make sure we keep good composure in Toronto.
I was scared for the fans right there. I was like, bro, the fans are gonna hate me.
Now, something I want to ask you.
They're gonna hate me for this. Like
Zealousys
both
is,
sides.
I actually interviewed Emmy, which you saw during the halftime break, and he is smiling right there, over there, pointing.
Oh
he
my
said
God.
I asked him to leave you a message, and he said very simply, "I love you."
Oh my God.
I love you too.
Well, speak to him. Yeah.
I love you too, Emmy. But I mean, Cap's my guy. Sorry.
Oh my God. Now you're going to be with MIBR as two of our Masters Toronto representatives. Who do you think will be joining you, or who do you want to join you?
I'll go first. Yeah, I'll take G2. I'd love to play him again. Try to make it cleaner next time.
No. Who's joining us to Toronto?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's what.
I think G2's finding their way, and we'll smoke them there.
We'll smoke them there. I mean, Kaplan, to be fair, this was very close. To be very fair, your player's about to have a heart attack.
Bro, they're so fucking happy, man. They're so happy. Look at them. They're just shit-eating grins.
You were pretty emotional. We saw you almost near tears. Bangkok obviously didn't go the way you were hoping. Going into Masters Toronto, going in there with the love of Emmy, the love of your fans. What is your emotion going into that?
I mean, I'm the same as like when we were in Bangkok. Like, I just want to have fun. It's like I've given my whole life to like competing, like in esports. So I think like Cap said, like we overwhelm ourselves a lot just because we want to win and we're super hard workers. But like I think just having fun and enjoying like the moment we're in is like the most important thing.
Well, congratulations one more time. Give it up for a hard-fought win by your Sentinels.
By the Sentinels bundle.
And for the Sen bundle, we have match point coming up with John Cutie and Zekin.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? GB here. I got John Cutie as well as Zekin as we are going to play a fun game, a new game. It's called Eyes and Ears, okay? So it's going to require coordination and teamwork, and we thought, who better to do it than the IGL and the duelists of Sentinels? Why not, right? And of course, here's how it's going to work. One person has the monitor, John, and the other has the keyboard and mouse, Zekin. So you're going to have to work together to navigate to a site and eliminate an agent. You guys ready to go?
Ready to go.
All right, let's see how fast you can do it.
It could be at any site?
A site. It will be on A site.
Okay, so go on your right, go to A main.
Go to A main.
Go straight and
where
right.
am I now?
You're on your spawn.
This is fucking wild.
This is great because obviously
you're hitting a wall. Go forward. Go forward.
Let's actually show the.
Turn your mouse to the right.
Gotta make sure he doesn't.
No, it's just your sense is so high. Turn again. Turn left. Turn left. Left. Jump because you're stuck in the chairs. Go forward. Go left now. Left, another 90 from left. Yep, go straight. Yep. I'll tell you, degrees. 90 degrees on your right. Go, keep going.
This is impressive. This is coordination.
Left 90 degrees again.
You can see where the cipher is.
You're at the orb main. Now you need to turn right because you're looking at bike. Go straight. Turn a bit on the right.
This is a crazy bit,
keep
bro.
Keep going straight. Go on the
This
left.
is actually very impressive.
Go straight.
They're going
Go
straight
Wait,
from
stop.
that
Turn on the
ending
left.
to
Just
this
turn.
shit.
So I can see if Cypher is there. Your mouse, turn left. He's not there. Okay, go straight now, on site. Jump. No, go backward and jump. You're like artist.
I'll give you a hint.
Yeah.
He's by a grass garden, more so than the site.
Okay, go to the door. Turn left, just a little bit on your mouse.
Yeah, bro, they told him A site, they hid the cipher tree. That's like diabolical.
Go on the right. No. Turn your mouse left. Yeah. Turn your mouse left 90 degrees.
90 degrees, yeah.
Yeah. Hit W 3 times. Hit the whiskey button.
1, 2, 3.
Again. That was
1, 2, 3.
Nice.
This is impressive.
Go right.
Walk right or turn?
Look right. Sorry. Look right. Look up. Go
the
forward.
slow look up of Jets.
Oh, behind you. Okay, turn your mouse like 90 degrees behind you.
90 degrees
On
behind
the right, on
He
the right.
has no idea what that
A lot of
means.
90 degrees here today.
You see him? Do we need to...
You gotta shoot him. Take him out.
Okay.
Can you hit him? You gotta guide
Okay,
the
move
aimer.
your, like, mouse 90 degrees to the left.
90 degrees every time.
90 degrees to the left again. Go up. On the right now, a little bit. You're almost aiming him. Yes, shoot. You kill him.
Boom. Boom. There we go. We made Toronto. Yeah. Winning on the stage. Winning here as well. Come on, join me over at the chairs, fellas. Wow. Congratulations on a wild game that
90
I just
degrees,
went to the
bro.
doctor recently, told me I had
Bro
high
thinks
blood
in
pressure.
right
You guys
ankles.
didn't help me out there because that was a wild matchup. Walk me through you get down to the wire. It's what was it, 11-11, I think, or you got to that point. What are you telling the team in the comms?
I mean, we were saving 11-10.
Yeah.
Tell them, boys, this is a fake comeback. We've been here before. It's a fake comeback.
Yeah.
And like, shout out to the boys. Like, everyone kept believing. Nobody will like not listening to the calls or like hesitating or like, no, we should do this, like full trust.
Yeah.
Everyone believed like we just needed to get in a good position. And like, shout out to G2, like they made it hard for us, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, both of you guys played an incredible game, without a doubt. That's a championship level matchup in any, occasion, right? But for Zekin, you just were on fire, brother. It's crazy. Actually, Bren had the best line ever. You like do things and then everyone else just gets up and they just like pop off for you. How does it feel to know that whenever you do something miraculous, which happens to be like on a regular basis, that these boys are always there having your back?
It feels great. I mean, I got the best teammates in the world on my corner, and I do a little highlight, and Jordan, my minion, jumps up for me and just starts slamming the other team. He starts berating them.
You like call him like a Pokemon. You're just like,
yeah,
oh,
I just throw him out. He's like screaming at the other team. It feels amazing.
It's like Nunu and Willump.
Yeah.
It's like Celsius, new taunt. And then he just does it every time. Well, guys,
Yo, Irul, thanks for gifting 5 out and subbing. My goat. Kitty Orath, also thank you for the sub. Sorry, just realizing it.
John,
I missed those. K-Park, also thank you for the primer.
Happen here in Toronto, or
And
do you feel
One
like that was just a
Ninja,
different
thank
team
you.
and you guys have looked past
Weenie,
that?
thank you for
Yeah,
the
that was
2.
definitely a different team. I feel like that was like the lowest point of our team.
Yeah.
And I think
Pinball
our
as well.
improvement
Thank you.
this past 2 months is like crazy. Like
Yeah.
you can even tell like our map pool is very refined
Would
now.
you say that was like you guys, because I remember, I think it was Kaplan said you guys were having some hard conversations and you were really talking to one another like sternly about what you need to get done. Was that it? Was that the thing?
Yeah,
that
it
you
was
needed
shocking
to
to
have
me.
happen, that difficult chat.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on the team cares a lot. Like, there isn't like anyone that like has problems with others. Like, everyone cares a lot. We just needed like the right recipe and like people playing like certain roles and like people getting comfy with their teammates. Like, we knew from the get-go like this team is gonna like scale up and get like at peak form in champs.
Yeah.
And then already right now, like for Toronto, we're at a very good spot. And like as you've seen, like everyone has improved individually.
Yeah.
The team looks way more cohesive.
Yeah.
We're like just looking
You're right,
at
though.
very random in Bangkok. So. I feel like we're more than ready for Toronto.
For you in particular, though,
Shocked that
is
he
this,
chose like 90
cool because
degrees.
I know that, you know,
I thought he
you're,
would have
from Montreal.
No,
right?
John,
Or
I
you
thought he
lived
would
in
chose
Montreal
a
for
cute
while.
angle. Yeah.
So is it kind of cool just to head back to
Something a little
Canada
bit
and play in
smaller.
front of the Canadian crowd?
I'm very excited. Like I have 2 brothers that live in Montreal. I have like 4 uncles, my cousins. Like they're probably all gonna be there. Like I'm very glad. Like to be honest, like this was one of the most stressful matches for me.
Yeah.
Because there was like a lot on the line.
Yeah,
for
I
me.
believe it. Yeah.
So yeah, like I'm so happy. I can't believe it.
That's amazing. Zekin, for you, before we wrap things up, you know, you've been through the ups and downs with the Sentinels organization for quite some time now, and this is an incredible up. I mean, you guys really pulled through in the end. The crowd losing their minds. Is this like one of those moments that as a pro player, you're like, man, you live for the moment. You live for this stuff.
It definitely makes the job like super fun. Like it's very stressful when you're in the match and actually playing it, and they're coming back like 11.
It's so
10,
cool
10,
how
11-11.
close second is to like his
that moment of
entire
elation,
family.
it really makes it all worth it. Like it's incredible.
Seeing Zelsis get up and just that energy pop off, right? It was all of you guys, but wow, it was an amazing thing. And congratulations, seriously,
SEN
You're
home
representing
crowd.
Americas in Toronto, and
it
of course
will
that
go
means that day 3 of
insane.
playoffs is coming to a close, and we have 2 teams who have qualified for Masters Toronto, and it's MIBR and Sentinels. But you guys will also be facing
G2 100 Thieves.
thoughts on MIBR, John, because this, whew, man, they looked really good today.
Yeah, they look very strong. Like, they're our boys. We had the same office.
They're
so
our
like,
neighbors.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they
Okay.
are. So we're very close to them, but...
So that means you could sabotage like their plumbing. They could do the same to you.
Well, the problem
you know?
is we share the same bathroom, so if we sabotage the plumbing, it's like self-set, but it's fine. We'll figure it out.
You guys, you know what? Just have Rob get you guys a porta potty on the outside, and then you clog the toilet.
That's a
Boom.
great idea.
Yeah,
We'll
I got you
apply
guys
it.
covered. See,
This is
that's
crazy.
why I wasn't successful as a pro player. Now, of course, that means that tomorrow we're going to be heading to the lower bracket for 2 more elimination matches, and we have our top 4.
It's not a single fucking bathroom. It's like an office
Geniuses, and then
bathroom.
we have G2 Esports
They didn't explain that
versus
very
100
well.
Thieves. Y'all want to give me a little prediction? Who you think's going to win those games? Let's see. We got G2 100 Thieves.
G2.
It's like a fucking office
Last time,
building.
2-0 pretty fast. I don't think they could do it again though. I think it's crew 2-1.
Yeah, the way they explained that was like, oh, they have one, like a single family residence, and
well, you heard
they're all
it here
sharing one
from
tiny
Zach and
bathroom.
John QT, guys, thank you so much as always for joining me, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Amazing. Can't wait to see you guys kick all the asses in Toronto. It's going to be amazing. But for now, though, that's going to do it for us here today, and we'll see you guys very soon. Shout out to the Moose. Shout out to the maple syrup that I
Shout out to
chugged.
these
And
guys.
this is your Samsung SSD Fast Replay.
And then one more thing before we leave, guys.
And then G2, we were their dads all year last year. And then at the very end, they finally got the win over us. So I know like that they are the most dominant team in NA. They probably are the best showing right now. But I think if we play them in the playoffs in this lower bracket, they will fold and we will beat them. And it will be all the same as last year, where we were just literally their dads. So I'm excited for this playoff bracket. It sucks that we just got sent to lowers because we only have one more.
My man. My man. Man, I always, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. I have 2 daughters, but I actually totally forgot I had 5 sons on G2. This is crazy. This is crazy. This whole time, this is insane.
And it will be all the same as last year, where we were just literally their dads. So
one more time.
I'm excited for this playoff bracket. It sucks that we just got sent to lowers because we only have one more chance now. But like, I'm low-key really excited for who we play next, because I think like that's just gonna be such a fun series. Like, I either play my ex-teammate or I get to either play my ex-teammate either way. And we have a lot of like history with both teams. Low-key, like 100T SEN. It's not really me, but 100T has the Oregon SEN, and then me versus G2 all of last year, like our team versus G2 last year. So it's gonna be so exciting. Either team we play.
Yeah. It's gonna be exciting. We got it, right, chat? We got it. We got it. Yeah. We got it. This guy. Surely. We got it. I think I believe now. We got it. So they're like our kids, right? They're like our sons. So we got it, right? Like last year, right? Let's hope that Rob Moore keeps these fucks up all night. We need Rob Moore's Twitter. I need to see these guys engaging with tweets at fucking 3:50 a.m. tonight. I need to see Rob baiting Leaf into a tweet at 5:43 a.m. to like tomorrow morning. That's because if Rob ain't helping us, I don't know.
We're going to Ascend. They've hardly cleared sight with the util to get in for G2. Narrate's just able to stand there.
They know now that there's 2 players fighting towards main.
That's 2 kills. 1 on each side. Zelsis, however, is able to trade this and make it uneven. Zelsis is going to be the first.
I'm not gonna lie, the 1 day turnaround for them on a loss. Like, if there was ever a time to catch them, chat, if there was ever a time, I cannot believe they lost either. I can't believe it. And it wasn't like they were terrible. Like, no, SEN earned this shit. I didn't think their attack ascent was very good. I think there was a lot of mistimed plays, but man, SEN played super well. SEN played really well.
The teenage dirtbag baby. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. I'm just a teenage.
I'm a 30-year-old dirtbag. Tell you that.
What the?
I'm just a teen.
What?
Oh,
Oh God. President his own world. Does he have any teammates? No one is talking to this guy. What are they doing? Did they mute him? Did they mute that guy? Okay, I'm gonna send you guys to Ravi. She's actually interviewing Zelsis right now. So I'll see you guys tomorrow for the games. We're gonna do the lower games tomorrow, same times, 2 and 5. Pray for us. Pray for 100 Thieves.